Chapter 690. It was spring now, and he was buried in a tomb that was gently caressed by the spring breeze. A few years ago he knew his final fate, and had done his best to arrange for his funeral. Perhaps this was the only way he could lie so calmly on the ground and rest to his heart's content. We don't even know his name yet. Sulu held the cigarette in his mouth and sucked hard. He frowned as he thought about the troubles that the wretched uncle in the grave had brought him, and all the joys and sorrows. He couldn't help but sigh. Although those who are good at fighting are not famous and those who are really fierce often don't have names, once you think about how to mention him in the history books, it always feels weird. He is the third son of the Chow family called Chow Chiu Dao. The remote and secluded cemetery in Oak State was particularly lively today. An extremely old lady with heavy makeup and a red fox fur draped over her shoulders walked out from under the ginkgo tree. Her face was expressionless, and her eyes were full of indifference and loneliness. This lady was called Sister Ku, and she was one of the living legends in the 4 states around the mountains of S2. She only owned Coco nightclub, but this nightclub had endured the sound of gunfire and smoke for too long. As mentioned before, those who dared to fight against time were always easily revered, and she was also one of them. "Hello, Sister Ku." Su Lu and Shi Qinghai stood up at the same time, threw away the cigarettes in their hands and slightly bowed to greet her. For them, showing respect to this old lady was not because of some legend, but because of the relationship between this lady and the man in the grave. Many years ago, this relationship between a young student who was determined to join the revolution and a popular girl in a nightclub gradually evolved into a relationship between a revolutionary leader and an old lady that he didn't want to forget. This relationship was the real legend. Sister Ku, who was already an old lady, slowly walked to the grave. Looking at the words on the tombstone, she shook her head and said in a lonely voice, "I heard him say that he once formed a poetry club in school, but eventually he got tired of it." Su Lu and Shi Qinghai looked at Sister Ku, not knowing what to say. "Zhang Xiaoming came yesterday." Sister Ku turned around and coughed twice. She looked at Su Lu and said calmly, "She is his student. As for hiding the news of his death, it was his idea. Don't blame that poor girl." "Understood," Su Lu answered succinctly. In a corner of Oak State's most famous rock bar, Su Lu and Shi Qinghai were drinking the local specialty high malt honey beer. In their eyes, there seemed to be the image of the old lady standing alone and calmly by the grave in the glass full of bright yellow liquor. Only today did they find out that the intelligence leader of Green Dragon Mountain, the one who gave the Federation government headaches for several decades, the one who was determined to lead the anti-government army to overthrow the government and the 7 great families, was actually a descendant of one of the 7 great families, the Chow family. At this moment, Su Lu thought of Shang Qiu's fiancé and Uncle Tian. He said with emotion, "They say that Lin Banshan is the most outstanding rebel of the 7 great families. But compared to the Chow Chiu Dao in the grave, he is still too far away." As a descendant of the 7 great families, he had dedicated his life to the cause of destroying the 7 great families. The Chow Chiu Dao in the grave could be called a real rebel. A young college student who ran away because of an arranged marriage. In the end, he ran away and became one of the leaders of the anti-government army. I don't know if he regretted it or not. No one knows. When he was alive, he could make the world dance. When he died, he could make a woman stand silently by the grave. Shi Qinghai drank the beer in his cup in one gulp. He wiped the foam on his lips and praised, "The old man's life was so fucking awesome, too powerful." Su Lu raised his full cup of beer, shrugged and drank a big gulp. "Last time we came to S2 together, we went to the Golden Foundation building to kill Macklin. Chow Chiu Dao didn't tell us the whole plan. We were just the executors. Fortunately, there weren't too many mistakes in the end." Shi Qinghai said, "At that time in Coco nightclub, I kept guessing what role Coco played. Unfortunately, until today, I haven't gotten an answer. Was it love between them?" Shi Qinghai's charming peach blossom eyes slightly squinted. His slender fingers gently tapped on the empty cup of beer, making a crisp and pleasant sound. "I always thought that I loved Zoyu or could love her. But today, beside the grave, I suddenly thought of another girl, the girl from the beautiful island." "Who?" Su Lu asked in confusion. "That was a beautiful girl I met before killing Macklin." Shi Qinghai squeezed his handsome eyebrows, as if he couldn't remember the girl's appearance and name. "She seemed to be a teacher, but I can't remember where she was from. I even forgot her name." "Trash." Su Lu gave him a man's evaluation without holding back. "Speaking of trash, how are you going to deal with the trash in the government?" Shi Qinghai asked. "Don't worry," Su Lu replied. "The old man said that these people will walk into the trash heap of history. Shi Qinghai was silent for a moment, then continued with a smile, but Schiller said that trash never walks into the trash by itself. Sulu shrugged, stared at the beer cup in his hand, watched the tiny bubbles struggle to rise in the golden beer, and then burst into fine white bubbles. He suddenly said, "Anyway, this is my job. I specifically told Zhou you last time, but I forgot about it and gave you the list. Because you needed my help. I don't need it now. Then I wish you good luck." Shi Qinghai looked at the beautiful girl walking from the side of the bar, who was looking for a target. He smiled and patted Su Li's shoulder and said, "I hope you didn't sacrifice yourself for the country, but end up being the victim of a crime of passion." Sulu watched him put away the iron box 37 into his pocket. He subconsciously turned around and happened to meet Nan Xiangmei's gentle eyes. "You're here?" "I'm here. Want some beer?" "Yes." Nan Xiangmei sat next to him obediently, her hands on her legs, slightly lowered her head and shyly nodded. Sulu began to pour beer for her. There was a bottle of beer in the special slender open cup. He watched the fine bubbles rise, but Nan Xiangmei didn't ask him to stop. "It's not far, right? Can you get used to living in S2? He finally stopped pouring beer and asked a little uncomfortably. Nan Xiangmei looked up, lifted the trembling bangs on her forehead and said with a gentle smile, "The foundation is next door, so it's really convenient to meet here." Sulu was stunned and asked in disbelief, "The Reconstruction Foundation and the Medellin Peace Foundation use the same building?" "Yes." Nan Xiangmei took the tissue from the waiter, carefully wiped the beer stains on the table in front of Sulu, and said softly, "But can we not talk about this issue?" "Of course. I know why you asked me out today." Nan Xiangmei looked at Sulu with a smile, and the firm look on her face, contrasted by the alcohol, made her look like a child. "But I don't want to promise you anything." Sulu opened his mouth slightly, thinking that he hadn't said anything yet. Nan Xiangmei used both of her hands to hold the heavy, slender, open-mouthed beer mug and began to drink in big gulps. She raised her left arm to wipe off the foam on her lips and let out a satisfied sigh. Then she turned her head and looked at him seriously, saying, "Jian Shu is not bad, but she's not as suitable as me to be a wife." She squeezed out a syllable with her nose, as if to strengthen her confidence, or to cheer herself up. "Well, it's like this, she's not as suitable as me to be a wife." After mustering up all her courage to say this sentence, Nan Xiangmei immediately relaxed completely. With a smile, she called the bartender for 2 more bottles of beer. She didn't care that her jade-like white cheeks were already flushed red. Where did this come from? Although the purpose of meeting with Nan Xiangmei today was indeed to clarify this matter, but Sulu didn't expect that as soon as they met, before he had time to say anything, he would be called back by a serious topic about a wife's job. Sulu actually liked this gentle and beautiful girl very much, but this kind of liking was more of a sense of peace and rest. In fact, he didn't have much contact with this girl, and they couldn't even be considered friends. After all, these years of life were too difficult. Nan Xiangmei could watch the documentary Group 7 to search for him, but he didn't have time to let the girl on the train ferment in his mind. However, he really liked her. Sulu stared at the beer in the cup, not daring to look away. The feelings between men and women are always so complicated, especially when you meet the most beautiful opposite sex in the world. What choice can you make? These are all very, very good and also what I want. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked Nan Xiangmei, "Do you have any relatives in your mother's family?" "You mean the Chow family?" Nan Xiangmei, who was a little drunk, looked at Sulu with a smile. She raised her finger and said, "I have many uncles." Sulu suddenly found that the opposite sex he provoked seemed to be very difficult to provoke. If those uncles with the surname Chow were like the one lying in the grave, it would be very difficult for him to live a very comfortable life. "Have you heard of Chow Chiodao? It seems to be third uncle." Nan Xiangmei slightly tilted her head and cutely thought, "He is much older than mother. I heard that he died a long time ago. I'll take you to a place." Okay. In the end, Sulu didn't take Nan Xiangmei to the grave of her unknown uncle, because when he walked out of this famous bar, he saw 3 black SUVs, and then more than a dozen Federation Bureau of Investigation agents in black formal suits surrounding them. "Colonel Sulu, please come with us." Chapter 691. A very neat black SUV, a very neat black suit with no name brand. Sulu looked at the dozen or so officers of the Federation Investigation Bureau in front of him. The first thought that came into his mind was that the Federation Investigation Bureau seemed to have upgraded their equipment. Then he began to think about what happened. His reaction was slightly sluggish, not because he had just visited a tomb in spring and was intoxicated by the beauty of the South in the spring breeze, but because he was a little unfamiliar with the situation of being investigated. Especially since the documentary was broadcast, he had been walking on the golden road of the Federation without encountering any obstacles. The Federation Investigation Bureau agents used the word please, and spoke in a very polite tone. The other party took out a thick stack of related legal documents and presented the electronic authorization order in front of him. After Su Lu carefully read it, he confirmed that the other party was inviting him back to assist in the investigation, which was in accordance with the legal procedures. But what exactly were they investigating? I want to call my lawyer. Su Lu rubbed his somewhat stuffy eyebrows and said softly, and if the investigation takes too long, I need to know the location and the specific time. I need to ask for leave from the Ministry of National Defense. We have already notified the Ministry of National Defense. The Federation Investigation Bureau agent nervously replied. As for the lawyer, we have also asked the legal department of the Ministry of National Defense to coordinate with you. If you insist on notifying civilian lawyers like Lawyer He, then we have to move from the investigation part to the judicial part in advance. It was a very awkward explanation. It seemed that the Federation Investigation Bureau did a lot of preparation before carrying out today's operation. To be more precise, because the person they wanted to invite back was Su Lu, the Federation Investigation Bureau didn't want to make any mistakes in the details. They didn't want to give the big shots behind Su Lu any chance to rage. Standing at the entrance of the bar, thin yellow stamens fell from the air and landed on the document in his hand. Su Lu was silent for a long time, then he whispered a few words to Nan Xiangmei beside him. Then he followed the Federation Investigation Bureau officers into the black SUV. Looking at the black motorcade that crushed the dust on the street, Nan Xiangmei's beautiful face showed deep worry. Thinking of the words that Su Lu whispered before he was taken away, she took a deep breath and dialed a somewhat unfamiliar number. Hello, is Zhou there? I'm Nan Xiangmei. In the southwest district of the Capital Special District, there were many conference buildings scattered around. The innumerable annoying meetings of the Federation had created this abnormal functional division of the city. Now that it was the cold winter, the government departments with real power and generous budgets would often arrange their meetings on the beaches of the southern hemisphere. The district seemed a little deserted, except for a few cars parked outside an inconspicuous ordinary building. There was nothing too eye-catching about this ordinary meeting, so much so that many participants had forgotten what they had discussed the next day. The guests were casually leaning against the railing with their electronic notepads or glasses of water, discussing the recent financial trends, the victories on the front line, and carefully calculating how many days it would take for the first batch of troops to return to the Federation for their rest. Several staff members of the Special Task Force wearing black formal suits and white earphones walked over from the other end of the corridor with expressionless faces. The undisciplined guests immediately collected their expressions and tidied up their attire. They then walked to both sides of the corridor in a reserved and enthusiastic manner to welcome the arrival of the big shot. Surrounded by the vigilant staff of the Special Task Force in black, a kind and very amiable-looking chubby old man slowly walked into the corridor. The chubby old man held a black umbrella in his right hand. The remaining snow on the umbrella was quickly melting into a water stain that accompanied his black leather shoes as he walked forward. Many years had passed, but Mr. Byron still maintained the good habits he had developed in the army. Even if he was now the most important political figure in the Federation, he still held his own umbrella instead of asking for help from an assistant or a female secretary. It's an honor to have you here in person, Mr. Vice President. The organizer of the meeting bowed excitedly and led him to the center of the hall. Mr. Byron, hello. Greetings, Mr. Vice President. The solemn guests on both sides of the corridor greeted him gently and warmly. Mr. Byron, the Vice President of the Federation, moved his round body with some difficulty and shook hands with the people around him. He smiled and chatted casually without missing anything. He was so amiable. After the ordinary meeting, there was a very ordinary lunch. In a small conference room on the side of this ordinary building, Vice President Byron calmly looked at the few people in the room. He waved his hand and gestured for everyone to sit down. He said slowly, "There are not many matters to be discussed in today's meeting. First is the issue of the front-line troops' rotation rest." The light in the small conference room was a little dim. The political forces hidden in the darkness used an ordinary meeting to communicate with each other. Even the glory of the charter couldn't find any problems. In the dim background, a big shot from the military said after a moment of silence, "Commander Xiaoqing and his Iron 7th Division have been fighting for more than 3 years. They should be back for rotation rest. Hearing this proposal, Vice President Byron fell into silence. He seemed to be considering what kind of influence the undefeatable army would bring to the political situation in the future once they returned to the Capitol ring. A moment later he made up his mind. A smile appeared on his face that didn't have too many wrinkles because of his weight. He slowly said, "I support this proposal." They also support this proposal. It seemed that the participants of the secret meeting in the dim light all knew who the vice president was talking about. There was a brief whisper in the small conference room, and the atmosphere seemed to be much more relaxed. "There is one more thing that I need to inform you." Vice President Byron held a gold pen and lightly tapped the base of the loudspeaker. He frowned and said, "Half an hour ago, the Federation Investigation Bureau has taken Su Lu away to assist in the investigation." The whispers in the small conference room suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was so quiet that it made people's heart palpitate. These big shots who had the guts to secretly influence the Federation's progress and used the most despicable means to construct countless conspiracies were, for many reasons, extremely afraid of the Federation officer named Su Lu. When they found that they were finally about to launch an attack on Colonel Su Lu, they were actually speechless for a moment. Vice President Byron slightly frowned, glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, "We have the most reliable evidence and the most direct witnesses. If Colonel Su Lu is really a wanted criminal of the Federation, then he must be investigated. Even the Marshal won't have any objections." In the snowy Macho Back Mountain, the top layer of the clear lake was frozen by the cold. The bright thin ice cracked and twisted under the afternoon sun, making people's vision feel a little turbid. It was just like the situation in the capital that was gradually becoming chaotic because of the fast transmission of the news at this moment. After Judge He-Ying made the judgment in the Supreme Court, the government and those families will definitely be very angry. Although this judgment only involves the Gu Clock Company and doesn't talk about more interests, they still took action immediately. Especially the investigation of the Federation Investigation Bureau, which is still beyond many people's expectation. The most incomprehensible thing is, according to the analysis of the Foundation's research lab, this kind of investigation can't cause any harm to Colonel Su Lu, except to make Old Master Feiqing and the President angrier. Secretary Shenli quietly stood behind the high-back chair. The sun passed through the remaining snow on the balcony and sprinkled on his head and shoulders, giving off a somewhat mottled and unclear feeling. Sitting on the high-back chair, Lady Tai's eyes were gentle and soft, quietly looking at the snowy landscape outside the balcony. With the Federal Force's successive victories, the Tai family's Crystal Mine Alliance was reborn. Countless wealth and the more important resource control system were poured back into this old Thousand family that was about to decay. The current situation was undoubtedly a reward for the Federation government's unstinting support over the past few decades, as well as an extremely high reward for her political wisdom. However, for some reason, it seemed that the lady didn't care about this at all. Instead, there was a faint trace of worry between her eyebrows. The highest level of political struggle and the lowest level of street brawl, in fact, there is no difference in essence. The biggest hatred is just to cut off someone's path to wealth and take away someone's wife and daughter. Lady Tai held the slightly hot ginger tea cup and said thoughtfully, "Su Lu, with the glory of the Federation's hero, against the two mountains of Old Master and Mr. Pabre, he interfered without any scruples, making everyone unable to enjoy the big cake that is the Zhong family. It's like a bone is stuck in their throat. This is cutting off someone's path to wealth. He is used to being impulsive without considering the overall situation. Naturally, he doesn't care about how many people's interests are harmed. Last time, when he killed Macklin, if Macklin wasn't a spy of the Empire, then neither the President nor Old Master would have been able to protect him." Lady Tai took a sip of the ginger tea and said, "The public anger, the simple word public, can explain everything. I just don't understand now. Su Lu is a smooth stone, and those people can't plant moss on this stone under the current situation. The President is watching, Philadelphia is watching, and the people are watching. Then what is the Federation Investigation Bureau trying to find out? What can they find out?" The worry between the madam's eyebrows became more and more obvious. She had been watching the commotion in the Federation with cold eyes. After discovering that the radicals were somewhat difficult to control, she even directly used Su Lu as a counterweight. That was because she believed that she had the only weakness that could be used against Su Lu. Behind Old Master, she was probably the only person in the Federation who could control that disobedient little guy. The current situation seemed to be a bit strange. Secretary Shin stood silently behind her and said softly, It's definitely not an internal matter of the military, so it could only be something that happened a long time ago. Lady Tai's thin eyebrows slightly furrowed. She vaguely guessed a certain possibility. The problem was that Su Li's true identity was only known to her and Army Godly Pifu. How did those people know this secret? Are they going to turn the Federation hero back into a wanted criminal? The residual snow filtered the light. Between heaven and earth, it was uncertain whether it was clear or not. Chapter 692. Name? Sulu. Citizen number? /510200431X. Position? Technical Director of the 17th Armored Division of the Federation's 1st Military Region. Rank? Deputy Division Master. Please briefly describe your relevant resume, especially the part before the 65th year of the constitutional calendar. Hearing this, Su Lu, who had been calmly answering questions, finally had a different reaction. He raised his head and squinted his eyes at the several investigators of the Federation Investigation Bureau sitting across the table, as if he was trying to grasp the true intentions of these investigators from their expressions. The part before the 65th year of the constitutional calendar? Su Lu frowned as he sank into his memories. At that time, he was still an ordinary teenager on Donglin's Clock Tower Street. His boring life was divided into two parts. One part was in the repair shop on Fragrant Orchid Avenue, and the other part was in the operation room beside the abandoned mine. At that time he had very few friends such as Li Wei and close relatives such as the uncle. At that time the sky in Donglin was the same as the sky in Donglin now. It was not as blue as S1. It was rare to see a few stars at night, but after being filtered by the atmosphere, it was always hazy like an oil painting. I was born in a small town called Guangming, about 7 hours away from the state capital. Because of the frequent landslides, the town of Guangming closed the relevant educational institutions many years ago. When I was 15 years old, I entered the army in advance and entered Donglin to become a mine maintenance soldier. The platoon I was in was completely sacrificed because of a geological disaster. Su Lu narrowed his brows and frowned as he recalled the past that truly belonged to him. However, without hesitation he began to tell a completely different story. That was the resume information that the uncle had arranged for him. It was the tragic story of a soldier in Donglin. In that story, a soldier in Donglin named Su Lu was discharged from the army because of an accident. After receiving the Ministry of Defense's allowance, he entered Linhai's Lihua University. A professor discovered his talent in mechanics and successfully entered the Federation's largest shell motor company. He was assigned to a research institute. As for the subsequent development of this story, there was no one in the Federation who did not know, so Su Lu did not need to repeat it. There has always been a saying that Miss Jian Shuier is a jinx. The agent from the Federation Investigation Bureau spread his hands and sighed. Colonel Su Lu, after seeing your resume, I finally understand why the two of you are a couple. Su Lu smiled. Back when Uncle hacked into the Federal Central Computer to modify the database, although he had constructed a perfect story, there was nothing he could do about the investigation in the real world. Therefore, the mysterious deaths of the imaginary existences in the environment became the only choice for the development of the story. Can you tell me about the town called Bright Light? There was an official from the Federation Investigation Bureau who was sitting in the shadows. His face could not be seen clearly. Only his slightly deformed lower jaw and pale skin tone could be seen. It was obvious that this official held an extremely high position in the Federation Investigation Bureau. When he opened his mouth, the interrogation room was silent. In the absolute silence, Su Lu looked at the other in the shadows and said with a frown, I have no interest in reminiscing. If you want to get the answer you want from the question and answer in the old room with the town scenery, then there is no possibility. The attitude of the Federation Investigation Bureau towards him was very gentle. There was no trace of the cold expression they had when interrogating ordinary prisoners. However, at this point in the conversation, Su Lu had already caught the other's thoughts. His mood gradually turned cold. Colonel Su Lu, we have met before in Qingqing prison. The Federation Investigation Bureau official in the shadows slowly stood up. The light shone on his pale cheeks. This was an extremely thin face. The lower half of his face was distorted, as if it had been crushed by a huge force and then reassembled. It looked extremely terrifying. Su Lu stared at this face. After a moment of silence he said, I remember you. You are the director of the 4th section of the Federation Investigation Bureau. After that person coughed twice, he stared at him coldly. You have already changed from a murderer to a hero of the Federation, but I am still the director of the 4th section of the Federation Investigation Bureau. However, I do not care about these official positions. I only want to know, now that you have fallen into my hands again, do you regret your rashness back then? No, I somewhat regret that I did not kick you to death back then. Sulu shrugged and said, I must remind you, Mr. Director, that the old grudge between you and me has nothing to do with this investigation. I am not a person who uses public office to avenge private grudges. The senior official of the FBI, who was once kicked into a coma by Sulu, stared at him angrily and roared in a deep voice, but I insist that you are a murderer. When the entire Federation thinks that you are a hero, I still think that you are a murderer. As for whether you are from Green Dragon Mountain or which family you belong to, that is not something I care about. Sulu was silent. Also, I must remind you very seriously that the story you just told will be investigated by many people, and my most trusted subordinate is now in Donglin. The director of the 4th section looked at him and said in a cold voice, You want to lie to the entire world forever? That can only be wishful thinking. I don't understand what you are saying, Sulu replied. The director of the 4th section of the Federation Investigation Bureau smiled. His twisted face appeared even more terrifying. He picked up his spotlessly white gloves and walked out of the room. Immediately after, the emotionless questions of the investigators once again rang out in the room. Colonel Sulu, can you recall which organizations in the garrison district you interacted with when you were in Donglin? Colonel Sulu, do you have any recollection of the specific coordinates of the maintenance of the mine tunnels? Sulu answered these questions mechanically. His gaze followed the disappearing figure of the deputy director and landed on the mirror that took up the entire wall. He knew that this mirror was one-way glass. The people on the other side could see him, but he could not see the other side. Just like the current situation, he knew what method those important people were going to use to deal with him, but he could not see through the bargaining chips in their hands. More importantly, who was looking at him from behind the mirror? Behind the mirror in the interrogation room was a room about 7 to 8 square meters. It was stuffed with all kinds of equipment. The sensitive audio system clearly transmitted Su Li's answers from next door. The director of the 4th section of the Federation Investigation Bureau with a twisted jaw and pale skin looked through the one-way glass at Su Li's seemingly emotionless face. Listening to the answers that he had almost memorized, he reached out to close the sound channel and waved at the people in front of him. The agents from the Federation Investigation Bureau walked in with a man. This man was wearing a police officer's uniform. His hair was white and his eyes were tired. From his body language, it was clear that he was terrified and nervous. Don't worry, the government needs your help. The director of the 4th section of the Federation Investigation Bureau pointed behind the mirror coldly and asked, Have you seen that person before? The officer with the white hair narrowed his eyes and stared for a long time before replying in shock, Yes, of course. I've seen him before. He looked at the director of the 4th section of the Federation Investigation Bureau and asked in a trembling voice, Is that Colonel Sulu? Think about it carefully. I'm asking you if you've seen this person in your area before, the director of the 4th section of the Federation Investigation Bureau said coldly. No, I don't think so. The officer said in a trembling voice, Why would Colonel Sulu appear in my area? What's your name? The director of the 4th section of the Federation Investigation Bureau stared at him coldly. Balongta. A middle-aged woman in a normal floral dress came into the room with her hands clenched nervously. She looked at the image on the other side of the glass for a long time. Then she lowered her head and answered awkwardly, I think I've seen him on TV before. You opened a grocery store on Xianglan Avenue, wasn't there a repair shop next to it? Was there an apprentice called Sulu there? That's not wrong, but that repair shop has been closed for many years. The middle-aged woman explained seriously, I think there was a chemical explosion and that boy died. She twisted her fingers anxiously and said sadly, That child is so pitiful. Normally he would smile at everyone he saw. He was so hard-working and diligent. No matter what happened, he was always willing to help. No matter what was broken, he could fix it. All right. The middle-aged woman stared curiously at the Federation officer sitting at the table behind the mirror. She rubbed her curly hair and said, Have I seen this person on TV before? Speaking of which, he does look like Uezi. But he is not as good-looking as Uezi. A young man with curly hair was pushed into the room rudely. He stood up straight in panic. He was so nervous that he did not know where to put his hands and feet. His face was flushed with a mixture of excitement and fear. He was just a hooligan in the black market of Donglin. Suddenly he was arrested by armed military police. Then he took a spaceship that he did not even dare to dream of and came to the capital ring that the people of Donglin were envious of but always thought was another world. Then he braved the wind and snow and was sent to this building. Everything happened so fast that the young man could not get used to it. Until now he still felt dizzy. The director of the fourth department looked at him quietly. He did not let him recognize the person through the glass. Instead, he directly grabbed him by the collar, pushed open the door that was not heavy and strode in. The light in the room was very dim. Sulu leaned against the chair, holding a delicious cup of coffee, and chatting with the agent of the Federation Investigation Bureau. The young man with curly hair stared at the familiar face under the light. He thought of the doubts he had when he watched the news over the years. He was so shocked that he could not speak. He subconsciously shouted, "Are you really, Brother Lu?" Sulu raised his head. His pupils shrank slightly and his body stiffened slightly. After a long period of silence, his eyebrows finally smoothed out into straight ink. He looked at the still young face in front of him and said with a smile, "Xiao Chong, long time no see." Chapter 693. This was the Federation Investigation Bureau's winter training camp located in the northern hemisphere of S1. Large snowflakes floated outside the window. People could stand in the warm room and enjoy the cold ice crystal world outside. It had only been a day since Sulu was summoned by the Federation Investigation Bureau for investigation. He held a cup of hot coffee, but he was already a little tired of the winter snow. The other party temporarily prevented him from seeing a lawyer through legal procedures, but the Ministry of Defense, which was supposed to be coordinating with the investigation, never showed up. The whole thing was a little strange. The people he was investigating would one day notice something, and they would definitely make a fierce counterattack. But Sulu didn't expect the other party's counterattack to come so quickly and so inexplicably. Unless the other party really caught what they were most afraid of, this investigation from the Federation Investigation Bureau could only be a joke. But even if the other party really did catch his biggest weakness, it probably wouldn't surprise Sulu too much. After all, as the director of the fourth department said, there was no such thing as a perfect lie in the world. Not to mention Feng Yuan himself, even the Federal Central Computer couldn't do it. Moreover, the war god and Lady Tai had long known his identity, so this so-called secret would no longer be a secret one day. When he was in Donglin, Colonel Lake, who wore sunglasses, also saw his true face. Sulu looked at the snow outside the window, narrowed his eyes and thought a lot. At that time he didn't know who was watching him from behind the mirror, but he was mentally prepared. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, this was the biggest crisis he was facing, but for him, who had been on the run for a year in the Empire, this kind of difficulty was not worth mentioning. So when he saw Xiao Chong, who he hadn't seen for many years, he was slightly startled and accepted the current situation. He smiled and looked at the face of Akiji in his memory. He didn't say hi, but just said long time no see. It seemed that they were still the two orphans who hung out on Donglin Street. One of them had gone to the other's house to eat, while the other had watched the other kill on a rainy night. In short, they had hung out together before. It was just a simple long time no see, as if the middle Xiao Chong had not lived in the police station for a year, and Sulu had not experienced those strange and exciting lives. Unfortunately, the Federation Bureau of Investigation would not give Sulu any chance to sigh. The head of the fourth department looked at this scene in shock. Even he did not expect that Sulu would admit to something like this. From a Federation hero to a wanted criminal, I don't know if you can handle such a difference. After sending the people summoned from Donglin to rest, the director of the fourth department of the Federation Investigation Bureau stood by the window in silence for a long time. He lit a cigarette and took a few shaky puffs. Holding his forehead, he said with endless satisfaction, "I'm only worried that the people of the Federation won't be able to bear it for a while." "I don't understand what you're saying." Sulu narrowed his eyes and stared blankly at the cold coffee in his cup. No one knew what he was thinking. "You've already admitted," the director of the fourth department rushed in front of him angrily and roared, "you're the Donglin orphan, Sulu. Not the fake identity you created." "I've never admitted to anything." Sulu looked at him and said calmly, "I am me. I don't understand the purpose of this ridiculous investigation. What you need the most right now is to be stubborn." After a slight pause, the director of the fourth department loosened his sweat-soaked tie and said with a laugh, "But I hope the court will believe your ridiculous excuse." Not far from Charter Square, there was a quiet street. Green grass lined the sides of the street. On the other side of the slightly rising hill was the gray and white presidential residence. On the opposite side was an independent building. This building did not have a name. Every time Mr. President needed to call a large meeting, he would often choose to hold it on the third floor of this building. "Is there no one who thinks this is a ridiculous show?" How can Su Lu be a wanted criminal? Then how did he get through the layers of the glory of the charter's scanning? The Donglin orphan? I think this is a conspiracy made by some people. In the quiet conference room, General Miles, who was about to retire in a few days, waved his arms angrily. Although he was about to leave the two heavy positions of Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and Commander of the 1st Military Region of the Federation, as the most powerful boss of the federal military in the past 10 years, no one dared to go against his anger directly. This was a special closed-door hearing. Perhaps it was not appropriate to call it a hearing, because it did not involve any judicial process. Because the person being accused was Su Lu, the highest officials of the Federation Investigation Bureau and the Ministry of Justice did not dare to make a decision on their own. Instead, they put this matter on the stage in front of the real big shots. What did the Bureau of Proclamation say? If Colonel Su Lu hid his identity as a wanted criminal, then how did he do it? And most importantly, since the Federation Investigation Bureau insists that Colonel Su Lu is the Donglin orphan with the citizen number DLAS 420500481X, then what is the conclusion of the Federal Central Computer? No one can get away with this. The Bureau of Proclamation refuses to provide any opinion on this matter. The director of the Federation Investigation Bureau glanced nervously at the president and the cabinet members at the front of the room. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, according to the electronic receipt from the director, the reason he gave is, Colonel Su Lu has the authority to prohibit the Bureau of Proclamation from conducting an internal investigation on him. Sitting in the second row, Chui Judong suddenly broke the silence and said, right now, the central computer can only confirm that the chip in Colonel Su Li's body has nothing to do with that Donglin orphan. Hearing these words, especially after understanding the clear attitude of the Bureau of Proclamation, the big shots who participated in this special closed-door hearing fell silent at the same time. They had no reason to question the judgment of the Federal Central Computer, but why would the Federation Investigation Bureau find so much evidence to benefit Su Lu? Why did the people on Clock Tower Street insist that the current hero of the Federation, Su Lu, is the orphan Su Lu from back then? Vice President Xian frowned and looked at the plastic photos in front of him. He looked at the young boy's face in the photos and searched for similarities with the current Colonel Su Lu. He could not help but shake his head and did not say anything. To this moment, everybody, including Chui Judong, still believed that it was the central computer of the Federation that granted Su Lu the super high permissions, which helped him conceal his identity in the capital ring very well. It never occurred to them that he had replaced the chip on the back of his neck, because it was beyond their basic view of the world. President Pabre looked at the photos seriously and questioned, I am very disgusted by this kind of internal investigation. If you believe that Colonel Su Lu is a wanted criminal, you should go through the procedures directly through the Ministry of Justice or the Department of Internal Affairs of the Ministry of Defense. You shouldn't torment the hearing with this kind of vague evidence. The president's tone was very calm, but in the ears of the director of the Federation's Investigation Bureau and many other people, there was obvious anger. We received a real name report, so we have no choice but to investigate. As for the Ministry of Justice, Mr. President, Colonel Su Lu has received 2 highest medals and has the relevant immunity. If we go through the judicial process, you or the Parliament must take away his immunity. Real name report. Yes, Mr. President. The National Security Advisor, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly smiled and replied, there is a West Woods officer who personally went to the Eastern Woods region and participated in the military operation to capture the traitor Feng Yu. A while ago he recognized Colonel Su Lu in the Supreme Court. For the safety of the Federation, this brave West Woods officer did not hesitate to risk the hostility and danger of the public to stand up and testify. The door of the meeting room was slowly pushed open and Colonel Lake walked in. This was Zhong Laohu's most trusted subordinate, the commander of the Special Mecha Brigade of the West Woods military region. After taking off his sunglasses, his expression was indifferent. After the simplest self-introduction, Colonel Lake paused for a moment, put his hands behind his back, and began to describe the military operation many years ago to the important people in the room. He and his team took the ancient bell to Eastern Woods. Their goal was to capture or kill the Federation's most wanted criminal, Feng Yu. Then he met an extremely stubborn young man on the street. How can you be sure that the young man is the current Colonel Su Lu? Someone in the room questioned. If I'm wrong, I'd rather gouge my eyes out, Colonel Lake replied calmly. Colonel Lake replied calmly, it's not easy to mistake someone like Colonel Su Lu. As far as I know, Su Lu has always had a good relationship with the West Woods, so I'm very curious. Why would you stand up and make a real name report? General Miles asked coldly. Colonel Lake saluted and replied in a low voice, "General, I'm a soldier. I must put the Federation's interests first." General Miles laughed at himself and waved his hand in disgust. "I don't believe such mushy words, but I don't have anything else to ask." President Pabre raised his head and slowly looked around the people in the meeting room. When his gaze landed on Vice President Byron on the screen, he paused for a moment. According to the relevant security regulations of the Federation, during wartime, there must be a safe distance between the President and the Vice President of the Federation. In today's sudden closed-door hearing, Vice President Byron, as usual, didn't express his opinion easily. But today his silence made many people who had already guessed something feel a little cold. After a series of questioning of Colonel Lake, the internal hearing temporarily came to an end. The senior member of the Federation Management Committee, Mr. Matt, looked at President Pabre and said sharply, "Mr. President, I think that Colonel Su Lee's immunity should be lifted immediately, and he must be fully and fairly tried. Considering the relationship between Colonel Su Lu and the military, I suggest that this case be fully handled by the Ministry of Justice." Speaking of this, Mr. Matt looked at Defense Minister Zhou Yingxing, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, with a slight sneer and asked, "Minister Zhou, what do you think?" Zhou Yingxing took off his thin metal-rimmed glasses and gently rubbed his eyebrows. He didn't answer Mr. Matt's provocation. Instead, he moved closer to Mr. President's ear and whispered a few words. Chapter 694. After a while, a hint of surprise and shock flashed across President Pabre's tanned face. No one knew what Minister Zhou said next to his ear, but Mr. President's eyebrows furrowed more and more. There were signs that he was going to be angry. Seeing this scene, the high-ranking officials of the Federation in the conference room suddenly tensed up. They looked over there hesitantly, not knowing what was going on. In the tense atmosphere, no one noticed Councilman Matt, who was waiting for the military to be humiliated. Councilman Matt's face was extremely ugly. He angrily protested, "Minister Zhou, can you please show me some respect?" Zhou Yingxing was slightly stunned. He sat up straight in his chair, carefully put the thin metal glasses back on his nose bridge, looked at Councilman Matt politely and then slowly explained, "Mr. Councilman, it's not that I don't respect your words, but there are some changes to the things you just mentioned." Speaking of this, Minister Zhou's voice suddenly became cold. He continued, "The person who testified against Colonel Su Lu, Colonel Lake, because he is involved in a serious criminal case, he will immediately face charges from the Ministry of Justice. The validity of his testimony is very questionable." Within the West Woods military region, which had a good relationship with Su Lu, there was actually a high-ranking officer who took the initiative to testify that he was a wanted criminal of the Federation. Then, before the coffee turned cold, this high-ranking officer was suddenly involved in a serious criminal case. Not everyone in the room could see what was behind this drama, but they were very clear. It was very clear that when one side started to show their power, the federal military, especially the Department of National Defense who was standing behind Su Lu, also started to show their power. As Minister Zhou's voice fell, Mr. President nodded in agreement. The door of the conference room was pushed open again. Under the leadership of Su Songzi, the officer from the Internal Affairs Department of the Department of National Defense walked in front of Colonel Lake expressionlessly and unlocked the handcuffs. Su Songzi took out the electronic legal document and read it out without any change in tone. "Colonel Lake, you are accused of participating in a murder case in the 67th year of the Constitution. You are accused of participating in the 68th year of the Constitution. Slander." In the quiet conference room, Colonel Lake's angry roar burst out. He stared at Minister Zhou and shouted, "I protest. You are persecuting them. Shameless." Senator Mace was so angry that his whole body was shaking. The National Security Advisor frowned deeply. Minister Zhou Yingxing's expression was solemn. He said to the people in the conference room in a deep voice, "Everyone, it's best to hear clearly what the Ministry of Defense is accusing Colonel Lake of, and then decide if your response is appropriate." Hearing this sentence, Colonel Lake thought of something. His body trembled slightly, and he suddenly looked back at the electronic legal document in Su Songzi's hand. His face instantly turned pale. "Colonel Lake, you are accused of illegally stealing secret data from the Bureau of Proclamation in the 69th year of the Constitution. You are accused of illegally stealing and leaking important data of the Federation. You are accused of destroying a Federation Class 1 aircraft. You are charged with endangering public safety by dangerous means. You are charged with violating the Federation's military data regulations. Colonel Lake, Judge Su Songzi closed the electronic document and stared blankly at Colonel Lake, who was tightly handcuffed. She slowly said, "I will accuse you of intending to subvert the Federation. I will accuse you of collaborating with the enemy. I will accuse you of betraying the country. I will accuse you of murdering the commander of the Federation's Westwoods military region, Zhong Shouhu, and his wife, as well as 1372 Federation soldiers on board in the 70th year of the Constitution. I will ask the military court to sentence you to 7 death sentences, to be executed by shooting." The words were not very powerful, but they came out of Judge Su Songzi's mouth slowly and firmly. However, they carried an extremely shocking power. Every time she said a crime, Colonel Lake's face became paler. Until the 3 crimes of collaborating with the enemy, betraying the country, and murder quietly hit him in the chest. They hit him so hard that he was silent, and his eyes wandered in confusion. As for the big shots in the conference room, they were so shocked by the crimes that they could no longer sit still in their chairs. They opened their mouths and slowly stood up. In the end, only a few people could still sit. They knew that these crimes must be supported by very solid evidence. Otherwise, the Ministry of Defense would never choose to suddenly launch an attack at this critical moment. The attack on the ancient bell, the death of the tiger from the West Woods, and the firework. There was actually a conspiracy behind it. That tragic scene was about to be reopened. What kind of price would the murderer hidden in the Federation pay? And what kind of price would the Federation, which urgently needed stability and unity, pay? Colonel Lake, who had become a wax puppet, did not make a single word of defense for these serious charges at the hearing. He tightly pursed his lips and numbly let the military judge of the Ministry of Defense escort him out. Su Songzi lowered her head and glanced at the black sunglasses in her hand. She took a deep breath and drove away the strange feeling in her mind. She saluted to the President and General Myers and lightly walked out. President Pabre stood up and quietly looked at the crowd. He did not say a word and just left the conference room. And this silence represented a very profound meaning. The road where the temporary traffic control was carried out was very empty. Several dark green military vehicles of the Ministry of Defense were quietly parked on the side of the road. At the end of the road, there was an expensive car with its door open. Fatty Tian held Zhong Huoyin's hand and stood motionlessly beside the car, waiting for someone to arrive. The military judge of the Ministry of Defense escorted Colonel Lake out of the back door of the small building. When he walked to the front of Fatty Tian and Zhong Huoyin, he subconsciously stopped. Fatty Tian twisted his plump eyebrows and looked up at the sky unhappily. After a moment of silence, he said, "Why?" Colonel Lake was silent for a long time. Then he raised his head firmly and proudly and answered with a smile, "Of course, it's for the Federation." "Good answer." Fatty Tian narrowed his eyes, like a steamed bun with too much yeast, squeezing out extra cracks. He said softly, "I will go back to the Ministry of Defense with you. You know what I am capable of. There is no possibility of you committing suicide, so don't try to do those unnecessary things." Colonel Lake's face changed slightly. As a trusted subordinate of Commander Zhong for many years, he was very clear about what kind of terrifying means this seemingly harmless fatty in front of him had. It was said that a regiment commander of the Empire had fallen into his hands and actually screamed for 3 days and 3 nights on the battlefield without stopping. He closed his eyes and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He turned to look at Zhong Huoyin and said with great difficulty, "I'm sorry, Mississippi." Chapter 695. An agent from the Federation Bureau of Investigation in a black suit hurriedly ran over from the other end of the corridor. He didn't have time to wipe the sweat off his forehead, nor did he care about the complicated looks of his 2 colleagues at the door. He immediately rushed into the bathroom, took out a roll of soft paper from his pocket, and knocked on the closed door of the cubicle. He panted and said, "I've brought the paper. Do you need anything else?" "No, thank you." A hand reached out from the cubicle, took the roll of paper, and closed the door again. The agent from the Federation Bureau of Investigation finally had time to take off his tie, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and calmed his anxious breathing as he slowly walked out of the bathroom. Hearing the light knocking sound from time to time in the bathroom, the agent guarding the door frowned and asked, "There shouldn't be a problem, right? Don't worry too much." The agent took off his black suit and opened his collar. He shook his head and replied, "If he wanted to escape, how could we stop him?" "Then what was that sound?" The agent crumpled his black suit into a ball and put it under his armpit. He tilted his head and listened carefully for a long time. He said in confusion, "It seems to be a roll of paper hitting the door?" What I don't understand is why the colonel is still used to using a roll of paper in the bathroom, another agent said with a shrug. Sulu sat on the toilet for a long time. The cold white porcelain had warmed up, but his heart was still as cold as ever. There was a famous line that was very suitable to describe his feelings at the moment. What a fucking shit life. Of course there was no shit here. Squinting his eyes, he threw the roll of paper at the door in boredom. Watching it bounce back in a way that didn't conform to the laws of physics, his right hand reached out as fast as lightning. No matter where the roll of paper tried to fly, it couldn't escape from his 5 fingers. The day before yesterday he was a hero of the Federation. Today he was a wanted criminal of the Federation. This difference didn't make him feel too uneasy. What really made his mood worse was that in order to deal with the big shots, he had to expose Colonel Lake in advance. Shi Qinghai was the first to raise questions about the internal affairs of the West Woods Military District. With the help of the central computer, Sulu slowly got closer to the truth and found out the sinister and despicable role played by Colonel Lake. Shocked and angry, Sulu had prepared a battlefield punishment for Colonel Lake in his plan. According to the punishment customs of the army for betrayers, whether Colonel Lake was sentenced to death or life imprisonment, it would probably be a kind of relief. In the plan, Colonel Lake was supposed to be the last one to be exposed. Now that he was exposed ahead of time, even if he was still alive, the rest of the clues would be cut off. Due to the uncertainty of the future, the faint uneasiness of the verdict, and the 2 reasons regarding Colonel Lake, Suli's mood was somewhat low. Treasure fish soup. It's not very accurate to call it soup. The half in your right hand is raw, dipped in mustard sauce, and the other half has fatty skin. We've prepared white soup to simmer. It should taste good. The Federation Investigation Bureau agent in charge of taking care of Suli's daily meals was now dressed in a black suit. He introduced the dishes for lunch in a serious manner. His tone and attire made him look like a waiter in a restaurant. Sulu didn't have much of a reaction. He used the tip of his chopsticks to pick up the thin, translucent piece of fish. He felt the tenderness inside and directly put it in the mustard sauce to wrap it in a big circle. Then he put it in his mouth and chewed until his veins popped out. He was sweating profusely and his eyes were gradually bloodshot. "Do you want some wine?" The agent at the table was shocked by his silent but slightly arrogant expression. He subconsciously murmured, "It should taste good with some highly pure white wine." Sulu shook his head and used the fastest speed to finish the crispy fish slices in front of him. Then he picked up the wash basin-like noodle bowl in front of him and used his long chopsticks to stir the noodles. He quickly stuffed the plain noodles with bright peppers into his mouth and mixed them with the soup. The sound of the noodles slurping filled the entire restaurant. The bowl of noodles was eaten with a sense of heroism. The Federation Investigation Bureau staff stared at the table in a daze. Looking at this important prisoner, they couldn't understand how Colonel Sulu could still have such a good appetite in such a tense situation. Sulu put down the bowl as if he had completed a mission that he had to complete. There was no satisfaction on his face. He suddenly asked, "Have you been on the battlefield?" "No." The Federation Investigation Bureau agent shrugged. He didn't understand why he suddenly asked this question. "I've been on the front lines." Sulu suddenly smiled and looked at him as he said this. The agent thought to himself, the entire Federation knows, and they've all seen how you were on the front lines, so this is a useless question. Sulu seemed to be deep in thought. He frowned and continued, "After the 65th year of the constitutional era, the logistics of the Department of National Defense entered the best period in history. But as you know, on the battlefield, who can guarantee that all the supplies will arrive on time? That's impossible. In the heat of battle, it's very common for food supplies to be cut off. At that time, ammunition is much more important than compressed biscuits." He lowered his head and looked at the few sticky strands of noodles left in the bowl. He looked at the fish head that was just beginning to bleed on the delicate porcelain plate and said, "So when we can eat, we try to fill ourselves up as much as possible. As long as it doesn't affect our movements, we should fill our stomachs with as much as we can. My personal habit is to bring compressed energy bars, but that's another story." He tilted his head slightly. Thinking about that annoying feeling of hunger after every mecha battle, he couldn't help but laugh. There's also the problem of going to the toilet. He looked at the agent and said very seriously, "There are toilets in the base but not on the battlefield. It's even more impossible to have self-cleaning nozzles, Chrysanthemum brand men's personal perfume. It's already good to have a roll of toilet paper. You should know that we often take the uniforms of the Empire's corpses to wipe our butts." The 13th floor once said, The uniforms of the Imperial Expeditionary Forces Snow Armored Brigade are the most comfortable to wipe our butts with. Colonel, what are you trying to say? The agent looked at him curiously. For a young employee like him who had just entered the Federation Investigation Bureau, Sulu in front of him was a legend they worshipped. Even though he was currently under investigation and might become a prisoner, that dizzying sense of legend still existed. So he was very curious as to why Colonel Sulu would be interested in talking about something that seemed completely unrelated after dinner. What I want to say is, war, the battlefield, comrades, troops, the influence these things have on a person. Suli's eyebrows gradually furrowed and he said slowly as if unwilling to recall the past, on the battlefield, the last thing I want to do is count the number of people. Yes, our 17th Division, starting from the old division, is best at eliminating the enemy while escaping. It's called preserving the strength of the living to better attack the Empire's people. But everyone knows that it's because we're afraid of death. But no matter how afraid we are of death, there will always be people who die. You should know that I was in Group 7 at that time. Every time we went out on a mission and counted the number of people, there would be some names but no one would answer. Fuck, this is really unpleasant. You haven't been on the battlefield, so you haven't seen people die so easily. How can it be easy? Well, for example, look at that colleague of yours in front of you. Yes, that Mr. Director of the 4th Department, he just walked out of the elevator. Walking out of the elevator is a very common action, but on the battlefield he's already dead. Why did he die? No one knows. Maybe it's the redundant program of the mine-laying mecha that caused a grenade to be left here. Maybe it's a small mudslide, or maybe it's just a stray bullet. Sulu carefully wiped his lips clean, shrugged, and continued, dying on the battlefield is like going to the toilet. It's a daily occurrence. Going to the toilet and eating are two different things. The young agent looked nervously at his superior who was walking over. He held back his laughter as he retorted, and then stood behind Sulu. Anyway, you guys have seen too few moments of life and death, so you're used to overcomplicating things, Sulu said. Is it very complicated? The director of the 4th Department, whose face was deformed and looked particularly gloomy, slowly walked in front of Sulu and said coldly, I really want to know, what kind of simple principle did you learn from the battlefield? Sulu looked at him quietly and suddenly said, the principle I learned on the battlefield is, other than life and death, everything else in the world is irrelevant. Including learning from traitors being wanted by the Federation, are also irrelevant? The director's slightly raised eyebrows were slightly angry. Sulu put down the napkin, stood up, looked at him and said, if I'm not wrong, you're here to tell me the good news that I can leave. If that's the case, then the things you accused me of are irrelevant. I have to remind you, you're only being released on bail. The director of the 4th Department suppressed the disappointment and anger in his heart and said coldly, we have enough evidence. I believe that in a few days I will see you in the military prison. There's no such possibility. Sulu looked at his face and said calmly. This answer was very simple and clear and even a little unreasonable. Whether he would be sent to the military prison or not was a matter for the court to decide, but his attitude was so direct. Tell the adults behind you. He paused for a moment and said seriously, the principle I just said on the battlefield can actually be said in a different way. Kill me or hurry up and die. Leaving this calm but powerful sentence, Sulu took the military cap from the young agent and carefully put it on. Then he walked out of the building without looking back. Outside the building, there was a line of cars waiting for him, and countless reporters waiting for him. Under the deliberate arrangement of some people, the news media of the Federation had already heard the news. Once this incident was exposed, the entire Federation would fall into an unbelievable state of shock. After that, what kind of complicated emotions would be projected in the eyes of the people who originally saw Sulu as a disciple and a hero? He, who was accused of being wanted by the Federation, was temporarily released on bail and gained a few precious moments of freedom. The important people standing on the other side almost immediately began to destroy all possibilities of his freedom. Chapter 696. The building belonged to the Bureau of Investigation of the Federation. The automatic revolving door on the ground floor was magnificent. Sulu stood behind the door and looked at the falling snowflakes outside the glass. The reporters who were stopped outside the cordon were so excited that their facial features were distorted. They slowly stopped in their tracks and a complicated expression appeared in their eyes. Crawling into the mine, climbing onto the broken car, breathing rapidly the dark walls of the alley and the dirty underground water, he escaped from Dong Lin and came to the capital ring. From then on, he hid his identity as a wanted criminal and lived in silence. However, he never forgot about this matter. For him, The identity of a fugitive and his mentality of isolation had always played a role in places that he did not even notice. For example, at this moment, looking at the emotional reporters outside the door, looking at the cold snowflakes and looking at the Emperor of the Imperium, he actually wanted to retreat. This was not the front line. Gu Shifeng and the other team members were not behind him, and He Lei and the other military officers were not beside him. The world outside the door was shocked, and the sky was filled with snow, but he was alone. I thought about what you said just now. I feel that I should sign up and join the army. The young agent from the Bureau of Investigation of the Federation draped a dark green military coat over his shoulders and said seriously, "But I don't know how to go through this process." Sulu came back to his senses. He lowered his head and fastened the collar of his military coat. He replied seriously, "The Department of Defense has a special recruitment program. A government official with professional skills like yours will be at least a second lieutenant." The young agent smiled gently. He nodded and saluted. He walked to the door and blocked the sensor with his hand, making the expensive revolving door turn. He said to him, "Understood. Take care." Sulu shrugged and walked out. Instantly, snowflakes and coldness hit his face, making him subconsciously tighten his collar. Then, countless dazzling flashes and sharp interrogations suppressed the flying snowflakes and coldness and hit his cheeks violently. He could not help but narrow his eyes. It was not the narrowing of his eyes when he wanted to explode or kill, but the narrowing of his eyes when he wanted to escape. But why did he want to escape? The uncle was the Federation's most wanted criminal. He was a traitor and this was a suspicious matter. So what if he was a wanted criminal of the Federation? Back then, when Colonel Lake, who was wearing sunglasses, pointed a gun at his forehead, he had inexplicably started to flee. He had not done anything wrong. Thinking about that, Sulu frowned and tried to open his eyes. Looking at the dazzling lights in front of him, he took 3 deep breaths and calmly walked forward. Slightly lowering his head, he prepared to say a few words to the dense microphones. He did not want to argue with the reporters, but he wanted to say a few words to the people of the Federation who cared about him. Just as he was about to carry out such a naive response, hundreds of burly men in dark-colored tight-fitting combat suits suddenly appeared out of nowhere. These burly men wearing sunglasses with cold faces controlled the situation as soon as they appeared. They blocked the reporters who were about to go crazy behind them. At the same time, they protected Sulu and quickly left from the side of the stone steps. These burly men's movements were very clean and neat. They looked like professionally trained soldiers. Sulu quickly recognized their identities from the Black Eagle on their epaulets. Naturally, he guessed who arranged this. The Black Eagle Company, one of the 3 major security companies of the Federation, had always been the private property of the Tai family. The spacious black car was as warm as spring. The wind, snow, and noise of the outside world were completely isolated. Under the precise guidance and control of the Black Eagle Company, no media broadcast vehicles of the Federation could keep up with their motorcade. Even the 3 helicopters in the sky responsible for the live broadcast were forced to land under the obstruction of the Black Eagle Company's combat helicopters. It's a big scene. Sulu took off his military coat, looked at the thin young man leaning against the window and said, "Did Madam agree with you doing this?" "Mother didn't agree with many of your methods, but since there was a conspiracy behind the explosion of the ancient bell, she naturally wouldn't allow those people to get rid of you too quickly." Tai Ziyuan was holding a glass of wine with no more than 20 degrees in his hand. He leaned against the window tiredly and looked at him and said, "This has nothing to do with interests, it's only about balance. After all, the old man is old, and the family is counting on you to be able to withstand the pressure of those crazy people in the future." Sulu shrugged and looked at the other corner of the car. Zhou, wearing a red fox fur coat, was leaning against the leather seat. Her black hair was simply tied up, with a plain-colored silk flower braid. It was particularly eye-catching when matched with the flame-like coat. "Be careful of the HTD Bureau," he said. Zhou didn't care about him at all. Her beautiful and charming eyes kept looking out of the window, and the flying snow flashed quickly in her crystal-clear eyes. The atmosphere in the black car was a bit strange. Tai Ziyuan and Zhou had been sitting at opposite ends of the chair, looking out of different windows. They didn't talk, only silence. Because of the past of the Crown Prince's concubine selection, and because of the past of being desk mates in primary school, this strange atmosphere was easy to understand, but Sulu could accept it. After a moment of silence, he said with a smile, "You haven't seen each other for a long time, but you're sitting together because of me. Should I feel honored?" Tai Ziyuan smiled and took a sip of the wine, but Zhou looked at him coldly. Sulu shrugged innocently, looked at the female military judge in the co-pilot seat, and said with a smile, "I heard from lawyer Xiao that you got married last year. Can I find a chance to make up for the wedding gift?" Su Songzi, who had been busy with the relevant judicial procedures, heard this and looked back at him in surprise. Zhou could no longer maintain her current lazy posture. She sat up straight and stared into his eyes in a daze. With a trace of coldness, she murmured, "You're really crazy. Get your facts straight. You're now a fugitive wanted by the president and 30 million Federation coins. You're not the guy in the documentary. You can be taken back to jail at any time, and in the next moment your reputation can be ruined. In the end, you're still worried about how long it's been since I saw that sickly person and worried about what wedding gift." Zhou stared into his eyes in a daze. She became more and more agitated and shouted, "You're an idiot." It turned out that the so-called biting cold strength was the strength of a shrew who didn't swear. Once the woman in red started to swear, then she was just a very beautiful young shrew. Sulu looked at her by the window and smiled. When he thought of this, his heart and body felt very warm. He cast a comforting look at the sickly person, then gently patted her shoulder and said, "It's okay. It's okay." Tai Ziyuan held the wine glass and said with a bitter smile, "You're actually the student of mechanic Yu Feng? He's the most wanted fugitive of the Federation, the most notorious traitor in history. How can this be a small matter? I believe that just today who knows how many people in the Federation will be scared to death by this matter. At least I was scared, and it's obvious that Yuzi was scared too. So the squatting soldiers and the S1 people were all fake. I really don't know how you escaped to the capital ring, and why the Federal Central Computer gave you such high authority." Tai Ziyuan stared at Su Li's eyes and said emotionally, "I'm really stupid, really. Back at Yua University, when you were able to enter the H1 section of the library, I should have guessed your relationship with Professor Jean. Although not many people know his identity, my family does. That's why I'm really stupid, really. I was stupider than you back then. I only found out that his name was Professor Jean after I entered Yua University." Sulu said softly, "Sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you guys, but the identity of a fugitive doesn't sound good." When the convoy returned to Wangdu Apartments, these young people realized that they had underestimated the power of the Federation's media. The usually quiet garden under the youth's apartment was now bustling with noise. More than 10 high-frequency broadcast vans occupied many corners of the public green space. Reporters in formal wear were holding microphones, talking to the station's senior officers while explaining the current situation to the Federation citizens. The convoy's arrival immediately caused a commotion. The reporters changed the camera angles while shouting loudly, "Colonel Sulu has appeared. We really want to know if he really is the student of the traitor Yu Feng, if he really is a fugitive wanted by the Federation, how will he face the cameras and the citizens behind them?" When the news was released, the entire Federation was shocked. The military god, Li Pifu, had personally chosen this person to be his successor. The most respected war hero in the Federation in recent years was actually the most wanted fugitive of the Federation, the student of the traitor mechanic, Yu Feng. Even he himself had always been wanted by the Federation government. In the building of the capital's Special Administrative Region's daily news, a special program was being broadcasted on the screen. Due to pressure from the government, the Federation maintained temporary control over the news channel. However, the other dozens of television stations that belonged to consortiums or purely private companies spared no effort in reporting news related to Sulu. No one even cared about the troops on the front lines who were preparing to return home. Some television stations had already begun to connect with the Donglin region. The frontline reporters took recent photos of Sulu and interviewed many people on Clocktower Street. Those unemployed miners who were as honest and direct as rocks gradually gave many unfavorable memories of Sulu. Reporter Wood, who had half of his butt on the table, shook his head and said, "When I was in school, my teacher once said that news is always stranger than fiction. Today I finally received some degree of proof." Editor Bob lit the coarse tobacco and blew out the match. His expression was calm but deep worry. He wanted to find a deeper political reason from this explosive news, but he found that he lacked first-hand information. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, "The student of a traitor is not necessarily a traitor. This is a very simple principle. I don't understand why the Federation is so agitated. Because this is a topic of discussion. When it comes to things like anti-heroism, many people are easily agitated and even angry." Wood shrugged and rubbed his knees that were still sore. He said, "What do you say in terms of law? The people won't agree. I really want to know how this matter will develop." Editor Bob's gaze pierced through the smoke and fell on the young colonel who had just gotten out of the black car on the TV screen. At this moment, the office door was pushed open and a middle-aged military officer walked in. He looked at the two surprised people and said with a smile, "Hello, I would like to book an interview on behalf of someone. Please forgive me if it's a little abrupt." Reporter would ask doubtfully, "Interview? May I ask who you are?" "Let me introduce myself. I am Han Xiaodong. I am now in charge of the 3 extras of the logistics department of the 1st Military Region," the officer said politely. It sounded like a very ordinary department, but it made Editor Bob stand up in shock. As a senior media person, he certainly knew that the so-called 3 extras were actually a specialized organization in charge of Philadelphia in recent years. The editor took down the coarse tobacco and asked in disbelief, "We want to interview the marshal?" Chapter 697. Snowflakes continued to fall from the lunar eclipse signboard. Wearing a thick black windbreaker, Chief Editor Bob and reporter would rushed out of the door against the wind and snow. Under the astonished gazes of their colleagues, they got into the dark green military vehicle. The military vehicle headed to the military airport in the southern suburbs of the capital. In the car, Wood glanced at the thin cigarette in Bob's mouth and felt the confusion and shock in the other's heart. He shrugged and asked, "Have you seen the military god before?" "Many years ago at the funeral of the old president, I saw him from afar." Chief Editor Bob looked at the rapidly passing snowflakes outside the car window. He frowned deeply and took a deep puff of the cigarette. Suddenly he realized that because he was in a hurry, he took the wrong pack of women's mints. He cursed under his breath and snapped the thin cigarette between his fingers. Subconsciously, he twisted the cigarette into shreds that danced in the air. "You are very nervous." Wood rubbed his sore knees, stared at the shreds of tobacco falling between the chief editor's fingers and said in disbelief, "I never thought that the most famous calm and even cold chief editor of the Federation would be nervous before an interview. You have interviewed 3 presidents before and after. Why do you care about this?" "The president is often interviewed, but the general has not been interviewed since he returned to Philadelphia." Chief Editor Bob waved his fingers and retorted. After a pause, he laughed self-deprecatingly and continued, "Well, this is all fake. I'm just nervous. When I was in the journalism department of Capital University, I interviewed the then Minister of Defense, but what is this?" I still remember that year the Capital Student Union and the Veterans Association jointly held a demonstration. In the end, there was an idiot from the S2 oil mixture laboratory who burned the general's portrait. Oh, at that time the general was not the general but a teacher. Just like Sulu now, he was a war hero and idol that the Federation focused on cultivating. That idiot was angrily beaten into a pig's head by our students and the veteran in the wheelchair. Editor-in-Chief Bob laughed out loud. He didn't care about the shaking of the high-speed vehicle at all. With a trace of reminiscence and a trace of indescribable emotion, he narrowed his eyes and said emotionally, "You don't understand what the marshal means to us people in the 20s and 30s. As a journalist who needs to maintain an independent spirit the most, I shouldn't worship anyone. But just now, when the officer said that we could interview the marshal, I realized that I've been secretly worshiping him since college, like a fanatical groupie." Wood shrugged, took out a Blue River cigarette, lit it and said, "Isn't the whole Federation like this? But have you ever wondered why the general arranged this interview at this time?" Bob slightly frowned and looked out the window at the military airport building and the aircraft hidden in the building that were getting closer and closer. He said, "I also feel that this matter is a bit strange. Maybe it has something to do with what happened to Sulu today." The whistling air blew on the tarmac for 9 days. The powerful driving force drove the high-speed aircraft to instantly tear through the cold winter sky and flew in the direction of Philadelphia. After a short 10 minutes, the 2 famous reporters who only had time to bring simple interview equipment and even forgot to bring professional cameras arrived at the most famous lakeside manor in the Federation. The security measures in the lees of Philadelphia were extremely tight. The direct security forces of the 1st Military Region of the Federation were scattered around the building. The strong elite soldiers vigilantly watched any movement with sharp eyes. Whether it was the silent frogs in the fields or the fish in the pool that became lazier and lazier due to the cold, they could feel a tense atmosphere that was completely different from the past permeating and eroding around the manor. As a fanatical admirer, I have traveled to Philadelphia twice, and I also learned about the structure of the Lee's Manor through periodicals. The winter here is much warmer than the capital, especially this lake. Don't think that the blue water is clear and cold. In fact, it is mixed with a lot of mountain hot springs, and the temperature of the water is very pleasant. Chief Editor Bob and reporter Wood followed Officer Han Xiaodong and received a strict security check. They walked into the manor, and the tense scene they saw along the way made them feel inexplicably nervous. In order to dispel this uneasiness, the chief editor began to explain everything to Wood in a hoarse voice. "Please come in, I won't accompany you. When you come out, I will wait for you outside." Han Xiaodong took the two reporters to a house and left with a smile. Before he left, he explained, "The room behind the door is temporarily within the scope of the Federation's data confidentiality regulations. I don't have the authority to enter." "What kind of secret is inside?" Bob and Wood looked doubtfully at the closed wooden door in front of them. In front of them was a smooth, dark and expensive wood floor. They hesitated whether they should step on it. After all, this was the best, most persistent and most daring news partner in the Federation. In the end, they stepped on it and slowly opened the door with unprecedented nervousness. There was no warped metal mecha full of interstellar sci-fi flavor, and there were no countless big shots whispering to each other about space strategies. There was only one room behind the door. In an empty room there was a bed at the end of the room. The bed was covered with a thick but soft and comfortable bedding. A thin, haggard and tired old man was lying in the middle of the bedding that was spread out like clouds. The dark brown spots were particularly eye-catching on the loose skin of the old man's face. The old man's eyes were tightly closed, and the corners of his pale lips drooped weakly. Perhaps it was because he had used too much energy on the battlefield, but the old man looked so tired. He was so tired that he didn't know if he had fallen asleep or if he had fallen asleep forever. More than a dozen extremely thin medical data lines were connected from the old man's shriveled body, and then they went around the head of the bed and into the space next door. There was a huge glass about 3 meters high that separated this empty room from the space next door. On the other side of the glass, there were more than a dozen of the Federation's most sophisticated and advanced medical equipment, more than a dozen of the Federation's most outstanding medical professors, and more than a dozen of the most important generals in the military. They were busy looking at the data and tracking the physiological indicators. They were helpless, angry and roaring in despair. The soundproofing effect of the glass was very good. Bob and Wood could see the very familiar twisted and gloomy faces of those military bigshots. They could vaguely guess the meaning of their actions, but they couldn't hear any sound. This scene was like an absurd mime show. But the problem was, who in this universe could invite so many high-ranking generals of the Federation to be actors? Understanding something, Bob and Wood couldn't help but breathe rapidly. Holding the recording pen tightly, they stared blankly at the thin and old body on the bed. They didn't know what to do. They knew very well that everything they saw was definitely history, and it was probably a point in history that would never be forgotten. As long as the Federation still existed, this scene would be recorded in the Federation's textbooks forever. As news reporters, it was the greatest honor to be able to appear at the scene of history, let alone this kind of history. But in the hearts of these two outstanding news reporters, there was not a trace of professional excitement, nor a trace of expectation. There was only endless nervousness, frustration, and fear. "Sit, this is a one-way glass, but it's only one way for me. I don't like to lie here naked for them to observe. Although they are doctors, I'm not the great teacher of the Empire." At this moment, a hoarse and low voice suddenly sounded in the empty room. The thin old man on the bed suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the two reporters at the door and said, "I like to see them busy in there. Feels like I'm back in the old battlefield. When I first joined the army, I liked to see those weak medical officers carrying healing pods and running, hee." 2 sofas were prepared at the foot of the bed, and fruits and brewed green tea were placed on the coffee table. Next to the glass ashtray, there were 2 boxes of white box ginseng that were specially provided in the army. Bob and Wood didn't react for a moment. They stared blankly at the old military god on the bed. After a long time, they said hello in a panic and then stumbled to sit on the comfortable sofa. "I'm very happy that you agreed to come for this interview," Li Pifu, who was half leaning on the bed, said gently. The old man's hoarse voice had a strange sound of rubbing stones. It was still firm and powerful, but it was also a little scary. Wiping the beads of sweat on his forehead, Chief Editor Bob took a series of deep breaths, stabilized his mood with a strong sense of professionalism, and answered seriously, "Marshal, this is the biggest honor since I started working, and even since the founding of the Capital Special District daily newspaper." This was true. From this scene, a certain inference could be drawn. The interview that was about to begin might be the last interview in the life of the living legend on the bed. Bob and Wood were very grateful to be able to participate in this. Since it's an interview, I think it's necessary to introduce myself first. The thin old man said slowly. The light in the ward was very bright, and there was no sense of sadness at all. It was just like his legendary life, magnificent from beginning to end. Bob squinted his eyes and took out his favorite pen and paper. Wood gently turned on the recording pen and listened carefully to the hoarse voice coming from the bed. My name is Lee Pifu and I was born in Philadelphia. I've worked 3 jobs in my life. Before the age of 12, when I was practicing in the self-cultivation hall, I worked as a part-time cleaner. Later, when I was 14, I worked for a short period of time as a lawn mower in Philadelphia's East Court Square. Later I joined the army. Since then, I've been a soldier for the past few decades and haven't done anything else. When I first joined the army, my squad leader fell to his death during a drill. The superiors were very angry and I don't know why they chose me, a new recruit, to take over the position of squad leader. From squad leader to platoon leader, then to company commander, battalion commander, regiment commander, and division commander. In the end, I was promoted very quickly in the army. I've never been a deputy, nor have I been a brigade commander or an army commander. Speaking of only having worked 3 jobs 10 years ago after I retired, I wanted to continue cutting grass in the East Court Square, but I was rejected by the government in the name of safety. As a veteran, I'm very dissatisfied with this. Chief Editor Bob stopped recording and looked up at the army god on the bed who was immersed in his memories. He thought with some uneasiness and sadness. Compared to Sue Lee's incident, this was a real news event, a news event that would make the whole universe sad. Chapter 698. Wangdu Youth Apartment, the core area of the news event, was surrounded by countless news media. Cameras and microphones like long guns and cannons were held in the hands of the reporters, showing off everywhere. According to the latest information from Blackhawk Security Company, several apartment buildings across the street from the youth apartment had even been rented by several major TV stations. There were already sophisticated cameras aimed at Sue Lee's room and began to take photos without stopping. With the wide sunglasses on his nose, Sue Lu, who got out of the car, had no expression on his face. The equally indifferent Zhou Yu looked through the dark brown lenses at the green space trampled by the reporters. Thinking of the happy pregnant life in the apartment back then, she couldn't help but curse in her heart. Colonel Sulu, do you have anything to explain about the accusation of the Federation Bureau of Investigation? Colonel Sulu, are you really from Donglin? Look here. Colonel Sulu. The nervous and excited reporters were like a tide beating the security personnel of Blackhawk Security Company. Sulu quickly walked into the building. The neighbor's little girl who was squeezed behind the crowd saw him and excitedly raised her arm to greet him, but was stopped by her mother. The mother looked at Sulu embarrassedly and smiled. Sulu couldn't help but smile back to show that he understood. They finally got rid of the reporters and rushed into the elevator. However, they did not expect that there was a male reporter who looked more symbolic quietly lying in ambush in the elevator. He quietly put the microphone under Sue Lee's chin. Colonel Sulu, I'm a reporter from Gangdu Financial Times. The reporter excitedly wiped his sweat and looked at him and asked, do you have anything to explain about your relationship with the trader you phone? Do you have any comments about the trader you phone? The trader you phone. The elevator was very quiet. Only the reporter's seemingly normal but in fact extremely vicious questions could be heard. Sue Lee's face was expressionless as he focused on the floor lights. Listening to the slight friction of the mechanical springs, Zhou couldn't help but take off her sunglasses. Her beautiful and charming eyebrows gradually furrowed. The fragile human body kept colliding with the hard walls of the elevator. The whistling sound of the punches was accompanied by the painful cries of the reporter, such as cliché words like hindering the freedom of the press. However, the beating did not end until the reporter was bruised and swollen like an injured girl, hugging his head and crying in the corner, no longer daring to say anything. Waving her hand to stop the beating of the Blackhawk security personnel, Zhou slightly lowered her eyes and looked at the reporter at her feet without a trace of emotion. She said, you should know me, so don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I will report to the police that a reporter tried to molest me. The reporter from Gangdu Financial Times suddenly froze and looked at the beautiful woman in red who walked out of the elevator in fear. He couldn't get up for a long time. Media reporters were best at sniffing out the wind and then following the will of society to beat the dog when it was down. That was why he dared to interview Sue Lu so arrogantly at close range. However, he was very afraid. What would happen if he molested the daughter of the Minister of Defense? In the apartment with the curtains closed, there was a fierce and tense discussion. Everyone had different opinions about the accusations against Sue Lu, But they all agreed on one point, that this incident would bring an irreversible blow to Su Lu. The case itself is not a problem. Su Songzi calmly looked at the case file and said, Su Lu, whose citizen number starts with DL, did not leave a biological marker, so we don't have to worry about the prosecution bringing up a biological marker comparison. Su Lu stood silently by the window, lifted a corner of the curtain and looked at the carnival of news media downstairs. He didn't know why, but his mood became unusually calm. From Su Songzi's words, he could clearly feel that people had already determined that he was the Donglin orphan fugitive, but it was not convenient to say it out loud. Don't worry about this, we can completely reject the application for a biological marker comparison. Sitting on the sofa, lawyer, he stared at the screen on the workbench with a serious expression and said, they won't be stupid enough to let the Internal Affairs Department of the Ministry of Defense lead the case. They will definitely use the District Procurator Office. Colonel Su Lu is an active soldier, so his identity is very convenient. And the Bureau of Proclamation is not willing to provide any evidence for this accusation. Su Songzi spread his arms somewhat curiously, looked at Su Lu by the window and continued, that is to say, the prosecution can't find any evidence at all, except for the testimony of the residents of Donglin's Zhonglo Street. But the problem is that the testimony of these witnesses is not absolutely valid. Tai Ziyuan's identity was special, so he quietly left halfway. Lawyer, he quietly joined the crowd, listened to Su Songzi's words and nodded. There can't be a jury, absolutely not. The testimony of these witnesses is useless. Lawyer, he raised his head and said with a smile, appearance, voice, anything, we can give an explanation. Coincidence, all of this is a coincidence. Will anyone believe it? The law will. Let's take 10,000 steps back, even if the prosecution can convince the court to believe their accusation. After a long silence, Su Songzi looked at Su Lu and said, not to mention that you are just a wanted criminal, even if you were a murderer, according to your contributions to the Federation, according to Mr. President's character, he will pardon you. Su Lu, who had been silent all this time, turned around, his back against the light blue curtain, his thick eyebrows slightly knitted, and said self-deprecatingly, no matter what the court's verdict, no matter whether the president will pardon me or not, I am now a wanted criminal, a student of a traitor. Then, secretly, I may also be a traitor. I don't study psychology, but I know this. There was a deathly silence in the youth apartment. Including the custody of little Watermelon, the lawsuit of the Zhong family, and today's matter. Thank you for your arrangement. Without you, things would have become more troublesome. Su Lu held the phone with his head tilted, his hands moving like a phantom as he cut the fish fillets at a high speed. He thanked Tai Ziyuan seriously on the other end of the phone. I have to admit that you do have a natural leadership talent in coordinating the overall situation. But according to the current situation, by the day you become the president, I may have already been driven to some remote place in the countryside. Yes, I will be a farmer with Gao Lu's father. The worst result is that Mr. Pabre will pardon you. Tai Ziyuan's calm analysis came from the other end of the phone. If this is really the case, then you can't be a farmer. Mr. Pabre is the president, not the former emperor. If he wants to pardon you, he must make concessions in other aspects. Su Lu tilted his head, the knife in his right hand subconsciously stopped. He narrowed his eyes at the pieces of red fish on the chopping board and asked, some things are crimes, not politics. We can't make concessions. You are talking about the attack on the ancient bell. In your opinion, it is murder. But don't forget that for most people in the Federation, except for the people in the West Woods, Zhong Laohu's death or sacrifice at that time is a matter of universal celebration. Everyone can benefit from his death. It has only been more than a year since the explosion of the ancient bell, but it is actually a long time. It is enough for people to forget a lot of things. People like this kind of violence that most people secretly look forward to. People enjoy the consequences and hope to forget the process. What you are doing now is to remind people of this incident. Tai Ziyuan's voice sounded particularly cold and sharp on the other end of the phone. This is a very dangerous thing. Even the president of the Federation can't go against the entire Federation. Look at your situation now. You just tried to get involved in this matter, and there are countless shadows standing in the dark corners reaching out and messing with you. They want to ruin your reputation now, and you are going to ruin it soon. Tai Ziyuan said in a low voice on the other end of the phone, if you don't take a step back, they will kill you, and I believe you will die soon. The people who can kill me haven't been born yet. I can easily find those guys standing in the dark corners, so they should be afraid of me. Su Li's right hand moved again. He used the sharp knife to cut the fish on the chopping board and answered softly, If they really push me too far, some things can just be done again. It's not that difficult. Such a cliché, simple and prideful self-awareness, coming from the mouth of this small-eyed man, sounded so natural and abnormally valiant. This violent force made Tai Ziyuan on the other end of the phone fall into silence. Sulu placed the 5mm thick hand-cut fish meat on a porcelain plate, paired with fresh lettuce leaves, and drizzled with fresh cream sauce that could be found everywhere in the market. Satisfied, he washed his hands and pulled out a toolbox with a password lock from the sink. The toolbox opened, and a bright metallic color with a chilling murderous intent rushed out. Sulu carefully examined these guns for a few seconds, then began to quickly and silently assemble them. He had an extraordinary talent for mechanical work, and he also received special training from Bai Yulan, so it didn't take him long to make a complete set of cold guns appear on the kitchen floor. These guns were prepared for the assassination a few years ago, but at that time, Secretary Bai stole too much ammunition from Whitewater, so she hid some in both of their houses. The phone that was placed next to the sink rang. Sulu put it next to his ear and asked, "What now?" "I heard the sound." Tai Ziyuan angrily reprimanded on the other end of the phone. "What are you going to do? Fight? This is the Capital Special District, not the Empire and not the front line. Those guys over there are not going to fight and you are going to kill them? Who are you going to kill? How are you going to kill them? You want to clean up the Federation government by yourself? You think you are a god? Even if a narcissistic butcher like you thinks you can do it, what will happen after you clean up? Don't forget we are still at war with the Empire. Those people are not Macklin and you are not the guy who has nothing, so you are not afraid of anything. Think about the frontline troops, think about the president who has high hopes for you, think about the old man who gave up his old face to shake hands with you in front of the whole universe. Then what do you think I should do now?" Sulu angrily said into the phone, "With the current situation, even if the president pardons me, do you think I can still go back to the 17th Division? Do you think I can still lead the secret investigation of the ancient bell? Tai Ziyuan, no matter what the court decides in the end, I am a wanted criminal, a fugitive, and a student who committed treason. No one can change this." He looked at the guns by his feet and after a moment of silence he said, "I am already stinking on the streets." Chapter 699. You stink the streets like a pile of dog shit, so you're angry? You picked up a gun and prepared to kill. Colonel Sulu, I need to remind you to calm down or to be more clear-headed. How many years have you been a Federation hero? Why, now that you've suddenly become a fugitive, do you feel embarrassed? Tai Ziyuan mercilessly mocked him over the phone. You can't stand being scolded and you feel that you're very smelly. In people's impression, you're a cold and hard rock that can't be persuaded by force or persuasion. Why have you become so sensitive now? Is it because of that documentary and those medals that you've almost forgotten your surname? Yes, I do like the feeling of being a hero. Sulu raised his dark eyebrows and said loudly into the phone, I'm just a normal person. Who the fuck would rather be a fugitive than a hero? I was nervous when the flashing lights shone on me, but I was secretly happy. I didn't watch it on TV, but I was happy too. What? I braced myself and did all those stupid things. Can't I be a hero? And the result? The result? I'm not even a fart. I'm still that fucking orphan on Donglin Street. That little fugitive with a dusty face. Do you know what the fucking worst thing is? The most fucking worst thing is that the fugitive uncle that you always thought was carrying a blood feud is actually a fucking traitor. Then what am I? A little traitor? Sulu laughed nervously and then cursed softly. The two ends of the phone fell into a long silence. Only when the automatic water heater in the kitchen sounded a warning did the two young men wake up with a start. All right, I'll pretend that I can understand your current state of mind. Even at this moment, Tai Ziyuan still maintained the reserved and condescending attitude of the crown prince of the Tai family. But you have to calm down immediately and put away those guns. You have to admit that the situation now is different from before. At that time, Macklin was already preparing to escape, but now your enemy obviously has no intention of escaping. This means that you still have a lot of time to make a decision. At this time, Sulu had already calmed down. He quietly listened to Tai Ziyuan's analysis. He sighed and said, I understand. Very good. Tai Ziyuan said, you don't have to worry about the legal issues. I'm thinking of asking those old people from the Institute of Justice to come forward and write something about the time limit of the arrest warrant. If this can be done beautifully, then the prosecution won't be able to do anything. As for the reaction of the media and the public, I have also made arrangements. I will choose the right time to release the news that Colonel Lake is suspected of murdering Commander Zhong. In this way, the accusations against you will naturally be weakened. Sulu listened silently. He knew in his heart that if the lady in the back mountain of Macho was really willing to help him, then the current situation he was facing would definitely be effectively resolved. Thank you, he said seriously. You should thank me, Tai Ziyuan replied. After hanging up the phone, Sulu was in a daze for a while. Then he kicked the box full of guns back into the sink. When he looked up, he saw that Zhou had walked into the kitchen without him noticing. At this time, she was holding a metal fork and tasting fresh mulberry fish slices with sauce with relish. You really have the confidence to use this box of guns to clean out the Federation government? Zhou used her index finger to lift the floating hair on her cheek. She carefully chewed the sweet and tender fish meat and vaguely joked, I know that sometimes you are very confident and arrogant, but I really didn't expect that after staying in the Empire for more than a year, you would be so arrogant to this extent. Sulu smiled and didn't say anything. He cracked 4 fake eggs into the metal bowl, poured in cornflour, and began to stir vigorously. The pale yellow egg juice spun faster and faster in front of his eyes, gradually drowning the image in his eyes. It was the highest level accurate map of the Federation. 4 locations were marked on it, representing the Vice President Byron and several other important people in the government. With the help of the Federal Central Computer, Sulu believed that if he risked his head, he might really have a chance to clean out the Federation government. After a simple dinner, under the dazzling light of the camera outside the building, Sulu began to squint his eyes and watch TV. Zhou had returned to the Shishan compound, the lawyers had returned to their respective homes, and the security personnel of Blackhawk were all outside. He was the only one sitting alone on the sofa looking at the complicated expressions of the news anchors on the screen, the residents of Donglin who were being interviewed, the gloomy expression of the Federation Bureau of Investigation who warned the public, and the guests who worriedly mentioned how when a Federation hero was involved with a traitor, what kind of impact would it have on the security of the Federation. He was a little tired, and a little unwilling. At this time he unexpectedly received a call from Zhang Xiaoming. Since they parted ways at the Lufeng Slope Club, the two hadn't seen each other for a long time. The scene of the conflict between the old lovers on the terrace seemed to have made the young man and woman feel relieved about each other's first love. But in fact, who could be relieved, so they rarely contacted each other until now. I've been to the S2 cemetery. I heard that you and Shi Qinghai both went there the next day? It's a pity that we didn't meet. I know that you're in charge of some work now. Pay attention to your safety. Because the phone could be easily monitored, Sulu explained that Zhang Xiaoming was in charge of the intelligence work of Green Dragon Mountain. He frowned and said, Green Dragon Mountain is increasingly marginalized. I'm worried that your committee will go crazy. I saw the news. Zhang Xiaoming was silent for a long time on the other end of the phone. Maybe she pushed her black-rimmed glasses, or she gently pinched the devil horn hidden in the drawer. At that time in school, I always felt that I carried a lot of secrets and a lot of pressure, so I had enough reasons to convince myself that some things were not the most important. Only now do I know that you, a quiet but optimistic auditing student, were actually also bearing such a huge amount of pressure. I was carrying it so I could hurt you. You were carrying it, but I still hurt you. Zhang Xiaoming's voice was a little sad and a little muffled. Everyone in the Federation who saw the news today will have their own thoughts. But I only saw you who needed warmth the most and ended up being cold to me. I'm a little regretful. Sulu held the phone and was silent for a long time. His body was straight as if he was standing right in front of her. Suddenly he smiled and said gently, Dear, we're still young. It's not too late to regret. Later in the night, Jian Shui sent a video message. The federal forces that had invaded the mainland of the Empire were carrying out battlefield rotation work. The Iron 7th Division and the new 17th Division, the two units that had taken on the most important tasks in the first phase of the war, were ordered to return to the capital ring to rest and reorganize. Jian Shui, the Federal Fleet's Airborne Brigade, was also resting and reorganizing. The former national idol, now a beautiful female officer, was on the long journey home. Before today, only a few people in the Federation knew about Su Li's secret. The old man, Lady Tai, and of course Jian Shui, as the uncle's biological daughter, was the one who knew the story the best. In the video message, Jian Shui, whose beautiful face had 2 traces of oil stains, looked particularly attractive. She did not comfort Sulu. Instead, she joked about the rapid decline of his reputation with a calm and amused attitude. At the end of the message, she inconspicuously mentioned what would happen if she were in his shoes. After watching the video, Sulu could not help but frown and laugh self-deprecatingly. Thinking about the chaos of the day, he realized that there was indeed something wrong with his response. Why was he still so angry when he was mentally prepared for this? Thinking about Jian Shui, if one day the Federation's media suddenly exposed that she was the biological daughter of the traitor Yu Feng, and that half of her blood was from the Empire, what kind of terrifying situation would that be? After another half an hour, Li Xiaodong's call finally came. Sulu knew that under the current situation, this seventh young master would need to think about how long to think before he called him. However, since the phone rang and he heard the other party's comforting voice, Sulu felt good and warm. In the darkest moment of the night, he leaned against the sofa and pretended to be asleep. The phone in his right hand rang again. The voice of the man on the other end was soft and exceptionally peaceful. "Boss, I saw the news. I thought you would call even earlier." Sulu lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. "How can I have time to watch TV now? I only occasionally glance at it when I get up and change my diaper." Bai Yulan said softly on the other end of the phone, "This seems to be a bit troublesome. If there's anything, just say the word." He did not care whether Sulu was a fugitive, a murderer, a rapist or any other criminal. He believed that the members of Group 7 would not care either. They only cared about how someone was causing trouble and how they should deal with it. Su Li's fingers, which were holding the cigarette, froze in mid-air. He recalled Lao Bai's parting words at the meadow in the Empire. Lao Bai had quit smoking in order to have children. It turned out that he already had children. That's right, as long as he spoke, that sissy would definitely throw the diapers against the wall and charge at him with a gun in both hands. "It's not troublesome, it's easy to deal with," he said with a smile. "I'll deal with it beautifully." That was a lie. The situation that Sulu was facing was already hopeless. There was an unknown danger in the bleak future. He did not know that more than 1,000 kilometers away in Philadelphia, there was an amazing old man who was telling him the truth and helping him deal with some things in a hoarse voice. Chief Editor Bob took a big puff of the white box 37 that was specially provided by the military. His eyes were a little red from the smoke. He was very clear that this so-called exclusive interview was, in fact, the last and most sacred record, so he recorded it very seriously. The small pencil with a retro and luxurious taste moved quickly on the plant fiber paper, recording the most vivid and shocking history. Listening to the military god on the sickbed talk about his magnificent life with his own ears, he felt a lot of hot blood rush into his brain, but in the end, it was frozen into ice by the few simple words of the old man. The cigarette in Wood's mouth had burned to the filter, but he did not react at all. He looked at the old man on the bed in shock and said in panic, "I don't believe it. That traitor. How could he be your brother?" Bob took a big puff of the cigarette and choked on it. Chapter 700. After a long time, Chief Editor Bob finally managed to control his coughing. His face was red, and his fingers trembled slightly as he crushed the remaining half of the cigarette into the ashtray. He said hoarsely, "Marshal, if you insist on putting this story in, I refuse to publish it. At least I refuse to publish it." The old man on the bed had reached the weakest period of his life. There should not be any smoke in the room, but Bob and Wood still could not hold back. They tore open the white box and began to smoke one cigarette after another as if they were burning their spirit. The so-called final interview was for the old man on the bed to write a description of the military flag that covered the heavy black coffin. The two reporters could not bear the heavy burden of responsibility, especially after hearing this story. This kind of thing had political risks, but for Bob he rarely thought about such things. Otherwise, he would not have made such a strong accusation against Senator Macklin. However, he had to consider his own feelings. His feelings did not allow him to write about the abnormally dark things in the old man's final interview. Li Pifu half leaned against the headboard tiredly. The dark brown spots on his face did not have much luster, like plants that were severely dehydrated. It gave people the feeling that they would turn into dust and be blown away by the wind at any moment. However, the old man's face always had a calm smile. He had probably already seen through matters between life and death, and had seen through things that were beyond life and death. He looked at the two reporters and said gently with a smile, "The Special District Daily News is a newspaper that can barely be read in the Federation. You two are good reporters." Bob and Wood changed their sitting positions at the same time. It was inevitable that they would feel proud to be praised by the war god, but it was also inevitable that they would feel nervous. "Isn't the responsibility of a good reporter to write about the story?" The old man laughed. His hoarse and hollow voice echoed in the quiet room, disturbing the smoke that filled the room. The most famous mechanic who committed treason in the Federation's 37th constitutional history. He is indeed my blood brother. Why can't I write this down? Bob leaned to the left of the chair and rested his chin on his 2 fingers. After a long silence, he suddenly said, "You insist on recording this matter that no one knows about. Is it because you want to share the burden of Colonel Sulu?" The old man's hand, which was as old as the dry roots of a tree, rested on the snow-white bedding quietly. He could barely feel the flow of life in his veins. The old man smiled and replied softly, "I've been given too much honor by the people of the Federation in my life, but I've been hiding many things from them. When I'm about to die, I always feel that I owe them something. Besides that, there's also the reason that you've guessed. A young man as good as Sulu shouldn't be burdened by the vulgar stories of the seniors. The Federation needs him. No, to be more precise, you will need him very much in the future. So, you're willing to pour dirty water on yourself to reduce the degree of distrust the entire Federation has for Colonel Sulu?" Bob raised the pencil in his right hand and looked at the old man on the bed seriously. Intense coughs burst out from the old body at the head of the bed, like a 1,000-year-old clock that was blown by the wind of time and hummed non-stop. The old man raised his arm with difficulty and wiped away the white foam on his lips. He continued, "I just want the Federation to understand one thing. The brother of a traitor is not necessarily a traitor. Then, as the student of a traitor, Sulu is naturally not a traitor. But if the people become even more furious and fanatical because of this story and even vent their anger on Colonel Sulu, won't your wish be realized?" "I believe that the people of the Federation will believe me," the old man said. 2 simple words of "believe" represented the decades of history between him and this space zone that no one dared to doubt. Bob was stunned for a moment. Then, he nodded slightly and stared at the pencil in his hand for a long time. Then, he raised his head and said seriously, "I promise you that I will include every word of your story and your brother's story in the interview." "Thank you. Lord Marshal, regarding this interview, can you include some things that the people are very interested in?" Chief Editor Bob lit up another white box of Sanchi and put the small square notebook on his knees. He asked, "For example, your hobbies, your personality, your retirement life, when were you the happiest and the saddest in all these years?" You must know that for decades, the Federation's press has never dug up this part of the content. Tens of billions of people in East Forest, West Forest, and Upper Forest have been curious about it for their entire lives. Me. I'm a boring guy who has nothing to write about. The old man rubbed his chest and laughed hoarsely. And I have a very bad temper. Just like right now, when I see you smoking and remember that I haven't smoked a single cigarette in 10 years, I feel extremely angry. Chief Editor Bob smiled, but he did not give up the rare opportunity to ask a question from an excellent news follower who had turned into an admirer. He asked curiously, "What is the most profound memory of your life? Is it the moment when you drove an M37 and killed the Emperor of the Empire?" "Of course not." Li Pifu narrowed his eyes and looked at the smoke floating in the air. He said, "That was just a battle, no different in essence from the countless battles I have participated in my life." The old man slowly lowered his head and looked at the 2 people who were constantly taking notes. His white eyebrows suddenly raised and he said hoarsely, "The most profound memory of my life was in the Empire. When I held the baby in front of me, the wind just happened to disperse the smoke, and the sun came in and shone directly on the little girl's face. She was beautiful and weak, like a flower that had just opened its petals." "Then what was the happiest moment?" Bob looked at the old man curiously and continued to ask, "Was it the final victory of the Second World War, or the day you took off the marshal's uniform and officially retired? The Federation's marshal is a job that can't be happy at all." The old man rubbed his loose cheeks and said with deep regret, "I thought I would be happy when I retired, but in the end I can't be happy. I just said that the medical team won't let you smoke, the security team won't let you mow the lawn, and the publicity team won't let you go to the casino. A retired marshal is still a marshal. It's not natural. Maybe in the future I will be free forever." A self-deprecating smile appeared on the old face as the god of war Li Pifu said in a low voice. It was like he was talking to himself, but it was also like some kind of hypnotic spell. Gradually his eyes closed. The alarm sounded and the glass wall on the side suddenly closed. The medical experts with serious expressions held the physiological data screen and rushed over at high speed. The senior military generals who reacted slower widened their eyes. The director of the Army General Hospital who reacted the fastest rushed to the bedside with a face full of horror. He subconsciously reached out his hand to touch the old man's neck. At this moment, the old and tired eyes suddenly opened. After a flash of light, it was full of calmness and faint mockery. The people who rushed into the ward were instantly stunned. The director of the Army General Hospital nervously scratched his head, looked at the normal lines on the surveillance equipment and laughed foolishly. Did you see that? Although I, the marshal, am about to die, I am still under their control. Li Pifu looked at the two dumbfounded reporters and said with a smile, "They are the best at using all kinds of lies to deceive me. They clearly said that it was a one-way surveillance and that they were looking at me, but in the end, they have been watching me the entire time, and they have to pretend that they are not looking at me. It's really hard." Bob and Wood looked at each other, patted their chests and stiffly sat back in their chairs. They felt that their mouths were dry, so they quickly took 2 big gulps of water. "Sir, if we don't do a comprehensive surveillance, how do we know if you are asleep or—" The director of the Army General Hospital was the medical officer of the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Regiment of the 17th Division on the battlefield. He naturally saw that Li Pifu was different from the others, so he shrugged and replied. His tone was not very nervous. "Bullshit." Li Pifu sternly scolded, then turned his head to look at Bob. He raised his right hand, separated his index finger and middle finger, coughed twice, and pretended to be calm and said, "Give me a cigarette." The rest of the medical staff returned to their positions. When Chief Editor Bob heard this request, he was stunned. He naturally looked at the big boss of the medical field of the Federation for help. The director looked at the calm face of the old man on the bed mixed with a trace of pleading. He didn't know why, but he felt like his heart was being cut by a sharp knife. He didn't dare to look at him again. He swallowed his sigh, forced a smile, and walked out of the ward with half of his body. Wood quickly stood up and walked to the bedside as quickly as possible without making any noise. He took out a cigarette and carefully put it between the dry lips of the old man. Then he held a metal windproof lighter with both hands and lit it with a snap. Wood didn't know whether it was because he was so close to the old man or because of some other reason, but he was very nervous when he lit the cigarette. His fingers, wrist, and even his whole body were slightly trembling. Li Pifu seriously took a puff of the cigarette. He frowned for a moment, as if he was trying to distinguish the difference between this puff of smoke and the smoke on the battlefield 10 years ago. In the end, the old man gave up and said with a smile, "Thank you." Then a light flashed in the old man's eyes. He said in a hoarse voice, "Cigarettes seem to really help humans think. I suddenly remember when I was happiest in my life." Bob listened carefully and took notes. It was in the Empire. That year, the transport ship was ambushed by the Empire's fleet. The 17th Division was forced to land on an Empire administrative planet. According to the intelligence, the 2 most powerful armored brigades of the Empire's royal family were stationed on the surface of the Northeast Star System. The guys who fought the Yellow Flag. I didn't know how many of my young men would die, so I was in a bad mood. But when I came in contact with them, I realized the 17th Division was really lucky. The old man on the bed narrowed his eyes. He was full of smiles, but he was also very sarcastic. There were no Imperial brigades on that planet. There were only 100,000 native troops stationed there. They were the famous 3rd Division of Lin who played in the mud in the Northeast Star System. What makes people happiest? Of course it's when you thought you were in a desperate situation, but you realized that the heavens took pity on you and made you meet a bunch of idiots. Chapter 701. Teleporting from the snow-filled Capital Special District to Philadelphia, where there were hot springs, to conduct the last interview of the Federation's God of War. Even for people like Bob and Wood, who had personally witnessed countless major events in the Federation, it was very abrupt and shocking. And the interview also ended very suddenly. The weak old man on the bed finished smoking a cigarette, said thank you, and then said goodbye. The 2 of them were politely asked to leave the room. Standing in the shadow of the locust tree in the courtyard, looking up at the moon in the sky and feeling the slightly cold wind blowing in their faces, Bob and Wood continued to be in a daze. Then they lit up their cigarettes almost at the same time. They had smoked too many cigarettes tonight, so their mouths were full of bitterness. 2 lieutenant colonels of the Ministry of National Defense's Publicity Department had been waiting in the courtyard and had a conversation with the 2 reporters. Then the news director of the presidential residence, who had just arrived in Philadelphia on flight number 1, also came forward nervously, lowered his voice, and asked about the relevant situation. He also asked for a review in advance. Chief Editor Bob did not hesitate to reject the request of the news director of the presidential residence. With his current status in the Federation's news industry, plus his good personal relationship with President Pabre, and more importantly, he had adhered to the professional code of conduct for half of his life, this kind of rejection was natural. Although I believe that the Federation's people's respect for the general will not be shaken by this interview, as the author, we are very likely to be glared at by the public. Wood took a deep drag on his cigarette and said in a deep voice, I'm more worried that the press will be thrown countless baskets of rotten fruit. The professional demonstrators of the Veterans Association are not easy to deal with. Don't worry about this. Call the secretary and ask him to check the night flight. We must rush this interview out tonight. Chief Editor Bob wanted to throw away the cigarette butt, but he found that the Lee family's courtyard was very clean and tidy. He couldn't find a suitable corner to destroy the cigarette butt. He had to put it out with the tip of his shoe and pinched it between his fingers. Why are you in such a hurry? I think we should at least let the editorial board take a look, Wood asked in surprise. It's too late. Bob took a deep breath. He looked at the full moon hanging above the locust tree and the crescent moon on the dark blue horizon in the distance and said, the marshal doesn't have much time left. He wants to see this interview. No one knows how many more days the old man can wait, so we have to publish it in the shortest amount of time possible. Wood was silent for a long time. He shrugged with the cigarette in his mouth and said sadly, once this interview is published, anyone with a bit of intelligence will be able to guess that something is going to happen, that the god of war is dying. I really don't know how the Federation will react. No matter what kind of reaction you have, it's not surprising. Bob subconsciously pinched the shriveled carbon filter and said emotionally, the Federation only has one army god. In addition to the president's official residence, the senior military officials and Mrs. Macho who knew the inside story, probably the elders of the major families also vaguely guessed that something big was happening in Philadelphia. But before any authoritative information was released, no one dared to talk about it, because the identity of the old man on the hospital bed was too special. Therefore, the big shots in the capital special administrative region did not receive any news. Their attention was still focused on the war on the front line, the Westwoods lawsuit, and the news about Colonel Sulu that had just exploded. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The majestic Parliament Hill stood silently amidst the cold wind and snow. It was as warm as spring inside the majestic building protected by dozens of gigantic circular stone pillars. It was blazing hot because of the heated debate and even insults. In the vote just now, the government proposed an additional military budget proposal. Under extremely difficult circumstances, with the temporary defection of several members from the S2 industrial sector, it passed at a very low altitude. The difference in votes between the two sides was actually only 7 votes. Everyone in Parliament Hill understood why the budget proposal that had been in the news for half a month was so difficult to pass when the federal forces were winning, President Pobre's popularity was rising, and the public support was constantly climbing. It was because there were many forces in the Federation's political circle. Because of the news about Colonel Sulu, they smelled something strange and began to consciously or unconsciously stand on the opposite side of the president's official residence in an attempt to gain some kind of political benefit. This is a conspiracy. A dirty conspiracy. This is a complete political conspiracy. Inside the magnificent Parliament Hill, the seats of the members were arranged in layers at a very high angle. It looked extremely oppressive. The semi-elliptical design of the seats made the densely packed seats of the members give off a sense of holiness like a space opera. In contrast, the 3-story rostrum in the middle looked a little humble. At this time, a female member of the Parliament who was about 50 years old and wearing a light pink suit, was standing in front of the microphone on the rostrum. Waving her arms excitedly, she launched the most serious accusation to her colleagues in the hall. Behind her, Mr. Zion, the deputy chairman of the Management Committee of the Federation, and Mr. Byron, the statutory chairman and the vice president of the Federation, were calmly looking at her short hair that kept shaking. Evo's constituency was in Donglin. Just like President Pobre's background, she was the daughter of a miner. She had always been known as a radical and representative of the interests of the people at the bottom of the parliament. She coldly stared at the members of the parliament and said, Mr. President secretly authorized Colonel Sulu to investigate the attack on the antique bell. In less than a month, the Federation Bureau of Investigation accused Colonel Sulu of being a wanted criminal. Doesn't anyone feel that this is very strange? Wanted criminal? Why doesn't the Bureau of Proclamation have any data to prove it? Evo slammed the table heavily, pointed at the people and said loudly, just based on those witnesses that you found from God knows where, you want to accuse a hero of the Federation as a criminal. What a ridiculous accusation. No one asked for the truth of the attack on the antique bell. Instead, you just poured dirty water on Colonel Sulu, who risked his life for the Federation. Where was Colonel Lake, who was involved in this case, sent to after he was arrested? Why didn't I get any response from the Ministry of Defense when I sent a letter? At the very least, even if Colonel Sulu is a wanted criminal, I would like to ask, what crime did he commit to make you so angry that you can't wait to shoot him? The female counselor spread her hands and said with emotion, I don't know how many deals are hidden in this hall. I only know that when we enter the Parliament Hill, we have to put our hands on the charter and swear. But obviously many of us have forgotten this. I'm from Donglin. If Colonel Sulu is from Donglin, I'll only feel proud. That's all I have to say. There was an uproar in the Parliament Hill. Countless voices of objection and angry reprimands sounded from the high cliff-like seats. A male counselor wearing gold-rimmed glasses rang the bell in front of him, frowned and said, Counselor Evo, I would like to ask you to pay attention to your manners. We insist on investigating Colonel Sulu, of course, based on the spirit of the Charter. Spirit of the Charter? Counselor Paulson, if my memory is correct, before you were elected as a counselor, you were the Deputy Minister of Finance of the previous government. And before that, you were a Senior Director of Xinjiao Investment Company. Counselor Evo looked at him and said with a hint of mockery, Xinjiao Investment Company has been trying to persuade the government to divide the ancient clock company. Do you need me to say more clearly what kind of role you played in it? Based on the spirit of the Charter? I highly doubt that when you put your hands on the Charter, you were thinking about money. Slander. Counselor Paulson waved his arms angrily and said sternly, no matter how you twist the truth, there is no way to clear the criminal's name. Colonel Sulu entered the army by hiding his identity, hiding his relationship with the most wanted criminal of the Federation. Counselor Evo, with your Master of Law degree, you should know very well how many laws of the Federation he has violated. You must be responsible for what you said just now. Counselor Paulson looked back at his colleagues and said loudly, Mr. President must also be responsible for this. Why did he allow Sulu to be bailed out? Does he not know how much of a threat this person poses to the safety of the Federation? He stared at the audience coldly and said, Sulu is the student of the most notorious traitor in the history of the Federation. Who can explain his real purpose of entering the capital ring incognito? Who can guarantee to the entire Federation that there is no conspiracy or ambition behind his actions? The student of a traitor is a traitor? Counselor Evo retorted loudly, this is not the era of the former dynasty. There is no such thing as the conviction of bloodline. Everyone wake up. Look at the war on the front line. What we need is unity and calmness, not fanatical moral persecution. Perhaps Counselor Evo's speech was clear-headed, but she forgot one thing. The more wartime it was, the more sensitive the so-called moral position was. Her speech was instantly drowned by the ridicule and reprimand. The entire hall of the Parliament kept echoing with the words such as treason, conspiracy, trial, and so on. At this time, many counselors suddenly noticed some changes in the corner of the hall. They saw many employees, many of them from their own offices, appear in the aisles with anxious faces and give them hints from a very long distance away. These hundreds of counselors who controlled the fate of the Federation were not necessarily the smartest people, but they were definitely the most sensitive people in politics. In other words, they were the most conservative group of people. After seeing the hints of the employees in the office, although they did not understand the real reason, the fierce attacks against Colonel Sulu and President Pabre gradually became fewer and fewer. Then all the counselors received the Capital Special District Daily that was published in advance today and saw 3 pages of the most serious newspaper in the Federation. A short half-hour adjournment. Counselor Evo stood on the rostrum and waved the newspaper in her hand with a serious face. She asked loudly, now who still thinks that the student of a traitor must be a traitor? Counselor Paulson sat down while panting heavily. The entire Parliament hall was dead silent. Only Counselor Evo's loud voice could be heard. She kept waving the newspaper in her hand. On the newspaper, War Godly Pifu was smiling, but the counselors were terrified and had difficulty breathing. Chapter 702. Less than 10 minutes after the exclusive interview that took up 3 full pages of the Capital Special District Daily appeared, the reporters, cameras and broadcast vans around the Wangdu Youth Apartment, as well as the 24-hour rooms in the opposite apartment building, were suddenly reduced by more than half. The reporters who were slow to realize what had happened immediately began to race to Philadelphia. That day the flights from the Capital Special District to Philadelphia were all full, but there were still many people who did not get the precious tickets. Unfortunately, Philadelphia was not Wangdu, and the seriously ill military god was not the young Colonel Sulu. Before the planes of several famous TV stations could enter the airspace of Philadelphia, they were ordered by the military to land at an unknown small airport 3,000 kilometers away. The reporters who had arrived at Philadelphia were also driven to the old city by the armed special forces of the 1st Military Region, and all the long-distance high-definition video recording equipment were confiscated. This was a serious violation of the freedom of the press and human rights, but at this time, no TV station or newspaper dared to raise any angry protests against the Federation government. In the past they could scold the president, the parliament, and all the officials in the world, but now, in the face of the scene before the death of a superstar, if anyone dared to open their mouth to question anything, they would be trampled into pieces of garbage by the angry people the next day. The outside of the youth apartment was no longer as noisy and annoying as it was 2 days ago. Sulu silently looked at the electronic news on the light screen. He stood up and thought for a moment while holding his forehead. Then he put on his military uniform and quietly climbed out of the back window. With the help of the Federal Central Computer, he easily avoided the prying eyes of the reporters and arrived at the military airport in the western suburbs before evening, boarding the special military plane that had been prepared by the Ministry of Defense. At 7:14 p.m., Sulu arrived in Philadelphia and went to the courtyard by the lake. Walking into the room overflowing with the smell of medicine and the electronic sound of sophisticated medical equipment, he quietly sat on the bed covered with white clouds and gently held the thin but still strong hand of the old man in the clouds. No one knew what Lipifu said to him. People only knew that Sulu did not stay in Philadelphia for long, and once again returned to the capital special district. The dark green military vehicle drove directly into the West Mountain compound after him. It was already early in the morning. Deep in the courtyard of Shishan Mountain, Minister Zhou's house was shrouded in the light morning light. The remaining snow mixed with the withered leaves in front of the house, densely packed like the wrinkles of the earth. Mr. President was also in Philadelphia last night. I met with him before I left. In the study on the second floor, Sulu held the scalding orange tea that Zhou had just brought in with both hands. His thick eyebrows were furrowed tightly as he said softly, "Mr. President told me some things." He mentioned his sick daughter. He said, "Everyone has someone or something they care about, so at certain moments, they always need to make certain compromises and concessions. And these compromises and concessions often require more wisdom and courage than making great strides forward." He recalled for a moment and confirmed that he had not made a single mistake when he repeated the president's words. Director Zhou Yingxing sat on the sofa opposite him, deep in thought. After the big shots in the Capital Special District learned about the physical condition of Army God Lipifu, they all went to Philadelphia to visit him. Regardless of whether these people could see the old man on the sickbed in the end, they had to go to show their attitude. But as the Minister of National Defense, he unexpectedly stayed. On one hand, it was because the war on the front line of the empire was still going on. On the other hand, it was also because of the way this scholarly general handled things. "How is the general's body?" Zhou Yingxing asked. "His condition is very bad. The organ failure is very serious." Sulu put down the orange tea, rubbed his hair and said after a pause, "It is purely a problem of age and old illness. The Army General Hospital is extremely pessimistic. They think that the old man may leave at any time." Minister Zhou was silent for a moment and said, "I have been in the logistics base. Seriously speaking, I have not done anything under the direct command of the old man. But every soldier in the Federation will think that they are just an ordinary soldier under the command of the general. When I heard this news, I was in a very bad mood." Sulu rubbed his left hand from his forehead to the back of his head and said a few dirty words in annoyance. The content of the general's interview has caused a great shock in the society. Minister Zhou looked at him quietly and said, "In fact, the relationship between the general and the traitor, that is, your teacher, is not an absolute secret in the upper echelons of the military. After all, they have been fighting for many years. An old man like General Miles will more or less guess something. We originally thought that after the general passed away, no one would mention this matter again. Naturally, the Federation would not know about this matter in the future. Who would have thought that the general would arrange an interview himself and reveal this secret past? What does this mean?" Zhou Yingxing took off his glasses and rubbed his forehead tiredly. He said emotionally, "Everyone has to admit that Marshal Li is the only leader in the history of the Federation who has no flaws. When he left this world, he should have been perfect, but he did not accept this perfection." He raised his head and looked at Sulu quietly. "You should understand better than anyone why the general did this. I understand. This is to protect me. Sulu lowered his head and stared at the dust on his military boots. The old man's body is very weak. We did not talk for too long last night, but I understand what he meant. Sulu raised his head. His clean eyes were bloodshot with exhaustion and calmness after enlightenment. He said, "The old man knows that I have a flaw in my character. If I let things go on like this, I will be impulsive. The old man does not want me to become a scavenger. That kind of character can only destroy, not build. It is of no real benefit to the Federation and the people. I am very gratified that you can understand the General's painstaking efforts. I believe that Mr. President also means the same." Zhou Yingxing slowly loosened his fingers from rubbing his forehead. He looked at him and said calmly, "Light and darkness are twins. No one can overturn this. Even if you suddenly kill people today and use your life as the price to sweep away the darkness before you, what about in the future? If you die, who will clean up the new darkness in the Federation in the future?" Minister Zhou looked at him and continued, "The General had the ability to clean up the government and even kill everyone, but he did not do so. If you have the chance, you can carefully read the General's record. For several decades, even he has been constantly making concessions and compromising. This is precisely for the sake of a firmer and steadier advance in the future. A man with a true sense of responsibility, a soldier, should learn to endure, watch, protect, and not sacrifice himself lightly. He disdains to die together with those disdainful juniors, because only in this way can he be considered to have given his entire life to the Federation and the people. The General has persevered like this all his life. I hope you can follow his example." Sulu was silent for a long time and then nodded. "This is your latest appointment." Zhou Yingxing took out an electronic document that was clearly just drafted from the desk drawer and said, "Mr. President has already signed. You are appointed as a special representative of the government to head to the West Woods to preside over the strategic ordnance test of the General Assembly base. At the same time, you have full authority to represent the government in negotiations with the representatives of the Empire's underground resistance organization." Sulu slowly raised his head, his eyes full of confusion. He could predict that he would be expelled from the political center of the Special Capital District, but he did not expect that he would be sent to the West Woods to carry out such a mission. After the exclusive interview in the Special Capital District Daily was published, the entire Federation fell into a kind of uneasiness and panic. This big article obviously had the nature of a monument to let everyone know that this meant that an old man may be leaving soon, and that a certain era was coming to an end. The people of the Federation could not imagine what the Federation would do without the military god. Although in the past 10 years the old man had already taken off the marshal's uniform and sat quietly by the Philadelphia lake to fish, as long as they knew that he was still alive, whether in the frontline troops or in Philadelphia, as long as they knew that he was still alive, as long as they knew that the old man was still alive, everyone was very relieved, whether in the frontline troops or in Philadelphia. Li Pifu, the military god who had once shocked the universe, once again shook the entire universe when he was about to leave. The news spread to Bermuda, and the pirates and tycoons were collectively speechless, not knowing how to react. When the news spread to the Empire, the Baijin royal family began to hold a carnival party, and the dark-eyed royals drank countless glasses of liquor. In short, everyone knew that the military god was about to die, and everyone was waiting for the arrival of that day with sadness, confusion, fear, calmness, or joy. However, to everyone's surprise, Li Pifu, who had been sentenced to death by the best doctors in the Federation, did not die, and was extremely valiant in coming back to life. Although they knew that this was only a temporary phenomenon, and that the military god's health had seriously deteriorated, and that he would not be able to hold on for too long, many people were still very emotional. The tenacious vitality and terrifying willpower contained in that old body seemed to have frightened the Grim Reaper, and he chose to temporarily leave. As long as the military god Li Pifu did not die, he would be the brightest star in the universe, forever shining on the Federation. He was the bright sun above S1, sinking into the horizon every night, and stubbornly rising the next day to illuminate everything. Regardless of whether that sun would be extinguished the next day, the old man on the sickbed in Philadelphia expressed his attitude through an exclusive interview. The Federation Investigation Bureau immediately stopped the secret investigation of Sulu, and the district attorney's office sealed the relevant files. No more members of Parliament proposed to hold a special hearing on Parliament Hill. As for the accusation of treason, no one would mention it. The people who had the potential to control and influence the political structure of the entire Federation, or rather the entire Federation, were forced to make concessions to one person. They had to make concessions to the old man who was extremely weak, already on the verge of death and could not even speak. The people only knew that the wind had stopped and the clouds had dispersed, and the entire Federation was peaceful and quiet, with a certain sense of commemoration and solemnity. However, they did not know that after this atmosphere, the Federation government, the various departments, and the fierce struggle that had taken place on Parliament Hill. The Bureau of Proclamation was silent, and the Department of National Defense stood behind Sulu, but it was not convenient for them to express their views. It was the same for the office of the president. That side stopped the accusation against Sulu, but it was impossible for them to allow him to continue his own investigation and access to those core secrets. One day in the late winter of the 71st year of the constitutional calendar, Sulu boarded a military spaceship headed for the West Woods. Chapter 703. At the western suburbs military airport, a large snow remover spewed out foam-like chemicals. The tarmac that was covered in snow looked like an incredibly large laundry tub. The light warship that was preparing to head to Ceylon looked as comical and laughable as a piece of old-fashioned soap. Sulu stood below the warship and raised the collar of his military jacket to block the cold wind. Although the bone-piercing cold wind had no effect on his strong body, he didn't know why, but he always felt a chill from the inside out. It was because he knew very well that once he left, there would be no possibility of meeting the old man again. The next time he received news would probably be the day the old man passed away. In a sense, going to Ceylon today was to say goodbye to the old man forever. Because it involved the insider trading between the government and the judiciary, Sulu chose to leave quietly. There were no reporters or officials at the western suburbs military airport, only friends who specially came here. The West Woods looks far away, but the warship will only need 10 days to reach it at full speed. Zoyu looked at him calmly and said, "It's good to go there to avoid the storm, just treat it as a vacation." Nan Xiangmei stood beside Zoyu and looked at him with a smile. She didn't say anything. The troops that are on vacation will be back soon, including Du Xiaoqing's Iron 7th Division and your division. Li Xiaotong lit a cigarette for Sulu and said in a low voice, "Thank God you are willing to leave. If you really continue to investigate, it will definitely be a repeat of the Macklin incident. As your investor, I am really worried that I will lose everything." Sulu smiled. Thinking that his comrades in the 17th Division would be back soon, but he couldn't see them, he felt a little depressed. The so-called vacation was fake. Vice President Byron and the military radicals, as well as those family members who only cared about profits, just didn't want him to investigate the ancient bell again. In a sense, they seemed to have won a temporary victory. A vacation is a vacation, don't think about anything else. Zoyu raised her finger and stared at him coldly. "You've been hiding it from us for so many years. Now we know that you're really a stinky rock from Donglin. But at least for now you have to put away your temper." "Understood," Sulu replied calmly. Then he bowed and gently hugged Zoyu and Nan Xiangmei before shaking Li Xiaodong's hand tightly. Tai Ziyuan was preparing for next year's election, so he didn't come. However, when he looked around he didn't see Shi Qinghai. His heart that had just started to feel a little uneasy. He turned around and held Zhong Huoyin's soft little hand. The two of them walked up the gangway. Zhong Huoyin, who had been standing quietly beside him without saying a word, suddenly asked curiously, "You're going home just like that? How is that possible?" Sulu held her hand and suddenly found that the little girl seemed to have grown taller in just a few days. She was gradually developing into a delicate and pretty girl. He smiled and said, "It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Brother, after you killed your way into the Empire, the Federation thought you were dead and made a documentary. In it, your subordinates said, 'You once said that you're used to taking revenge for small people from morning to night?'" Zhong Huoyin opened her big innocent eyes and looked at him seriously and asked. Sulu smiled and rubbed her soft black short hair. He didn't say anything. Zhong Huoyin smiled happily, leaned on his arm and gently swayed her body. In the rumbling of the battleship, Sulu took the little girl and started the journey back to the West Woods. Through the surveillance light screen, he looked at the capital special district that was filled with white people. Thinking of the politicians in the buildings, he narrowed his eyes. Next year would be the election. He looked forward to President Pabre's successful re-election. General Li Jiedu's position as the chairman of the Federation's Joint Chiefs of Staff would be firmer. Together with Minister Zhou, they would suppress the radicals in the military and have an overall strategic advantage. At that time he would return and use polite and reasonable or simple and violent methods to get the price and interest that they deserve from those people. The new year of the 72nd year of the constitutional calendar passed by quietly. The thing that worried everyone didn't happen. The Federation, which had obtained victory, glory, and actual resources in the war, was full of songs and dances. The frontline troops started the first phase of rotation. The 8 ground troops that had taken on the harsh mission of entering the Empire's territory returned to the capital ring on warships. After a short rest at the Old Moon Base, the 7th Mechanic Division of the 3rd Military Region and the 17th Armored Division of the 1st Military Region landed on the surface amidst the cheers of the people. The Iron 7th Division didn't return to the original base of S3. This change made some military analysts feel strange, but it didn't cause any reaction within the government. This was because everyone knew that President Pabre had always trusted Division Shaoqing very much. Moreover, this was the capital ring under the protection of the glory of the Charter. No one would think in the direction of danger. No one knew how the new soldiers of the 17th Division reacted to the accusations that Sulu had suffered. People only knew that Division Commander Yu Qinghai, who was known for his bad behavior, rushed to Philadelphia like a madman. He rushed to his teacher's sickbed as fast as he could. The next morning, Du Shaoqing also rushed to Philadelphia. In fact, all the military commanders in the first rotation didn't go home. Instead, they came directly to Philadelphia. The troops that retreated from the front line mainly belonged to the 1st Military Region and the 3rd Military Region. The second wave of troops that set off 2 months earlier naturally came from the 2nd Military Region and the 4th Military Region. No one knew whether it was because they were wary of the anti-government forces in Green Dragon Mountain or some other reason, but most of the ground troops that were transferred to the front line were from the West Woods, including the special forces from Green Dragon Mountain. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was the Federation's way of disrupting the military structure of the West Woods Military Region and completely controlling the military power. However, now that the Zhong family in the West Woods was divided, there was no way to form a unified and strong voice to stop this trend. There were no more tigers in the West Woods. Under such circumstances, Colonel Su Lu, who was caught in the chaos, held the hand of the little princess of the Zhong family and returned to Sunset State in the West Woods. People in the East Woods were silent and tough like stones, but people in the West Woods had the most vivid and intense love and hate. They didn't care how many Federation laws Colonel Su Lu had violated. They only knew that it was Su Lu who avenged Commander Zhong and his wife and the young soldiers on the Antique Bell. They only knew that it was Su Lu who won the lawsuit for the old house and became the guardian of the little princess. Therefore they welcomed Su Lu with the greatest enthusiasm. The representatives of the Empire's underground resistance were still on their way. The military equipment test at the General Assembly base was carried out in an orderly manner. Su Li's days in the West Woods were very relaxed and casual. Happy New Year, it seemed that he was always happy. However, sometimes when he looked at the blue sky above his head, it was difficult for him not to think about the old man's health. Every time he thought that the old man would not be able to celebrate another New Year, his mood began to become gloomy. Beside Philadelphia Lake, the old man lying on the bed like a statue slowly opened his eyes and squinted at the shadow in the corner of the room. After a moment of silence, he reached out and pressed a button. The transparent glass partition in the room suddenly turned black and all the monitoring devices were cut off. "You are finally willing to come home." The old man's voice was very weak and tired. He seemed to be extremely cold and sad. Chapter 704. The night outside the courtyard was dark and the light in the room was dim. The electronic sound of medical equipment beeped like an old-fashioned clock, urging people to leave or return. There was no movement in the shadows in the corner of the room. Only the thick, dark green curtains swayed gently in the wind of the internal circulation ventilation system. No cat walked by, but it seemed like a cat did. There was a long period of silence, like a blank space suddenly appearing in the human mind. They didn't know the specific minutes and seconds, but they knew that it existed and was long. Then a voice rang out from the shadows. "No, this is not my home. You forgot, our home is behind the mountain 4 kilometers away from the body cultivation center. There are no neon lights, no such big private lake, and no hundreds of stupid soldiers as bodyguards. This is only your home, the tomb of the living dead built for you by the Federation, the cold palace." Feng Yu's voice was as hoarse and indifferent as it had been many years ago. There was a sense of mockery and frivolity that was difficult to imitate. It sounded like a young hooligan who was riding a vintage motorcycle and screaming in the midst of young girls, but it also had the coolness of someone who sat cross-legged on the peak of Mount Yaya and narrowed his eyes at the S1 cotton candy storm. Li Pifu quietly looked at the shadows in the corner of the hospital bed. His gaze was calm and weak, but for some reason his voice had a lot of mockery. As the war god of the Federation in his long life, it was probably only in front of this person that he could feel true equality, so he also had a kind of freedom. We haven't seen each other for decades, and this is probably the last time we see each other. I don't want to repeat those boring quarrels with you. The old man painfully frowned and waved his hand in annoyance. You chose to see me for the last time, but you're not here to argue with me about right and wrong again. Why not? The voice in the shadows rang out very quickly, with a hint of sharpness that made people's eardrums a little uncomfortable. You're going to die soon, so of course I have to take advantage of the time before you die to clarify these things. Otherwise, after you die, who can I find to reason with? Your son? Your grandson? Or that sissy president who smears black shoe polish on her face every day? By the way, old man, do you think that sissy president really thinks she can look more manly by smearing her face black? Or is he really addicted to pretending to be a minor? Although he could not see the expression of the person in the shadow of the corner, he could imagine how relaxed and mocking his features must have been when he said those words. I don't want to talk about these boring things with you. The old man on the hospital bed resolutely stopped the conversation from developing in this direction, although his arms were trembling violently. I started fighting when I was 7 or 8 years old. I don't want to fight when I'm 70 or 80 years old. I'm about to die. I want to keep the right to not listen to your nonsense. If you insist on continuing to fight, then I might as well die. Don't try to scare me with death, and you don't have to play dead. I know you the best in this universe. Even if you only have one breath left, that breath of yours will definitely support you to jump out of bed and slap me again. Feng Yu sat calmly in the shadow. He could not see the outline of his body at all. He could only vaguely capture a certain existence through the light of the stars outside the window and the voice. When Li Pifu calmly said that he was about to die, his sitting posture leaned forward slightly, and then it turned into mockery in the end. I have to admit, when it comes to fighting, no one in the universe is your opponent. I'm not either, so I have to keep a sufficient distance from you. Otherwise, if you really jump out of bed and kill me with one slap, you will die with me because you used up your last breath. Brother dying on the same day, this kind of ending is too melodramatic. I don't want to accept it. With a snap, a lighter was ignited, illuminating the corner of the wall. The dark green curtains seemed to have become bullets bound by blue flames under the warm light of the fire. The face under the hat, which was still young despite the vicissitudes of life, disappeared in a flash, leaving only the cigarette but flickering in the darkness. Actually, I've been thinking, if you really came to see me for the last time, should I set up a trap to catch you or kill you? This might be the last chance. After I die, there probably won't be anyone who can deal with you. Li Pifu's withered hands gently stroked the white bedding, his hoarse and tired voice echoing in his shriveled chest. After pausing for a moment, he smiled with difficulty and continued in a low voice, "But I didn't do that because, even if I had a plan, I couldn't be sure if the troops could catch or kill you. More importantly, I've done enough for the Federation in my life, and I should be qualified to live the life of an ordinary person in the last bit of time I have left." The old man looked at the motionless red light in the dark corner and said calmly, "With my last breath, I don't want to fight with you. I just want to talk to you." Old man, you're still so narcissistic. In fact, you've been alive for several decades, but you couldn't kill me. As for the universe after you die, it's actually much more interesting than you think. Your grandson, Huai Fuchai, that ridiculously strong girl, and Sulu might be able to deal with me. The problem is, other than a stubborn old man like you, who would think about dealing with their own brother every day? The man in the shadows stiffened and then took a deep drag of the cigarette. His voice was light and mocking, filling the room with the smoke. Then he bent the middle finger of his right hand, pinched the lower end of the filter of the cigarette with his thumb, and flicked the burning cigarette toward Li Bofu, who was lying on the hospital bed, just like the missile that flew through the air at high speed on that imperial planet. The whole universe thought that the dying old man on the sickbed was on his last breath and couldn't move. The cigarette should fall directly on his face and splash out humiliating sparks. But the reality was not so. The weak and exhausted old man on his last breath raised his right arm with difficulty, separated two fingers, and pinched the cigarette with incomparable accuracy. Then he brought it to his lips and took a puff. His old face full of scars and loose skin showed an expression of extreme enjoyment. Their cooperation was very skillful. Probably several decades ago, at the beginning of the 37th constitutional era or even in the last few years of the last constitutional era, the two brothers greedily shared the cigarettes of their elders behind Mount Feiqing. As for the younger generation, I have to admit that you're better than me in terms of education. I'm not good at teaching people. I only know how to use facts to lead people. So in the process of teaching Li Feng, I only used bloody psychological means and unhealthy medical means to stimulate the development of his meridians. A few years ago when I first saw Sulu, this little guy, I found that you've already led him to a farther place. Like I said, you don't need to be modest about things like fighting because it will appear very hypocritical. This situation can only prove that your luck is too bad. The man in the shadow lit another cigarette, still only showing his face in a glimpse. He said, blood inheritance has never been a stable thing. It's normal for the Li family generation to get worse and worse. When I was young, my teacher said that some people are born to practice these things. Sulu is like that, and so is that girl in the empire who looks like a man. He stared at his elder brother on the bed from the shadow. After a long silence he suddenly said, in fact, the 10 postures I taught Sulu in addition to stimulating Jinqi, were mainly to restrain the Feiqing cultivation school, which is to deal with you and your filial son and grandson. Li Pifu's old and weak face did not show the slightest surprise. He said in a hoarse and mocking voice, a few years ago when I first learned of your existence, I knew that you were scheming again. George Carlin, Professor Jean Mechanic Yu Feng you seem to have been scheming all your life. But the funny thing is, it seems that none of your schemes can be maintained until the day they succeed. You always abandon them halfway. Sulu seems to be the same. I like to play schemes? The voice in the shadow became sharp. He said mockingly, you're an old guy who retired from the army for more than 10 years. You threw the martial uniform in the closet to mold. You're so carefree and indifferent to fame and fortune. But you definitely won't forget to let your conservative son control the army before you die, to wait for my stupid student Sulu to gradually grow up and to throw Du Shaoqing to the front line to fight. You've already arranged everything. Yes, this is my arrangement. Li Pifu gently pinched the cigarette and said calmly in a low voice, what about you? What's your arrangement? There's no arrangement. Feng Yu waved the cigarette but in the shadow and said disdainfully, Green Dragon Mountain? Student, these things are not fun. I've been wanting to play with them for a long time. Li Pifu shook his head with difficulty and said with emotion, when I think of your life, even I can't help but feel shocked. To be honest, sometimes when I think that it's my younger brother who has caused so much trouble in the Federation, I actually feel a faint sense of pride that I can't say out loud. Although it's rare that you've surprised me, I still have to finish what I want to say. Feng Yu in the shadow looked at his elder brother on the bed and said indifferently, I'm not a schemer. You're the biggest schemer in the universe. Are you going to continue arguing? Li Pifu coughed twice in discomfort and stared angrily and gloomily at the dark corner. Are you going to deny that you didn't have any schemes behind raising Sulu? Of course not. Feng Yu said, he's just an obedient and cute little dog. He can watch the house and play for fun, so I took him home and raised him. As for discovering that he was an extremely talented little dog, that was something that happened later. Don't try to explain anything or hide anything. Li Pifu looked coldly at the dark corner and said, perhaps this proves that you also have some sort of guilty conscience. Guilty conscience? That man was enraged. Waving his arms in agitation he said, I taught him how to repair mecha, taught him how to make mecha, taught him how to use mecha, taught him how to fight, taught him how to kill cows, taught him how to eat cows, taught him how to enjoy life. What do I have to feel guilty about? Old man, if you really feel that there's a scheme behind this, with your personality, wouldn't you investigate? There's no need to investigate. Li Pifu said mockingly and disdainfully, I also know there's a scheme. There's no scheme. There's a scheme. Oh, there is. In the quiet room in the middle of the night, intense and childish arguments sounded like children arguing. Li Pifu and Feng Yu were, without a doubt, the most incredible pair of brothers in the 37th century. No, it should be said that they were the most incredible pair of brothers in history. They stood arrogantly in the stars between the Federation and the Empire and influenced the world we lived in for decades. They influenced history, changed history, and even became history themselves. They seemed to be very different in age, but in reality they were already old and had the dust of history. Just like that, this pair of brothers, tonight at the shore of Philadelphia Lake on the hospital bed in the shadows, they were like children angrily accusing each other and arguing. They could admit defeat, but they were determined not to admit their mistakes. Chapter 705. What followed was silence. Then, Feng Yu questioned in a deep voice filled with grief and anger, do you see that? Only a conspiracy theorist like you would think that everything in the world is a conspiracy. Why do you look so mature since you were young? How can you not be mature when you have too many thoughts? I'm different. Everyone in the universe wants to destroy me, but I'm not worried at all. I don't feel that all the canine mammals in the universe have wronged me. Of course, I haven't wronged them either. This is just a development that didn't happen together. Is it related to a conspiracy? According to what you said, our birth must be a conspiracy too. Our parents had to give birth to me after giving birth to you. They must have had the evil idea of using the great me to balance the great you. Otherwise, this matter doesn't make much sense from a probability perspective. Li Pifu, who was lying on the bed, was provoked by these sarcastic but still calm words. With a gloomy face, he gripped the soft quilt tightly and suddenly said, "You don't have to say anything more. If Sulu is a gamble, I've already entered the game and I will win in the end." After this somewhat obscure and unpredictable sentence came out, the room suddenly fell into a strange silence. The uncle in the shadows stared at his elder brother on the bed. One could vaguely see the bright eyes of an eagle shining in the darkness. After a long silence, he said with a slightly hoarse voice, "If you insist that this is a gamble or a conspiracy, why do you think you will win?" What? Li Pifu's sparse white hair scattered on the pillow. The old man quietly looked at the ceiling above his head. A trace of a smile appeared on his drooping lips. He said indifferently, "Because my eyes have seen a lot of things, such as what happened to you years ago." He slowly moved his body and looked at the darkness in the corner. He asked, "You are a member of the Federation. Why are you helping the Imperium?" "'Cause I like it." The voice in the darkness was somewhat mocking, somewhat emotional, and somewhat cold. "You know that I don't have any good feelings for this fucking Federation, especially after you stomped my teacher into a meat patty." When he said the last sentence, Feng Yu's voice suddenly became emotionless. It was as if a bowl of extremely sour and spicy Huainan soup had suddenly been turned into clear water by some kind of magic. It was a clear water without any taste or impurities. "But this is our hometown after all. There are people who care about you and love you here. For example, when Shaoli died, you didn't even look at him. So I'm cold and heartless." Feng Yu's voice was lively again. It floated out of the shadow and was as ear-piercing as needles. "What about the Federation that you protect? The little tiger in the West Woods was murdered by the government and the army, but the crime was thrown to the people of the Imperium. The people of the Federation were as excited as if they had taken an aphrodisiac. They roared and fought back. You wear a short-sleeved tight singlet with 2 moons on it. You really think you are a messenger of justice? What have you done about this matter? No, you didn't do anything. You just watched coldly. Oh, have you forgotten your identity? You are the god of war of the Federation. You are the real messenger of justice. For these 2 words, you didn't hesitate to hunt down your own brother. Then what about now? Why didn't you do anything when you knew that those people committed murder? And why didn't you let Sulu do anything either?" The sharp and merciless questioning was like an alloy knife hidden in the mechanical arm of a mecha. It popped out with a whoosh, easily tearing through the air in the room, bringing with it a suffocating smell as it arrived in front of Li Bofu. This military god, who was revered by the entire Federation, narrowed his eyes. His weak gaze sharpened once again as if he wanted to break through the long night sky. "Because you think that this matter, or rather this conspiracy, is beneficial to the Federation, and because you subconsciously always thought that the entire Federation forces were your soldiers. Of course, the mastermind of this conspiracy is also your soldiers. On the contrary, it is precisely those disobedient troops in the West Woods who can't really be counted as your soldiers. If that's the case, why are you willing to continue investigating?" Feng Yu's cold words were filled with a sinister delight. To be able to tear apart the most dazzling military uniform of the Federation's god of war was undoubtedly very interesting and exciting for someone who had spent his life wandering the stars and fighting against the glory of the Charter. Similarly, you also don't want Sulu to continue investigating because if he does, your troops may suffer great losses. Sulu may also be in danger. In your eyes, that stupid little fellow is probably the Federation's best heavy weapon in the future. Now that he is being wasted in internal strife, it's too much of a waste. That's not what I think. On the bed, Li Pifu was silent for a moment. After coughing for a while, he looked at the darkness and explained very seriously, "But I don't want to explain anything." Then the old man sighed softly. He was extremely tired but also extremely relaxed. He felt the touch of the soft mattress on his back and began to miss it. With a trace of complicated emotions, he looked up and said, "There's one more thing. I've always wanted to get a real answer from you." In the darkness of the corner, there was a moment of silence. The lighter was lit again. This time it was a thick stick of tobacco. Feng Yu's forehead, which was half lowered, was incomparably bright under the light. He said in a hoarse voice, "Ask away. Why did you do that big explosion in the strategic material base?" Li Pifu turned his head and looked at the darkness. His brows were tightly furrowed. This question had troubled him for many years. All he wanted to do was to find out the reason. After all, the other party was his own younger brother. At that time, the purge in the Western Hemisphere was about to end. Although the battle in the Eastern Hemisphere was intense, the scope was limited. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to start transferring supplies in advance. Under those circumstances, who could have stopped you from taking Muzi away? Why did you detonate the material base? Moreover, you used a cluster of full-frequency electron beam explosives. You knew that the crystal mines that Macho had prepared for 10 years were all down there. How many people would have died from such an explosion? As he spoke and asked, Li Bofu finally became agitated. He stared at the darkness. His old eyes were as sharp as a knife, and the flames of anger were burning in them. After a long silence, Feng Yu's voice slowly pulled open the curtain of the night. When it fell into Li Pifu's ears, it was so calm and firm. At that time, the charter computer had already discovered me. It was too ruthless in its pursuit. I wanted to live, so I had to cut off all the tentacles that the charter had extended into the empire. I needed that big explosion. Li Pifu looked at the dark corner. His old eyes were slightly gloomy. After 20 years, he heard his younger brother admit that the big explosion was not forced. There was no conspiracy by the empire. There was no misjudgment or small probability. It was just an action that he had made after a calm judgment. The old man was still disappointed and sad. In order to live, you didn't hesitate to cause a big explosion. Of course, I know that you don't care if the Federation can defeat the Empire. But you don't even care that 100,000 Federation soldiers died because of you. You didn't even think that they could be considered your comrades. The old man's voice was indifferent and heavy. Everyone has their own world. If I die, this world will be gone. My life is naturally more important than 100,000 people. No, it's more important than 1 billion people. In the dark corner, Feng Yu sucked on a thick piece of tobacco and said coldly, "As for comrades, the Federation war god killed the teacher who loved me the most, and the federal forces flattened the house of my beloved woman. Do you think I can still consider myself a soldier of the Federation? There's no need to explain. You just need to live on," Li Pifu said mockingly. After a moment of silence, Feng Yu said, "If I had died at that time, what would have happened to the newborn Muzi?" Li Pifu narrowed his eyes. After a long silence, he squeezed out a barely audible sigh from his dry lips and said in a hoarse and low voice, "Yes, what should I have done? But I still think that what you did was wrong, a crime and unforgivable. My epitaph in the future will be, 'I will not forgive any of you, so you don't have to forgive me.'" It could be vaguely seen that Feng Yu slowly stood up in the dark. "Also, at the moment when my newborn daughter is facing death, I will only act according to instinct. I won't think about what to do in pain like you. Old man, like I said, this is why you grow old so quickly. Alright, it's getting late. I also have a question that has been in my heart for a long time that I want to ask you." Feng Yu slowly walked out from the shadows and then stood about 5 meters away from the large bed. That head of wild hair formed a distinct silhouette in the night. He leaned forward slightly and asked in a low voice, "All these years, have you ever thought of teacher at night? When you think of teacher who died under the foot of the Mecca, have you ever felt guilt or regret? If you could do it all over again, would you give up that last mecha control move?" Li Pifu was expressionless. His white eyebrows were as straight as his back when he was young. He didn't think for too long and replied in a low voice, "No, and I haven't regretted it all these years. You and I both know very well that he is a master of the Empire. That vicious seed plan came from his genius brain. At the beginning of the war, he could quietly cross the galaxy to the Federation and secretly set up so many backup plans. Facing such a far-sighted master of the Empire, if he were to survive, I don't know what kind of terrible situation the Federation would face." Oh. Feng Yu ridiculed exaggeratedly, "You still insist that he came to Philadelphia to teach us a conspiracy. Old man, I really want to advise you. If you can survive, it's best to travel and feel the intentions of the executor. Of course, it's a pity that you don't seem to be able to survive." Li Pifu looked at him calmly, "Just like the argument a few decades ago, in the end you still can't explain why. Teacher came up with this seed plan. If he is really like what you said, he is just a peace-loving traveler. After a few decades, I already have the answer. but I don't know if you are willing to believe it. Feng Yu slowly walked a few steps to the bedside and said calmly, in my opinion, Teacher's seed plan at the beginning was an effort to gradually integrate the Empire and the Federation. Li Pifu frowned. How can a member of the royal family of the Imperium, who was raised by the people of the Federation, be willing to wage a war against the Federation? What better person to promote peace between the two sides of the universe, or even to slowly learn from each other until the integration countless years later? Medellin. That's because the war had already begun. When Teacher started the seed plan, the war had not yet begun. After a long silence, Li Pifu said tiredly, this is just your reasoning, it doesn't prove anything. In Schiller's Octavo there is a saying, those who are not of my race are bound to have different hearts. Back then, the people of the Federation did not know the meaning of this saying, until the people of the Empire appeared on the other side of the Night Scorpion Nebula. Teacher is, after all, an outsider. There is no reason for him to invest such long-term love for the Federation, at least not more than the Empire. This is the biggest problem. You also sat on that spaceship, why do you still stubbornly believe that Teacher and his Hua family are really people of the Empire? Feng Yu looked at his elder brother at the bedside quietly. There was no mockery or disdain on his slightly weathered face, he was abnormally calm and said, in this life, you always think too much, that's why you grow old too quickly. You have repeated it many times. Li Pifu coughed violently, then looked at his younger brother who was close by and said expressionlessly, I do grow old quickly so I die quickly. Are you satisfied now? Feng Yu was silent and did not answer the question. Instead he said, thank you for taking care of my daughter. I think that she is my daughter. Feng Yu stretched out his right hand somewhat awkwardly and patted the old man's shoulder, saying, okay, I won't argue with someone who is about to die. You're welcome. Li Pifu closed his eyes tiredly. Have a safe journey. Feng Yu paused for a moment and then walked out of the door. I won't see you out. The old man waved his hand with some disgust as if he was shooing away a fly. Then he heard the sound of metal clanking, like wind chimes ringing in the quiet night of Philadelphia. Opening his eyes with difficulty and looking at the empty darkness, Li Bofu curled his loose lips and simply smiled. He thought to himself that this kid still had a habit of hanging a bunch of metal tools on his butt. It turned out that when they hit each other they would still make such a clear sound. It was really like a death knell that hastened his death. When the most advanced medical team of the Federation found that all the monitoring equipment had failed, they rushed to the ward in a panic. When they turned on the lights and tried to find the real cause, it was almost dawn. No one knew that this pair of legendary brothers had already met in the middle of the night. Naturally, no one could imagine that with Feng Yu's ability and the deliberate cooperation of the god of war Li Pifu, it was so easy to temporarily prevent the outside world from spying on them. But looking at the god of war at the head of the bed whose jaw was gradually turning yellow, and looking at the heart-wrenching curve change on the medical data capture device, everyone knew that the old man was about to die. General Li Jiedu had been staying in Philadelphia for the past few months. He didn't take up the position of chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the Federation. He didn't even step out of the manor. The first thing he did was to go to his father's bedside and tightly hold his father's old hand. Li Pifu opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at his son who still had a calm expression. He released his last smile and held his son's hand tightly. The old man tightened his grip and his breathing became more and more rapid. Then he let go and stopped. Chapter 706. In winter, the temperature in Philadelphia was never too low, especially at the foot of the mountain and by the lakeside. There was only a thin layer of snow on the rooftop. When the bright morning sun shone on the thin layer of snow, it made the snow look as if it was about to burn. The snow began to melt into tiny streams of water that trickled down the ancient eaves and dripped onto the wet ground. The tiny raindrops had been smashing for many years, but they had yet to leave a clear mark on the hard ground, just like the thin and calm old man in the room. He had been shining in the Federation for many years, but there was still no way for him to fundamentally change too many things that had happened in the past. The door of the body training center in his hometown, Philadelphia, was open as usual. Young boys were exhaling white mist and kicking the wooden puppets tied with fine grass, just like he used to do in the past. The water on the eaves was still dripping slowly. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It was the perpetually calm and dull movement of the hour hand that made one feel suffocated. It was the greedily drooling little boy who was holding a bunch of red candy as he stared at the rising red sun. It was the comforting sound of the electronic self-check in the cockpit of the M37 Mecha, whose right mechanical leg had been tragically broken on the smoky battlefield, revealing a metal wire as thick as an arm. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It was the sound of childhood friends shooting at each other with bamboo guns and then falling down exaggeratedly. A beautiful little girl wearing a white cotton-padded jacket played the role of a female emergency doctor. Tick-tock, tick-tock. If the ticking slowed down a little, it would become the electronic sound that the Federation soldiers were most familiar with, the only sound they could hear when they were lonely and bored in the healing pods. The ticking stopped. There was no longer any fluctuation of power on the light screen. It had become a straight line that stretched from left to right to the edge. There was no end to it, and it was always calm. On the other side of the glass wall, the specialists of the treatment group of the Army General Hospital and the generals of the Federation took off their headphones and instruments numbly and stared at the old man on the bed in a daze. Some of them could not believe their eyes and felt that what they were seeing was fake. General Miles stared with his red eyes and did not say a word. He allowed the tears to wash away his wrinkles and pupils. However, after a long time, the scene in front of him did not change at all. General Lee Jae-do knelt beside the bed and tightly held his father's increasingly cold hand. There was no emotion in his eyes. He then lowered his head and pressed his burning forehead against his father's cold hand. He hid his face in the shadows and quickly said some words of unknown meaning. It seemed like he was saying goodbye, but also seemed like he was narrating. There were sounds of banging outside the door. Someone seemed to want to stop and explain something, but someone else didn't want to hear any explanation. He directly rushed in and opened the closed door. Then, he saw the old man on the bed with his eyes closed and the middle-aged general kneeling beside the bed. General Li Feng, whose face was covered with dust, blinked his eyes. His Aikiji gradually faded away. Only a trace of heart-wrenching frustration and helplessness suddenly flashed across his calm and powerful eyes. A second later, this frustration and helplessness instantly disappeared. He took a deep breath and slowly walked to the front of the bed. Then he knelt down with a bang and knocked his hard head hard on the damn floor. He fell down like a mountain. For him, the departure of his grandfather was like the collapse of the highest mountain in his heart. Andy will be back in 3 hours. General Li Feng put his head on the ground and trembled in pain. No one saw that his eyes and nose were uncontrollably erupting on his face. He said with a trembling voice, "I came back late too." General Lee Jae-do slowly stood up and carefully tidied his military uniform. He quietly looked at the bed and raised his hand to give a military salute. Behind the glass wall, the general and the special door of the Army General Hospital slowly raised his right hand and gave the most noble military salute to the skinny old man on the bed. The death of the god of war Li Pifu not only meant the sudden collapse of the highest mountain in Colonel Li Feng's heart, but also for many people in the Federation. The major incident that happened in Philadelphia in the morning was still under strict news control. However, the Federal fleet on the other side of the distant planet had already received the news first. President Pabre silently looked at the white snow on the grass outside the Oval Office. He looked at the fat pigeons foraging in the snow. Sadness and heavy pressure appeared in his peaceful eyes. On the terrace, Lady Tai held a cup of coffee and listened to Butler Jin's report that the private jet to Philadelphia had been prepared. Looking at the picturesque landscape after the snow, sadness and longing were undisguised on her face. She and Li Pifu had known each other for many years. She had an inseparable friendship with his family. Most importantly, Li Pifu was the person she truly respected. Therefore, in the entire universe, only his passing could make her express the sadness in the deepest part of her heart. On the other side of the Night Scorpion Nebula, somewhere in the distant and unfamiliar left sky galaxy, the Supreme Commander of the Federal Fleet, Admiral Hong Yuliang, stared at herself in the mirror with red eyes. Naturally, she thought of the teacher who had a loud voice and liked to tell erotic jokes many years ago. He was completely different from the hero in the brochure. When the teacher saw her for the first time, he mercilessly laughed at her because her eyes were as red as a rabbit's. A rabbit, a white rabbit, a pair of white rabbits. Yes, that was what the teacher said at that time. That was what happened at that time. Hong Yuliang turned on the hot water switch and allowed the steam to cover the entire lens. It covered the haggard and sad face in the mirror, as well as the pair of red rabbit-like eyes. Then, in the hot steam, he began to cry bitterly. South of Silin Sunset State, the Federation's Changfeng military base tarmac. At the beginning of February year 72 of the Federation's standard calendar, it was supposed to be the middle of winter, but this was only for S1 in the end. Wearing sunglasses, Su Lu was enjoying the sunlight sprinkling down from the azure sky above his head. He was enjoying the clear warm smell coming from the dark green military uniform. He was so comfortable that he nearly fell asleep. The Federation's new space battleship with a triangular floating wing design glided over from the distance of the tarmac. In the air that was somewhat distorted by the strong sunlight, the Federation's military flag could be faintly seen. The space battleship continuously passed through 6 water gates formed by water pillars and slowly came to a stop. There was a grand welcome ceremony, lively military music, a newly decorated red carpet on the gangway, and beautiful girls holding flowers. Su Lu, who suddenly woke up, narrowed his eyes and looked at these scenes through his sunglasses. He thought that the West Woods had made so many preparations. Even if the foreigners who came to negotiate were still vigilant, they would still be relatively happy. The hatch of the Federation's battleship opened, and a middle-aged man in a black leather jacket slowly walked out. He stood at the top of the gangway and waved to the black mass of welcoming people on the tarmac. From the frequency of his waving and his stiff posture, he was obviously very nervous. In fact, it was not only him and the members of the delegation behind him who were nervous. The Federation soldiers and civilians on the tarmac were also very nervous because everyone knew the historical significance of today's meeting. Many years ago, the Empire's diplomatic mission, which was as silent as a suicide squad, once visited the Federation. Many years after that, the humans on both sides of the Night Scorpion Nebula never had direct contact again. Until today, another group of brave or stupid Empire people came to the Federation's land with negotiation terms instead of ammunition. The extremely insulting word, stupid, was naturally not an evaluation made by a conscientious young historian like me. Stupid. The commander of the West Woods Military Region's 2nd Rapid Response Brigade stood beside Su Lu. He looked at the stiff Empire person on the gangway, took off his sunglasses and calmly mocked. He actually came in leather. Later, I'll get HTD Bureau to give him some trouble. Calmness and mockery usually could not be used together, but this young brigade commander behaved very naturally. That was because calling the people of the Imperium idiots was very natural for the soldiers of the Federation. It was even close to the truth, so he could be very calm. Su Lu shrugged and walked toward the gangway. He did not try to dispel this atmosphere. Although he knew that this kind of hostile atmosphere was not good for formal negotiations, he also knew that the blood feud of decades could not be suppressed by a few words. Presiding over the cooperation negotiations with the Empire's underground resistance organization was the latest mission that Mr. President gave him. Of course, it was also the best excuse for the radicals of the government to expel him from the capital ring. After all, this matter was connected by him in the Empire in the first place. Su Lu, who was walking towards the gangway under the light of the sun, was feeling very calm. He had a lot of contact with the members of the underground resistance organization who had come all the way from the Empire. He knew that they were not much different from ordinary people of the Federation, so he naturally did not find them troublesome. He was just worried that there would be trouble in Philadelphia and Qinghai. He did not know if the uncle would go to see the old man for the last time, and whether the uncle's safety would be a problem. Also, Mr. Sher had started to appear and disappear mysteriously again recently, and every time he appeared mysteriously, it meant that something troublesome was going to happen. In a situation where there was no reply, Su Lu asked the old man to help him investigate Qinghai's whereabouts. He was very surprised to find that the guy used some unknown method to hide from the most critical scans of the glory of the Charter. Another problem was that Colonel Lake. The Internal Affairs Department of the Ministry of Defense arrested this person, and Mr. Tian said that he would not let him die easily. Now that the election was around the corner, everything had to be done for the sake of stability. This person was temporarily detained in a secret military prison, but the problem was that he actually did not commit suicide. Killing oneself was always a simple matter, especially for a well-trained special soldier like Colonel Lake. Therefore, for Su Lu, the fact that he did not commit suicide meant that it was not a simple matter. The other side was very confident, but why were they so confident? Colonel Su Lu, it seems that you are not very happy to see your old friend. On the red carpet at the bottom of the gangway, a middle-aged Empire man wearing a black leather jacket looked at Su Lu in front of him. He waved his arm in an exaggerated manner and complained, "Did you forget about us murderers and arsonists after returning to the Federation?" The government translator standing in the middle of the crowd was very nervous after hearing this. He did not know what words to use to accurately express the friendship of the Empire's revolutionary friend, but also not to let Colonel Su Lu hear the profanity. Su stopped the translator's efforts, took off his sunglasses and hugged the other side with a smile, saying, Mu-en, welcome to my hometown. Chapter 707. Because in the eyes of all the people of the Federation, especially the men of the Federation, especially the male soldiers of the Federation, all the people of the Empire, especially the men of the Empire, especially the men of the Empire who had a certain fighting strength, were stupid or useless beasts full of rustic flavor. Because of the similar reasons described in reverse, it was easy to imagine that the welcome ceremony on the tarmac of the Changfeng military base was actually hiding too many swords and the most complicated greetings with dirty words under the surface of jubilation and warmth. Although the men of the Empire who walked off the battleship were said to be from some underground resistance organization and had been fighting with the Empire's royal army for hundreds of years, they were still from the Empire. This reason was enough to make the Federation people on the tarmac feel disgusted from the bottom of their hearts. Even if they tried to hide it, their expressions and actions couldn't help but become stiff. Don't fight, at least in front of the news reporters, don't fight. Su said softly to the excited and bloodthirsty brigade commander beside him. He didn't have any expression on his face and his tone wasn't very strong either. However, after the brigade commander was stunned for a moment, he immediately became more obedient. As the most loyal military officer of the Zhong family, he had to show absolute obedience to Su because he was the guardian of his little princess. We are not here to fight. Mr. Mu-en, the leader of the Empire's underworld from the Tianjing planet, smiled as he took the flowers from the beautiful little girl. He wiped off the sweat on his forehead uncomfortably and said to Su in a low voice, Also, I am not used to this kind of situation. I didn't expect you to learn the Federation language so well. Su shrugged and said, Since your organization chose you to be the negotiation representative, you have to learn to endure the necessary procedures, such as the welcome ceremony. My Federation language isn't as good as your Empire language. Speaking of which, I always thought that your aristocratic accent was too proper, like the nobles in the palace. Mu-en laughed and put his arm around Su-li's shoulder without any hesitation. He walked towards the red carpet and waved his arm in front of the reporter's passionate flashes. I'm only good at running smuggling routes and casinos. The organization asked me to be the negotiator because I'm already registered in the Royal Intelligence Department, so I'm not afraid of being exposed. In addition, in order to show our sincerity, I originally planned to invite Comrade Qi Dabing over, but I was worried that the two of you would fight again. Did Qi Dabing take over? The temporary representative meeting will be held in 3 months. Right now he is learning and familiarizing himself with the work. Why would I wave my fist at the future leader of the underground resistance? Su said without much sincerity. Then he looked at Mu-en's neck and said in a low voice, If it's very hot, do you need to hold me so tightly? Mr. Mu-en didn't seem to hear Su-li's words at all. He put on a sincere smile and hugged Su-li's shoulder tightly, showing his passion and his very good personal relationship with Colonel Su to the reporters of the Federation. The photo area flashed again and again. Even the dazzling light in the blue sky above their heads dimmed under the contrast of the sun. Su narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a slightly bitter smile appeared on his lips. He said in a low voice, I know what you're thinking and I also know what you need. But there's something I have to tell you. What is it? Mr. Mu-en looked forward and forced himself to forget the underworld aura in his bones. He waved his arms at a uniform speed like a politician. I've already lost my power. Su also looked forward and said with a smile, Some very powerful people can destroy me at any time. And I came to the West Woods to see you because I was purged by the government. Mu-en's arm that was holding Su stiffened. A moment later he laughed out loud and patted Su-li's back. He said in a deep voice, It's even better if you lose. Then we can just drink a few cups. I can hear the sound of your crying in your heart. Su mocked. Mr. Mu-en shrugged gently and said with a smile, Leader Wise thinks highly of you and so do I. You will get back on your feet. Besides, according to the information from Bermuda, the organization confirmed that you are the successor of Army Godly Pifu. We don't have to worry about anything. It seems that you definitely didn't receive the latest information. What? Army God is seriously ill. This is really shocking news. Mu-en frowned and looked at him. Then why are you still here? The beautiful sunlight shone through the sparse big leaf maples. The edges of this Ceylon special big leaf maple were sharp, so even though the leaves were sparse, they were still able to cut the sunlight into countless oddly shaped shadows. The flickering spots between the shadows covered the grassy slopes and the woodland behind the base. Sulu lay on the grass and squinted at the magical light spots in the blue sky. He fell into a long silence. The orderlies in the distance looked at him with confusion. They probably didn't understand why the plenipotentiary of the government didn't care about the members of the resistance group after throwing them into the hotel. Instead, he snuck to the back of the base and stared blankly. What was more important than negotiation? Was staring blankly into space a happy thing? Obviously, Sulu didn't think so because he was very sad at the moment. Maybe it was because the light spots burned his retina or something else, but there were traces of sparkling water in his squinted eyes, and a trace of it slid down the corner of his right eye. On the red carpet of the welcome ceremony, in the cheerful military music, and under the excited photo-taking of the reporters, a line of white symbols appeared in Su Li's left pupil. In the friendly memorandum with the Federal Central Computer, there was a rule that forbade the old thing from entering his brain without permission. But today's matter was a special condition that he had agreed on in advance. The line of silent symbols read, Citizen Number, SLAA 3218971. Li Pifu information node interrupted, announced death. When he saw the line of words in his left eye, the sun was shining brightly and the sound of gongs and drums filled the sky. However, he felt extremely cold and the muscles on his back subconsciously tightened. Except for the people saluting in the room in Philadelphia, Sulu should be the first person in the entire universe to know this news. He couldn't tell anyone else and he couldn't reveal his true feelings, so he silently left the hotel in the base and went to the grassland under the maple forest to stare blankly into space. This feeling was a little strange. He had learned of a major event that would definitely shake the universe, but he had no way of telling others about his shock and sorrow. This was Shilin's Sunset Province, and the people of Shilin respected him. However, they were not his people like Group 7, so he had no one to talk to. This was probably the so-called frustration and helplessness. He picked up the military encrypted phone and dialed a number. After waiting for a long time, Sulu was surprised to find that the call was connected. The voice on the other side of the phone was warm and charming, and it was very chaotic. Hey. Sure too, I heard that you were assigned to the West Woods. Why are you calling me? Shi Qinghai, who was obviously drunk, shouted loudly on the other side of the phone. Then he heard a woman's exaggerated laughter. I've called you many times just to remind you not to investigate that matter yourself. Do you understand? This is a very serious warning. Also, you motherfucker. Sulu thought for a moment, but in the end he swallowed back the expletives and the intention to ask. Looking at the blue sky above his head that was divided into pieces, he said calmly with a smile, How are you now? Very good. Shi Qinghai laughed and said, Why are you so nervous? By the way, I feel that you are not in a good mood and your voice is slippery. What happened? Nothing. Sulu sat up on the grass and struggled to pull out the crushed cigarette box from his trouser pocket. He took out a 37 brand cigarette and stared at the cigarette for a long time. When the cigarette finally fit between his fingers, he put it to his mouth and lit it with satisfaction. There was a long silence. Shi Qinghai on the other side of the phone didn't urge him, but waited patiently. Sulu blew out the spicy smoke from his lungs from his mouth and nose. After a short pause, he said slowly into the phone, Someone died. On the other side of the phone was a nightclub with blurred lights and the smell of liquor and soft drugs. After hanging up the phone, Shi Qinghai was silent for a while. Then he picked up the glass of amber liquid and smiled charmingly at the woman with slightly square eyes. He said, Is prison work always so boring? Are you interested in my work? The woman looked at him curiously. Then she rubbed her hands uneasily and explained with a forced smile, I always thought that no one would be interested in female prison guards. After all, we deal with vicious criminals every day. Life is really boring. What an old-fashioned view. Shi Qinghai drank the liquor in the glass. It seems that our era has never really changed. The woman took a sip of the liquor sadly and looked at him with concern. She said, Don't drink too fast. You should drink this. Shi Qinghai gently turned the empty glass in his hand and said in a daze, Because an era is over. I know that the frontline troops need the cooperation of these Empire people, so I can make concessions in the arms supply. Attitude? My attitude is very good. The photos in the West Woods military observation published yesterday can prove it. The question now is not how to negotiate, but why do I have to stay to negotiate? The Department of Defense arranged a special office for Sulu in the famous Golden Star Hotel in Sunset State. Outside the window was the beautiful silver beach. But today when he looked at the blue sea and blue sky outside the window, he couldn't feel at ease. He couldn't help but feel angry when he thought about what those people did. "Mr. Minister, if the funeral is scheduled for next month, then I have no reason not to go back. You want me to stay in the West Woods? I need an explanation. If I'm not satisfied with this explanation, I don't think anyone can stop me from going back to attend the funeral." Chapter 708. While Su Lu angrily sought an explanation from the Secretary of Defense, Zhou Yingxing, over the delayed encrypted military phone call, he knew very well that the person who deliberately distanced him from the Lees of Philadelphia and prevented him from attending the war god's funeral was not actually from the Department of Defense. He directly made a call to the president's official residence, and after a fierce argument with Director Breen, he was given the opportunity to speak directly with President Pabre. But this was still not enough, because although the president understood his feelings, he did not agree with directly falling out with the other side over the old man's funeral. The president understood him, so he comforted him. Su Lu also understood him. The election was about to begin, and the official residence was now under great pressure. Once Mr. Pabre lost in the election, everything, including the things he had promised Su Lu, could never be brought up again. In the end, the reason Su Lu remained in the West Woods in the Sunset State and did not attend the war god's funeral was because of a video message from Philadelphia. In the message, General Lee Jae-do calmly described the old man's dying wish, and reminded Su Lu that the other side had too many reasons to prevent him from attending the funeral. For example, when the people saw him, they would think of the mechanic, and that their father had a traitorous younger brother. Then they would be enraged, and the officers, who were already easily agitated, would be even more agitated. In the past few years, the entire Federation and the military had deliberately pushed him to the position of the war god's successor. Now that the situation had changed, the other side naturally did not want him to attend the funeral because they did not want the people to think of the so-called inheritance. However, this was not what Su Lu was concerned about. He just thought that as a junior he should at least send the old man off. But now, even the old man's own son, General Lee Jae-do, had expressed his opposition. If he insisted, this kind of insistence would become a little strange. When Su Lu looked at the starry sky in the Sunset State with a complicated and inexplicable smile and made the decision to give up on attending the funeral, it was already the end of February of the 72nd year of the constitutional calendar. Countless snowstorms strangely fell on the various planets of the Federation at this time, and at the same time the news of the war god Li Pifu's death was spread to thousands of families. Although the Federation people were already mentally prepared for the war god's passing, they could not help but mourn. The densely packed Federation square cried in unison, but one thing was very noteworthy. The Federation people's grief was so calm, probably because they firmly believed that although the war god was gone, the Federation would always be victorious. Almost all television stations adjusted their broadcast plans at the last minute. The Federation News Channel, on the other hand, pulled out a long-prepared large-scale news documentary filmed by the Jinxing Documentary Film Factory of the Ministry of National Defense and directed by the famous director Bai Ziming. This documentary, called The Man from Philadelphia, had only been broadcast for 3 days, but it had attracted a new wave of attention and mourning activities. All the major television stations applied to broadcast it online, and the young students of Linhai State University lit candles and looked at the light screen above their heads, guarding the old heroic spirit in the snow. The Central Committee of the Green Dragon Mountain Anti-Government Army published a press release written by the leader of Nanshui. In the press release, the committee warmly praised Marshal Li Pifu's great achievements in resisting the invasion of the empire. They deeply remembered the noble character of Marshal Li Pifu, and called on the workers and students of the 4 states, Planet S2, and even the 3 regions of the Federation to carry on the Marshal's will, and to fight to create a more peaceful and beautiful future. People noticed that when the press release described the glorious history of the war god Li Pifu, it was very important to point out that in his battle career, Marshal Li had never had any conflicts with the armed forces of the people of Planet S2. That the Empire's L9 system, the adventurous planet that was regarded as a paradise by interstellar pirates and smugglers, had now become the most serious place in the universe. Every building and every window seemed to constantly reflect the gloomy faces and the dark military uniforms. 170,000 elite ground troops of the Empire were gathered here, and 3 medium-sized fleets were patrolling the space outside the system. What terrified the local residents the most was the ground troops made up of close to 500 of the latest Wolf mecha models. This metal wolf-like troop moved silently and sternly through the city. It was an uninteresting sight, and it was an indescribable visual shock that made one feel numb all over. This metal-tied mecha troop belonged to the great and invincible Her Royal Highness. Huai Chaoshi, who had just finished inspecting the supply line in space, was scrubbing her face that was full of dust while listening to the rapid military report made by the guards. Occasionally she would issue a few orders in a calm tone. The Empire's elite troops that had endured for a long time had severely damaged the offensive of the Federal Army in the last counterattack. In order to intimidate the Federation and stabilize the situation, Huai Chaoshi didn't hesitate to personally enter the battle as the Princess of Zhuotian Galaxy. She blasted the stupid commander of the Fourth Army into charcoal dust that filled the sky. At the same time, she also dispersed the seemingly unstoppable tide of the Federation's attack. The Empire's great retreat ends here. In the past, you won in advance because I allowed you to win in advance. Now, I won't allow you to take another step forward, so you won't be able to take another step forward. This was the strongest message that the Imperial armies and their commander-in-chief sent to the enemy of the Federation. In fact, if it weren't for the MX independent mecha troop led by Colonel Li Feng arriving outside the L9 system's dimensional door in advance, the Empire's Wolf Fang mecha troop that had rushed out with the tide might have swallowed up the entire Fourth Army that had been left behind on the planet's surface. In this unprecedented form of mecha warfare, Huai Chaoshi and Li Feng, the two mecha prodigies who had made a name for themselves at a young age, began to blossom with unimaginable splendor. Although they had never met on the battlefield, both the Federation and the Empire knew that that day would eventually come. Huai Chaoshi felt a little hungry. After thinking for a while, she poured herself a glass of milk. She was very satisfied with the current situation. Throwing the X3 crystal mine to those greedy capitalists of the Federation had indeed reduced the pressure by a lot. Her father was right. If a pack of dogs discovered a bone of meat to eat, they would definitely not attack humans again. Instead, they would attack each other to share the bone of meat. The guard suddenly noticed that a document at the bottom of the electronic folder was marked with 5 gold stars. He frowned, thinking that the Intelligence Bureau official must have made a mistake. The Federation forces hadn't attacked Tianjin, so what kind of intelligence would require 5 gold stars? What's wrong? Huai Chaoshi asked with a frown as she tore open a piece of coconut milk bread and prepared to have a simple lunch. Seeing the expression on her subordinate's face, she asked with a frown. It shouldn't be anything important. The trusted guard shrugged and opened the document. Then he turned into a statue and remained silent for a long time. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and looked at Huai Chaoshi before saying in a hoarse voice, "Dog thief Li Pifu is dead." Huai Chaoshi put down the bread in her hand in a daze. Although she had received news of Li Pifu's serious illness a few months ago, she still found it hard to believe when she suddenly heard that he was dead. That person invaded the Empire's territory like a demon, burned the Empire's stars, massacred the Empire's citizens, and even killed the Emperor and the great teacher. He was evil and invincible for his entire life, but in the end he died just like that. Huai Chaoshi walked to the window and looked at the blood-red sunset. She narrowed her eyes as if there were flames burning in them. Everyone said that she was invincible. No, at least Sulu had escaped from her hands. In this universe, only that person was truly invincible, and in the end he had only lost to time once. Li Pifu, I haven't defeated you yet. How can you die? When the Emperor found out about this shocking news, he probably felt the same sorrow as his daughter. He silently thought, Li Pifu, you old thief, I haven't killed you yet. How can you be dead? At the time, the Emperor was roaring in rage because of the underground resistance organization joining hands with the Federal Army. After hearing about Li Pifu's death, he suddenly calmed down. He waved his hand and drove everyone out of the palace. He himself passed through the screen full of sunflowers and came to the railing of Star Caesar Hall, gazing at the high and untouchable ground. Then, His Majesty the Emperor released his hand and threw the vine that was full of old blood stains down. The funeral will be officially held on the 10th of next month. In the old mansion in the Westwood Sunset Province, Fatty Tian leaned against the soft sofa and watched the news on the hologram as he spoke to the two fellows on the other side. Did you see the news release from Green Dragon Mountain? I heard that it was personally written by the leader of Nanshui. I also heard that his body seems to be on the verge of death. Sulu held a large white towel in both hands and rubbed the restless little head inside. He said, I also heard that when the Empire's newspaper reported the news of the Marshal's death, there was a sentence written in a certain corner. What sentence? Li Pifu is dead. Fatty Tian sighed with emotion. On the news screen, there was not a single trace of snow left on Charter Square in the capital special district. It was completely clean. A dense crowd stood on the square and looked up in anticipation. In the open space opposite the famous Group of Five, an extremely tall statue had appeared at some unknown time. Accompanied by enthusiastic applause, the curtain outside the statue flowed down like water. The most famous sculptor of the Federation devoted himself to strengthening the retro bronze material. The Shell Motor Company's heavy metal die casting department was responsible for the construction. Charter Square finally had a statue after thousands of years. The statue was of a young Li Pifu. At the time, he was wearing a tattered Federation military uniform and standing in front of the half-open hatch of an M37 mecha. In front of the sharp weapon extended from the right mechanical arm of the mecha, he was pointing at the tattered and blackened Imperial Hibiscus Chinese flag. Everyone knew that the image chosen by the statue was referring to the assassination that changed the fate of the Federation. That tattered Imperial Hibiscus Chinese flag was naturally referring to the Emperor of the Empire who died at the hands of the war god. The sky was filled with fireworks and thunderous applause. Countless Federation citizens looked up at Li Pifu's statue with tears in their eyes. Fatty Tian looked at the news screen and spread out his hands. General Li Jiedu relayed the marshal's last words. In his last words, the marshal said very clearly that he rejected any form of commemoration. The proposal was unanimously approved by the Senate. Not to mention General Li Jiedu, even the dead old master couldn't change anything. He couldn't jump out of the coffin and shout, "I don't want a statue." Su Lu smiled and shrugged. He continued to rub the restless head under the towel and said, "Actually, just like the Group of Five, the marshal didn't need a statue, but the statue was already built." Chapter 709. The citizens of Silin were relatively calm about the passing of the war god Li Bofu. This was probably because they had seen far too many life and death separations after decades of bitter war against the Empire. Moreover, Silin had never lacked heroes in its history, especially 2 years ago when they had just sent away their own hero. That was why they expressed their condolences and showed the most sincere respect for the old man's passing. Life quickly returned to normal after that. In fact, no matter who lived or died, the universe would always develop as it had been. Even the people of the capital ring had to mainly focus on their work, study, or denounce the shameless monopolies on the internet. This was life. In the morning, Su Lu held little Watermelon's hand and walked into the school. Under the awe-inspiring gazes of the teachers and students, he smiled and said goodbye. The little girl turned back and smiled sweetly, her black hair and fluffy plaid skirt dancing a waltz. Su Lu did not leave. He found a few technical books on turbochargers in the school library and sat silently by the window behind the tall bookshelf. Using the bright sunlight outside the window, he carefully read the books, trying to grasp the old and slightly primitive mechanical principles as quickly as possible and how to match them with the cutting-edge quasi-quantum engine. The whole morning passed like this. When the bell rang, he looked at the sunlight outside the window, squinted his eyes and stretched lazily. He then walked to the bottom of the teaching building and took little Watermelon from the young female teacher. He was a little embarrassed to ignore the young female teacher's admiring and shy eyes. He lowered his head and led the little girl through the sea of people in the school and found a very inconspicuous red oil restaurant to pass the time. Then in the afternoon, Su Lu threw himself behind the tall bookshelf in the library like a soft cotton pillow. Because the angle of sunlight had changed, he chose a window facing west and continued to read in silence. Occasionally he would pick up the military water bottle and drink a few mouthfuls of water. When the bell rang again, he went to the bottom of the teaching building and experienced the shy and admiring eyes of the young female teacher again. Although this female teacher and many other young female teachers in the school had been looking at him like this for a few months, he was still embarrassed. So, he lowered his stubborn head that he usually found difficult to lower. He held the little girl's hand and broke through the sea of people in the school as if he was escaping. When they returned to the old mansion in Wei Tu district, Fatty Tian would sometimes wait in the dining room with a knife and fork, and sometimes he would disappear without a trace. It was said that he had gone to the 2nd Rapid Response Brigade to compete in drinking. Zhong Huoyin, on the other hand, would use her fastest speed to rush upstairs, take a shower, wash her hair, and change into beautiful household clothes. Su Lu, on the other hand, would take advantage of this time to cook a few home-cooked dishes in the kitchen and a large pot of rice. After Zhong Huiyin bit her lip and stubbornly expressed that she was only willing to eat the food he cooked, the responsibility of cooking in the old mansion fell on him. Su Li's appetite was still as exaggerated as always, so it took a long time for him to cook a big pot of rice. By this time, Zhong Huiyin would have already washed herself clean, held a large white towel and skipped downstairs. She would quietly stand in front of him and then lower her head to hide in the white towel. Su Lu wiped the little girl's wet hair quickly, simply, and even a little rudely. The cigarette in his mouth would often leak some ash. At times like this, he would often narrow his eyes and recall the homework content and key points in the parents' handbook. He would think about where to start the tutoring after dinner, and whether he should not go too deep into it. It seemed a little too early for a 6th grade student to come into contact with theoretical physics. School, waiting, lunch, waiting, dinner, tutoring, storytelling, and waiting for the little girl to fall asleep. This was Su Li's daily routine in the Westwood Sunset State. After being banished from the capital ring, the Federation government did not arrange any specific work for him. Naturally, the negotiations with the Empire's underground resistance were handled by professional negotiators. The military equipment test project in the armaments assembly base was also handled by the Ministry of Defense and the Shell Motor Company's technical department. All Su Li needed to do was to attend a few cocktail parties to strengthen friendship and appease the anger of Mr. Mu En and the other Outlanders. Other than that, there was nothing else to do. Therefore, he began to silently act as a guardian. According to the life attitude he had cultivated over the years, he should do what he did well. He tried his best to play the role of a male babysitter. This kind of life seemed a little boring and monotonous, but Su Li could adapt to it very well. This was because in this kind of boring and monotonous life, there was the word, peaceful life, that he liked very much. Compared to the battlefield full of blood and smoke, the Vanity Fair full of conspiracies and violence, he felt that his current life was as gentle and happy as the clouds. Why does the wave content of electrons begin to collapse when we observe them? Zhong Huashan, who was wearing a pink nightgown, was curled up in a corner of the sofa. She gently bit the end of a digital pen and asked in confusion. The little girl was not yet 12 years old, but her youthful appearance was very clear. The pair of bare feet that were exposed outside the nightgown were even more adorable. Although I have to admit that your learning ability is very amazing, I still think that it's a little too early to explain quantum physics. Su Li looked at the report card that the school had sent to his phone. Looking at the full marks on it, a faint sense of pride spontaneously grew in the depths of his heart. He could not help but laugh out loud. After the death of Commander Zhong and his wife, this delicate little girl in front of him was a family member that he had to do his best to take care of. However, he did not expect that little watermelon would have such an extraordinary talent in learning. Before the age of 12, she had already finished all the high school courses. If you're interested in this, there's a popular science book called The History of Quantum Physics. You can take a look at it first. Zhong Huashan shrugged like an adult and said cutely, I've already finished reading that book, but I have to admit that there are many parts that I don't understand. Brother, everyone says that you're a genius, so you should be able to explain it more clearly. Theoretical physics has always been my weak point. Su Lu also shrugged and said, when I was learning from Professor Shen at the Research Institute, I was often criticized mercilessly by him, so it's best to ask someone else for these questions. When Zhong Huashan heard this, she suddenly sat up from the sofa and crawled over to Su Lu in an unseemly manner. She looked up at him and blinked her eyes. She asked curiously, should I look for that female engineer? She's the chief technical supervisor of Nutshell, and she designed the MX mecha with you, brother. She must be very good at theoretical physics. Su Lu was stunned for a moment. He rubbed her hair and said, she's very busy with work now. Military equipment testing is a long-term job. There's no way she'll be very busy. Zhong Huashan's judgment was clearly sharper than that of her peers. She wrinkled her nose and retorted, you were arranged to do this because the big shots from S1 wanted to chase you far away, so why is she here too? A military equipment testing doesn't need two technical geniuses like you to be present at the same time, right? Chapter 7:10. Hearing the little girl's sharp retort that was still filled with curiosity and teasing, Su Li's mind naturally appeared in front of him. The girl was naturally a simpleton with a broad mind, but in fact, the pair of eyes behind the lenses were filled with the brilliance of the Federation's intelligence. Speaking of which, brother, among all your girlfriends, I like her the most. Zhong Huiyin opened her big, bright, innocent eyes and maintained the cute posture of a kitten. She held her face with both hands and stared at Su Li's face close at hand. She said, "She is very beautiful, speaks very simply, never puts on makeup, and her skin is very good. The most important thing is that she has a high IQ, which is a good match for you. The most important thing is that she has big breasts, which you will definitely like very much." Su Lu was still young, but at this moment he could not help but feel embarrassed. He waved his hand and said angrily, "First, I don't have that many girlfriends. To be precise, I don't have a girlfriend. Second, it seems that I don't need you to evaluate and choose what kind of woman I want to find." A list of explanations. What a typical male student of engineering. Zhong Huiyin sighed helplessly and then seriously retorted, "First, if they are not your girlfriends, why don't they get married? If you don't have a girlfriend, then what is Jian Shuier? Second, you are now my guardian. If you want to find a wife, of course it has something to do with me. Otherwise, what if you find me a vicious stepmother? In the future, if she wants to have children with you, she will definitely not like me. Then let's start from the beginning." Su Lu rubbed his hair in pain and said, "First, even if I find a wife, you can only call her sister-in-law, not stepmother. Second, even if Jian Shuier is my girlfriend, she is not a vicious person. Third, if it is my fault that they don't get married, then what can you find to solve it? I am not even 12 years old, and you want me to solve the problems between you adults?" Zhong Huiyin opened her eyes wide and screamed, "What is love? How can I understand?" She looked up and continued to explain innocently, "I don't have any bad feelings towards Jian Shuier. I just feel that she should be an idol on TV just like the doll on my bed. How could I really marry her?" "What's wrong with that?" Su Lu asked, puzzled. "She's a soldier now, not the superstar she used to be. She's a big star. Whether she makes a comeback or not, she's still a big star." Zhong Huashan frowned prettily and said, "I can't imagine the life of the national idol girl in front of me. When I think of her pooping in the bathroom next door, I think of her trimming her nose hair in front of the mirror, or even picking her feet on the sofa we're sitting on. Oh my God." The little girl slapped the sofa cushion with her right hand and sighed exaggeratedly, "Do you know what it means to have your idol disillusioned? In this kind of situation, how heavy of a blow will my young heart suffer?" Sulu was speechless. He stared blankly at the beautiful little girl in front of him who had a pretentious and slightly exaggerated expression. He didn't know what was in her head. Only then did he notice that the little girl's posture was extremely indecent. Her smooth and delicate legs were exposed under the nightdress, and a piece of tender skin was exposed at the neckline of the nightdress. He naturally reached out and grabbed her struggling head, made her sit up straight and lectured her in a deep voice, "You're a big girl now. You have to be careful in the future. Otherwise, if you're seen by outsiders, you'll suffer a big loss." Zhong Huashan laughed a little embarrassedly and quickly buttoned her collar. Sula looked at the little girl with picturesque eyebrows and somehow thought of the scene a few years later when little Watermelon, who had become a young girl, had a boyfriend and walked into the family in a wedding dress. His eyes narrowed subconsciously, and his chest was filled with warmth and a faint sense of loss. This fatherly feeling flashed through his mind, and he suddenly thought of a very important question. He frowned and looked at her. After a long while he hesitated and asked, "How is the school's adolescent education? I saw that there seems to be a task requirement on the parent column in the electronic manual." "Brother, what do you want to ask?" Zhong Huashan opened her big eyes and looked at him curiously. Sulu was deliberating his words. If Mrs. Zhong was still alive, of course, it wouldn't be his turn to deal with these things. But the problem at hand was that the entire old house in Weili-Tu district was full of a group of special elite men. Even the big fat white rabbits behind seemed to be male. "I understand." The clever little girl reacted quickly. She glared at him, put her hand in front of her little face and said quietly, "First, I haven't come yet. Second, even if I come, I can handle it myself. This doesn't require a high IQ. By the way, you don't have to worry about these women in the future." She followed up with a reminder. She grabbed the hem of her nightdress and said angrily, "I'll be shy, okay?" The words woman and shy directly broke down Su Li's psychological defense. He stared at the little girl in front of him and was speechless again. After a long time he came back to his senses. He coughed twice and said, "We'll continue the discussion about the accuracy of quantum physics tomorrow night. Go to sleep quickly. We still have to go to the south tomorrow." Zhong Huashan stood up from the sofa, lifted the hem of her nightdress, and bowed obediently with a smile. Then she rushed to the bedroom screaming. Her short black hair was so cute. The 72nd year of the constitutional calendar was an election year. Before the presidential election in autumn, the first thing to take place was the election of members of parliament and governors at all levels. The West Woods district was no exception. 1/3 of the district's members of parliament would be rotated. At present, the Federation was peaceful and the whole society was united. In contrast, the West Woods district, which was still in civil strife and the strong infiltration of the Federation, appeared to be in a storm. The election of members of parliament was very important. In order to consolidate or protect the traditional interests of the Zhong family in the West Woods political circle, the Zhong family had to make a strong statement. In the past few days, in addition to his daily studies, Su Lu often had to take Zhong Huashan to various places in the West Woods to support the candidates who were close to or loyal to the Zhong family. As the little princess of the Zhong family, this was the right and duty of Zhong Huashan. She and Su Lu appeared at those election rallies at the same time, which naturally caused waves of cheers and enthusiasm of countless people in the West Woods to vote. In addition to the election, the most important thing in the Federation at present was the funeral. The little girl went upstairs to sleep. In the living room, Su Lu turned on the huge screen that covered the entire wall. Watching the live broadcast of the funeral on the television, his eyes gradually narrowed. It was late at night in the West Woods, but it was still early in the S1 Capital Special District. The snow on Charter Square had long been cleared, and only a little bit of ash and snow remained on the lawn. For some reason, the weather in the Capital Special District was still exceptionally cold even though it was already spring. Government officials in dark windbreakers, generals in dark green military uniforms, and people of the Federation in black formal wear slowly came from all directions of the city. Accompanied by the clear morning breeze, they had a sad and calm expression on their faces as they sent off the old man on his last journey. Su Lu narrowed his eyes as he watched the live broadcast of the funeral. Thinking that he should have been there but had to stay here, he felt a little depressed. And when he saw the black coffin in the middle of Charter Square surrounded by tens of thousands of white flowers and the military flag covering the coffin, the depression became stronger and stronger, and it was difficult to get rid of for a long time. Li Pifu's last words were very clear. He wanted to be buried in Philadelphia, and he wanted to be buried in the back mountain of Philadelphia instead of the lakeside because he had occupied the beautiful scenery for many years. Since he was dead, he could not let the tomb and the memorial hall continue to occupy it, and it could not be occupied forever. But the funeral had to be held in the Capital Special District, which meant that the body of the old man in the coffin had to bear 2 long trips, which was why Su Lu was so comfortable. In the slow-moving camera, it was all black and white. Hundreds of thousands of people stood in silence in Charter Square, listening to President Pabre read the eulogy in a low voice. In the mournful music of Xiao Mu, pigeons flew by. These pigeons were not the pigeons in Charter Square that were too fat to fly because they were fed by tourists, but they came from the Far East, so they flew very fast and firmly. The Federation government, from the president to the vice president, from the minister to the governor, were all present at the funeral. The military, from the commanders of the major military regions to the chiefs of the field armies, were all present, and the veterans wearing military uniforms without epaulets cried the hardest. All the members of the parliament were present, the anti-government military representatives of Green Dragon Mountain were present, and the representatives of the trade unions of the 4 states around the mountain were present. Several weak-looking old men and a lady stood silently on the side of the rostrum. Their expressions were calm and they did not attract anyone's attention. Even the cameras of the Federation News Channel did not notice them, or did not dare to notice them. The people of the Federation and the hundreds of thousands of people in Charter Square who were watching the live broadcast of the funeral did not know that these ordinary-looking old men represented the seemingly omnipotent 7 families hidden in the shadows of history and folklore. The old men and the ladies looked at the black coffin that was being slowly lifted up, and their eyes were filled with extremely complicated emotions. Some of them were in awe of the person in the coffin, some of them were sad about his departure, and some of them were relaxed that could not be concealed. Because of the person in the coffin, the unknown Lees of Philadelphia had been dazzling in the past few decades, and no one dared to look at them directly. Although that person did not really have a conflict with the 7 families, just sitting silently by the lake like a statue, he suppressed the 7 families and forced them to be low-key and conservative, not daring to act rashly. Such a situation was rare in history, and now that that person had passed away, who in the Federation could suppress these families? At this moment, there was a small commotion in the dense morning crowd in the square. The middle-aged male anchor of the news channel was reviewing the glorious battle history of the military god while explaining the funeral scene. His voice suddenly changed, and even the solemn mourning music could not suppress the shock at this moment. The one walking at the front is Miss Jian Shuier? The middle-aged male anchor, the people in the square, and the hundreds of millions of viewers in front of the TV all looked at the girl walking at the front of the group of family members, and all fell into shock at the same time. Jian Shuier, dressed in black, was holding the black and white portrait of the military god in her arms, and General Li Feng and General Li Jiedu were standing beside her. Her perfect face, which had fascinated the people of the Federation for many years, was filled with endless sadness. Chapter 7:11. Seeing Jian Shuier slowly walking forward with the portrait in her hands, Su Li's eyes narrowed again. He subconsciously took a sip of water. The Federation never knew the true family background of this national idol who was once popular throughout the universe, nor did they know why the UNICEF had to fight such a lawsuit with Department 23. Today she finally revealed her identity at the funeral, but no one could guess the most secretive part of her identity. It was believed that after the funeral, the image of Jian Shuier in black holding the portrait of the war god would immediately spread throughout the universe. Countless news media would definitely dig up the relationship between her and the Lees of Philadelphia. The curiosity of the public would put a lot of pressure on her, but no matter how many factors there were, it was impossible to stop her from rushing back from the front line to attend the funeral. This was because she used to be called Jian Muzi, and was picked up by the Lees of Philadelphia from the other side of the universe. She was a daughter who grew up with great care and tolerance. Sulu had not seen her for a few days. Usually they only contacted each other through email. When he found out that she was rushing back to Philadelphia, he sent her a letter of comfort. Other than that, he could not do too much. At this time, looking at her slightly red eyes and haggard and sad face on the news, he was very worried about her. He sat silently on the sofa and silently watched the live broadcast of the funeral. He silently waited until the funeral was over, and the Federation News Channel began to play, "The Man from Philadelphia," again. Sulu lowered his head and rubbed his eyebrows. He turned off the TV and then sat silently for a long time again before picking up the phone and dialing a number. Just like in the past, the phone rang precisely 3 times before it was picked up. Then Shang Qiu's calm voice sounded. There was a trace of warmth but no surprise in it. "What's the matter? Is the test over?" Sulu asked. "Yes, it's not difficult to set up the electromagnetic beam cluster array. You know, the key is the matching formula between the reference positioning and the curvature of the Earth's crust. The old people at the 7th Institute of the Academy of Science have been working on it for half their lives, but they still haven't figured it out." Sulu seemed to be able to see Shang Qiu shrugging indifferently on the other end of the phone. Her plump breasts were trembling, cute and charming. He scratched his head and said, "This research is already difficult, not to mention that it has to be suitable for military use. That's why I didn't blame him. If I had been able to understand mathematics better when I was at Kyoto University, or if I had had more time, I would have done it myself." Shang Qiu said, "I heard that you've been quite free recently. Are you interested in helping out? Don't forget that there's still a spot for you in the Nutshell Engineering Department." "Forget it?" Sulu only realized that his rejection was a little stiff after he said it out loud. Worried that the other party might have other sensitive thoughts, he quickly explained, "You know that I'm very stupid when it comes to theory, especially when compared to you." Obviously, the genius female engineer on the other end of the phone had zero sensitivity to these things. She said calmly, "I'll do the calculations and you do the model." After thinking about it, Sulu said, "Okay, when you come back, let's meet and talk." "I'm already back," Shang Qiu said. "We need to wait for the live ammunition data, so the entire research team has been pulled back." "You're at the Golden Star Hotel right now?" Sulu asked in surprise. When he thought about how close she was to the Wei Air mansion, he couldn't help but feel nervous. "What? You want to see me?" Shang Qiu said after a pause. She began to tease him a little clumsily like she did many years ago in the nightclub next to Kyoto University. It was just that young people often didn't understand that teasing would only make them feel embarrassed and embarrassed. I do have some things that I want to tell you in person." Jian Shuier's haggard and sorrowful face appeared in Su Li's mind. Although it wasn't a weeping beauty, it was particularly pitiful. Then, holding the hot phone in his hand, he realized that there were many things that he should say, but he didn't know how to say them. Or perhaps, if he dug into the deepest part of a man's heart, he didn't want to say them at all. From his tone, Shangqiu vaguely understood something. After a moment of silence she said, "There's no need to be too artistic between us, and you don't have to feel too pressured because I ran away from the wedding." Su Le grunted through his nose. Shangqiu's next words came quickly and directly, which was very in line with her personality. "But I really think that you are the best choice for my husband. I like you. Do you like me?" Su Le felt that this question was much more difficult than the spring recruitment exam for Nutshell. Like a fool, he stared at the dark screen that had turned off long ago. After thinking for a long time, he directly answered the question, which was also very in line with his personality. "I like you. That's a very good thing," Shangqiu said calmly on the other end of the phone. "Then the question now is, what do you do if you like a lot of people?" From a biological point of view, male animals will spray their semen all over the universe when they are in heat, and male men are in heat all year round. But the problem is that things like love and marriage are not as simple as being in heat. "I understand, so I don't know what to do." Su Le scratched his hair that hadn't been washed for 3 days and felt his scalp itch. "Am I very shameless?" "You are as shameless as all men," Shangqiu commented. The two ends of the phone were silent for a long time, so long that even the air felt very awkward. At this time Shangqiu suddenly asked, "Have you ever thought that if we have a child, will it become the most amazing engineering genius in history? If it doesn't inherit my looks, then this child will definitely be very beautiful." Su Le added in his heart, "And the child will definitely have a very good figure. Then, why don't we try to have a child?" Shangqiu's voice on the other end of the phone became somewhat erratic. "The kind that secretly." Hearing the word secretly, Su Le's heart failed to live up to his expectations and trembled. His mouth opened in shock and he couldn't close it or speak. At this critical moment, a burst of chaotic footsteps and a scream came from upstairs. Zhong Huiyan rushed to the side of the stairs and forced herself to suppress the desire to scream. She lifted the hem of her nightdress and took a deep breath. Looking at the stunned Su Le downstairs, she said in a trembling voice, "It's coming." Su Le was stunned for a moment and then reacted. He suddenly stood up and looked at the tiny red stain on her nightdress, panicked, and said loudly, "You said you can take care of it yourself." The black coffin covered with the bright military flag of the Federation was quietly placed in the main hall of the Memorial Hall of the Federation Heroes. At this time it was already late, and the endless mourners were helplessly blocked outside the gate. They could only express their grief through the glass and the light curtain. After a long secret talk with General Li Jiedu, the president had already left. After all, there were still countless important matters waiting for him to decide on in the Federation and in the front line. Immediately afterwards, those generals with sorrowful expressions were also gently persuaded away by Li Zidao. These old generals who had followed the war god Li Zidao to the north and south in the past were already old, and it was very difficult for them to endure for a long period of time while grieving. In the quiet night, the Lees of Philadelphia guarded the coffin of the old man. Although it was called the Lees, in fact there were only 3 people. As the night gradually deepened, Jian Shuier, who was attacked by grief and fatigue, finally couldn't take it anymore. She leaned against the pillar and fell asleep. Li Jiedu looked at the logistics officer who covered the girl with a green military blanket and waved his hand to call Li Feng over. "Send your aunt to the room next door to rest. Also, tell the Ministry of National Defense not to let the reporters disturb her for the next few days." General Li Jiedu gently asked the staff to go to rest. Then he walked to the side doors on both sides and gently closed them. At this time he was the only one left in the spacious Memorial Hall of the Federation Heroes. There was also a black coffin covered with the Federation's military flag. He moved a stool to the side of the black coffin, took off his military cap, and casually placed it on the black coffin. Then he sat down and let out an almost inaudible sigh. The spacious hall was dimly lit. Li Jiedu gently placed his palm on the black coffin. His expression was calm. His gray hair, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and his tired expression gradually merged with the atmosphere. Suddenly, he turned his head and quietly looked at the black coffin. His gaze seemed to want to penetrate the thick specially made coffin and look at his father lying quietly in the military flag. Just like that, Li Jiedu sat beside the coffin for an entire night. He didn't speak, didn't drink, didn't eat, just sat there in silence. His palm was always calmly placed on the black coffin. Until early morning, when a new day arrived, the sky outside the window seemed to be shining. Li Jiedu's hair seemed to be whiter, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemed to be deeper. He was increasingly tired. Then he calmly said to the black coffin, "Father, before you fell ill, there are some things I didn't have time to tell you. Today I want to tell you. No matter how great a person is, there will come a day when he will rot. Take you for example. Perhaps in just one night your body has already decayed. The only thing that can make the Federation make your spirit immortal forever is the system, the brand new system that has undergone change. Yes, the people in this part of the universe are afraid of change. The people who have been fooled don't know the necessity of change. Those vultures who have attached themselves to the rotting corpses of the people for 10,000 years hate change. They who control the parliament will never allow this kind of change to happen. Fortunately, the enemies in the universe have given us an extremely good reason, and you have given the strong and brave army an unprecedented position in the Federation, receiving the love and respect of the people. The current Federation has the best opportunity, and it may also be the last opportunity." He stood up and carefully put on his military cap. Facing his father in the coffin, he adjusted his military appearance for the last time. Calmly and full of determination he said, "Father, I intend to do this. You will definitely be proud of me." After giving the military salute, Li Jiedu turned and left. Monotonous footsteps echoed in the dark hall of the Memorial Hall of Heroes. The black coffin covered by the military flag seemed particularly lonely. It was unknown whether the old man in the coffin would be proud, but in any case he could no longer speak. Chapter 7:12. As the son of the Federation's god of war, Li Jiedu began to bear the glory and pressure of his family the moment he was born. As Li Pifu went from being the Federation's war hero to the commander who defeated the 17th Division and then became the Federation's god of war, the glory and pressure he bore increased day by day. However, it was very regrettable that he had never been able to display the ability to match this glory and pressure on the battlefield. If it was another second-generation figure, under the pressure of this completely maddening sense of loss, perhaps they would have given up on themselves and even become crazy and indulgent. However, Li Jiedu didn't. He very calmly accepted reality. After becoming a civilian, he started out as an ordinary instructor in the first military academy. Relying on his outstanding knowledge and excellent qualities, he gradually became an associate professor, dean, vice dean, and dean. Other than a very short period of military assignment, Li Jiedu's military career was basically spent in the first military academy. Thinking about it carefully, today, countless young officers in the federal forces had received his teachings. General Li Jiedu was extremely low-key. This was the common understanding of the Federation's political and military circles. However, being low-key didn't mean that he was incompetent. There was one point that was very worth pondering. Those military bigwigs who came and went from the Lees of Philadelphia, when he was young, none of them dared to look down on him. They were used to communicating with him with an equal attitude. This was related to his family background, but it was also because these military bigwigs of the previous generation who were gradually fading from the stage of history had long discovered that the marshal seemed to have never doubted his son's excellence and character. This kind of trust between a strict father and a young son was very rare. It was even shocking and thought-provoking. There were two military bigwigs in the federal military who were known for their gentleness and elegance. One was Minister of Defense Zhou Yingxing, and the other was Li Jiedu, who was about to officially take over the position of chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the Federation. In a certain historical trajectory, the Federal Army, which was rapidly growing stronger with the war and gradually showing its autonomous will, should have entered the next era smoothly and gently under the control of the two big shots with scholarly demeanor. But now it seemed that the reality was not so. The next day, the black coffin covered with military flags was transported back to Philadelphia by a special plane. Surprisingly, Li Jiedu did not go back. Instead, he took a special car to the Army Conference Center in the northern part of the capital special district. The gendarme at the iron gate raised his gun to his chest and saluted the general. The general smiled warmly and stepped in, walking along the quiet and deep corridor of the conference center. He didn't sleep. He had been sitting beside the coffin all night, but there wasn't a trace of fatigue on his face. His dark green military uniform was straighter than ever, and as he walked forward, his footsteps became straighter and straighter. At this moment, he was like a man who had been carrying a mountain of millions of tons on his shoulders for many years, and suddenly relieved all the weight and began to walk forward with confidence. He was also like a weak man who had been silently standing beside his father for many years, and suddenly grew up overnight. In front of the tightly closed door of the conference room, Li Jiedu gently pushed the door open. Seeing the familiar faces, he couldn't help but smile slightly. There were 7 people sitting in the spacious conference room, and any one of these 7 people was enough to affect the overall situation of the Federation in some way. The acting director of the Bureau of Proclamation, Cui Zedong, stood up, held his hand and said softly and sincerely, "My condolences." The deputy commander of the 2nd Military Region also stood up and saluted with a bang. Everyone in the conference room stood up, and the last one was the fat old man who sat in the middle of the room. He slowly stood up, held Li Jiedu's hand tightly and said in a deep voice, "Please take care of yourself. Just as my father once said, for the sake of the Federation, we should exercise our bodies and strive for more years of healthy work." Li Jiedu held his hand and said, "Mr. Vice President, I will always remember these words." These important figures in the conference room rarely had the opportunity to gather together. Over the years, under the name of that organization, they had only gathered in a hurry 2 or 3 times. Most of the time they communicated with each other through their most loyal subordinates, meeting in person in some inconspicuous place. Time was very precious for these important figures. After expressing their most sincere condolences and sympathy to the old man who had just finished his funeral, they immediately got to the main topic. According to the 5-year plan, we have been trying to influence the 3rd-level elections in the parliament, but the current situation is not very good. Those families and political factions have too much control over the parliament, and their power in the media is also quite shocking. Therefore, the candidates we have proposed have only made progress in the state and district-level elections for the time being, and we have not been able to infiltrate the parliament at the management committee level. The important figure of the Federation Election Committee said in a deep voice, "Everyone, it seems that we need more patience to start from the seats in the parliament. The problem now is that those families seem to be vigilant, and we don't have enough time. Even if those old families are vigilant with their arrogance, they will still not make a strong reaction, just like the situation in the West Woods and this investigation." Someone frowned and retorted, "Regarding that case, the Department of National Defense has been under pressure, and the Department of Justice probably won't be able to hold on for long. This is what I am most concerned about. It seems that Colonel Su Lu has already given up on investigating this case. What else do we need to worry about?" The important figure of the election committee subconsciously glanced at the quiet General Li Jiedu. Li Jiedu did not speak, but picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. "The investigation by the Department of National Defense is not dangerous, but there is one thing I have to tell you. The archives of the association was invaded the day before yesterday, and it seems that someone is very interested in the things inside," Cui Zedong suddenly said. "Who?" "The suspect now is Shi Qinghai, a spy from Green Dragon Mountain. He is very professional and did not leave any traces. If it were not for the GPS of the central computer chip, I would not have any evidence." Cui Zedong rubbed between his eyebrows and said tiredly, "I don't know how much this person knows and who he is working for. The 4 branches of the anti-government army in Green Dragon Mountain are now in a state of disunity. Who would think of using the ancient bell to do something?" Several important figures in the meeting room did not have any impression of Shi Qinghai, but after being reminded, they remembered that this person had participated in the assassination of Macklin. Instead, Li Jiedu, who had been silent all this time, looked at Vice President Byron and said with a frown, "This person is very close to Su Lu. What should we do?" "Investigate him. If he is dangerous, then get rid of him." Li Jiedu said simply, then lowered his head and continued to look at the relevant files. "As for why Teacher Xiaoqing is not willing to participate, it is because of the empty sense of honor of a soldier. I will talk to him in person later." "Teacher Xiaoqing's loyalty to the Federation is unquestionable," Vice President Byron said with a heavy tone. Li Jiedu slowly raised his head and said, "I don't agree with the change of cabinet members in the plan. Although the Department of National Defense is important and needs to be controlled, Minister Zhou should not be in the field. He is a talented person and the war with the Empire needs his contribution. Besides, this will easily arouse the suspicion of that madam." Everyone in the meeting room thought about it and nodded slowly. "Minister Zhou may not be our comrade, but the Federation needs him." Li Jiedu lowered his head and continued, "Everyone, we are not schemers. Especially when it comes to the fundamental interests of the Federation, we should even take the initiative to take a step back." "I agree with General Li's position." Vice President Byron held the table with both hands and stood up with some difficulty. He rubbed his round belly in self-mockery and said calmly to everyone in the meeting room, "Everyone, we are not criminals who stop at nothing, nor are we businessmen who seek benefits at all costs. We are just people who want to do something practical for the Federation. The vice president's expression turned solemn as he said in a low voice, "In history we may be branded with an ugly mark, and we may be frivolously criticized by those literati as radical martyrs of the blind son, but only you and I know what we are doing and why we are doing this. Everyone, a new era is slowly opening in front of us. The Federation is welcoming the best opportunity for change in history. What we need to do is to seize this opportunity for the Federation and not waver." Vice President Byron continued calmly, "And we do not need to waver. Right now, some people are saying that we need to be vigilant against the dark forces in the Federation government. Some people say that the so-called young and strong faction or radical faction has appeared in the army. In fact, these are all wrong. We are the Federation. We are the army. We represent the righteous tide of history. We are about to welcome a great victory for the common people." Westwood Sunset State, Old Mansion in Whaley 2 District. Zhong Huiyin, who was experiencing her first menstrual period, had completely lost the calmness that she had boasted about before. She curled up in a corner of the sofa with a thick blanket over her body. Because of the pain in her lower abdomen, her face was pale and pitiful. Only now did she know that she could not rely on books, knowledge, and intelligence to deal with every obstacle in life. The little girl was very flustered, and Su Lu, who had the thickest nerves in the universe, was not very calm either. Fortunately, Shang Qiu, who was on the phone at that time, heard the scream and then came to the old mansion of the Zhong family as quickly as possible under his pleading. At this time, Shang Qiu was busy in the kitchen. According to the professional habits of an engineer, she used a measuring cup to accurately cook the brown sugar water and used a caliper and her eyes to calculate the size of the female products the little girl needed. She arranged everything in a very orderly manner. After everything was settled, Su Lu carried Zhong Huiyin into the bedroom. The little girl, who was in pain and helplessness, held his hand tightly and refused to let go. She asked to tell the latest joke. Shang Qiu leaned against the door and carefully read the drug description under the corridor light. She listened to the man with small eyes clumsily tell the cold joke that even she could not bear to listen to. She could not help but smile slightly. "Brother, help me rub my stomach." Zhong Huiyin blinked weakly and looked at Su Lu. Su Lu put his hand into the warm quilt and gently rubbed the little girl's cold lower abdomen. After a while he felt a warm body leaning against his back. The little girl cutely frowned and fell asleep. It seemed that in her dream she blamed the unfairness of the Creator and the clumsiness of her brother. "Isn't it a little too early?" The bed in the little princess bedroom of the Zhong family was very large. Su Lu leaned against the bed and looked at Zhong Huiyin's slightly pale face. He said worriedly, "And I just found out that the first period can also hurt. It's normal at the age of 11 or 12. You don't have to worry too much." Shang Qiu, who was lying comfortably in his arms, yawned. After tossing and turning in the middle of the night, the two people fell asleep in a daze. The little girl in the quilt beside him twisted her body uneasily. In her dream, she subconsciously looked for Su Li's hand, then held it and refused to let go. On a certain day in the 72nd year of the constitutional calendar, there were probably many little girls like Zhong Huiyin who grew up overnight. There were also many people who gradually decayed under the yellow soil. Some people thought that they grew up overnight, but who knew whether they were decaying or not? Chapter 7:13. He was holding something soft in his hand. It was not accurate to say that he was holding it because it was too soft and tender. It was impossible to hold it with one hand. This feeling was very familiar. It was like, there was no like. In fact, this wonderful tactile feeling could not be simulated by other actions. It was better to admit that the feeling of placing his palm on her round and plump chest was very good. In the sunshine, Su Lu slowly woke up. Before he woke up, a series of complicated thoughts flashed through his mind. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Shang Qiu in his arms. Looking at the girl's long eyelashes and tender mouth, he subconsciously panicked and slowly withdrew his right hand. Then he found that his left hand had been held by the little girl in the quilt all night. It was almost noon and the three of them were sleeping soundly on the big bed. Shang Qiu was awakened by his movement. She rubbed her eyes and hair in a daze. She stood up and casually pulled down her short sleeves before walking to the guest room bathroom. For a girl with a proud figure like her, waking up in the morning wearing shorts and pulling down her short sleeves in a daze made her curves even tighter. It was undoubtedly a fascinating picture. So when Shang Qiu disappeared from the door, Su Lu still kept his mouth slightly open and his eyes focused. "Is it nice?" a voice asked. Su Lu subconsciously nodded and replied, Yes. Then he found that the little girl beside him had woken up. He could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Zhong Huiyin patted her mouth and yawned. She looked innocent and cute. It seemed that the pain of menarche last night had passed and did not have any effect on her. She turned to look at Su Lu and helplessly curled her lips like an adult. She sighed and said, "Last night I heard you on the phone upstairs. Are you going to have a baby?" Su Li's attention was not turned to criticize her for eavesdropping. After a moment of awkward silence, he tried to explain, "We are in the engineering field. Our characters are a little strange, secular. Please stop, especially the explanation after the secular." Zhong Huiyin looked seriously into Su Li's eyes and said in a low voice, "Do you men hope that any woman other than your wife will not be afraid of the eyes of the world and mess around with you?" Facing the little girl's sharp accusation, Su Lu had no way to defend himself. He said in distress, "She was the one who suggested it. Looking at your distressed expression and the unconcealable joy, it seems that my view of men is not too problematic." Zhong Huiyin lifted the quilt and stood up in the sunshine. Then she twisted her body to do the late morning exercise and continued, "But I remind you, it's best not to think about such a good thing. Although Shang Qiu's figure is exaggerated, her personality is actually very conservative. Most importantly, she likes you. Give birth to a baby? Don't even think about running away after giving birth to you. When the time comes, do you really think she will be satisfied and return to the engineering department of Harbor City to be an unmarried mother?" Su Lu was once again rendered speechless by the little girl's mockery. Zhong Huiyin turned around and looked at him seriously. She said, "A woman is a woman. Whether she is the daughter of an aristocratic family, a national idol, or a genius girl, they only have one name in common: women." After a moment of silence, Su Lu looked at the little girl and said very seriously, "My dear, what you said is very good. The people who got up late at night in the old house of the Zhong family in the 2nd Latitude District had to endure the discomfort caused by the high-speed sailing in order to get to a big state in the south in time to participate in the election rally that had already been arranged. The commanding heights around the election rally site had already been cleared by the special forces related to the West Woods military region. After all, this was the headquarters area of the Zhong family, so it was believed that no one would harm the little girl on the stage. It was already late at night, but Su Lu, who was standing in the shadows under the stage, was still wearing his sunglasses. He held a 37 brand cigarette in his mouth and looked at the pretty Zhong Huiyin on the stage, who already had the feeling of a young girl. Listening to her using an innocent and lovely tone and using a tender and amiable expression to solicit votes for the pot-bellied old senator behind her, he couldn't help but laugh. The cigarette but trembled between his lips. Then he remembered the assassination attempt on the little girl in Wood Valley a few years ago. He thought of the powerful gunman with the surname Chin, and the man's military background. His eyes narrowed and the cigarette between his lips suddenly burned faster. The general elections for the various star regions of the Federation were gradually unfolding. Tai Ziyuan was currently running for senator in the S2 Oak State. Every time he thought about how the thin and weak boy who was younger than him could actually become a real senator, Su Lu felt that this world was very absurd. The choice of the back of the mountain to let their young master start his political career from S2, a planet where the Federation held a strong position, was in itself a very strange thing. Su Lu believed that on this matter, the official residents had definitely given enough support. Everyone knew that President Pabre had a very large influence on the major Federation unions. The young Tai Ziyuan had only just started on his journey. It seemed that no one could stop the victory of President Pabre and his political faction in the Federation's higher-level political elections. His Excellency the President had the strong support of his wife and the military. Even those dangerous radicals didn't seem to oppose his re-election. In addition to his frighteningly high popular support rate, his re-election was unstoppable. These things seemed to have nothing to do with the Federation colonel in the darkness below the stage. Su Lu sucked hard on his cigarette like a greedy vagrant, puffing out smoke as he waited somewhat desolately. Speaking of which, this was probably the first time he had passively waited for things to change since he had enough power. For the sake of the Federation, this reason seemed to be sufficient. However, he waited silently. In the end, what would he be waiting for? The next day, Su Lu waited for the latest situation report from the old thing, the Charter Central Computer. He was somewhat surprised to find that the chairman of the Federation's Joint Chiefs of Staff, Li Jiedu, didn't return to Philadelphia with the old man's coffin. Instead, he directly took office and went to a certain military conference center to hold a high-level meeting. The problem was that the Federation's vice president, Byron, and the Bureau of Proclamations acting director, Chui Zedong, also attended this meeting. It was very normal for the federal military's newest big boss to meet with the vice president and the Bureau of Proclamations director, especially when that person was Li Jiedu. Sulu naturally didn't suspect anything or be overly vigilant. However, out of caution he tried to once again request the Federal Central Computer to access the surveillance video or audio archive. According to the First Constitutional Court and the Federation's privacy regulations, I will not arbitrarily archive the relevant content. All the information and data are only mathematical tools for me to perform logical calculations, not objects for me to view. Your request has exceeded my authority. I'm sorry I can't comply with your request. Although he had heard similar answers many times, Sulu still felt that it wasn't very helpful. He flicked his fingers and said to the old butler in his left eye angrily, "You can help me find out who met who through the historical data through the chip, but you can't tell me what they said when they met. What kind of privacy protection is this?" The files related to the privacy regulations have a total of more than 7,400 words. Do you need me to retrieve them for you? The old thing's reaction was extremely fast. Of course, its reaction should have been the fastest in the universe. I've already used all the points where your authority overlaps with the privacy protection of the citizens of the Federation. The rest of the requests are beyond your authority. There's really no other way. Then you said you could take me everywhere to peek at other people's baths. Sulu threw away the cigarette in his hand and was extremely angry. The Federal Central Computer's answer was very calm, very mechanical, and very sarcastic. That's a joke. It seems that you really don't have a sense of humor. Su Li's chest was stifled by these words. After coughing a few times, he angrily said, "What the fuck are you laughing at?" This time it was the old thing's turn to be angry. The dazzling Federal Central Computer in the universe quickly replied in a sharp voice, "I've already violated my authority and directly carried out physical operations for you. What else do you want me to do? Break the privacy regulations today, and break the 3 laws tomorrow? Do you expect me to turn you into a god in this universe?" Sulu lightly spat and said, "That's not bad." 7 days later, Sulu waited for Shang Qiu, who had finished the experiment. The Sunset Province, which had already entered the beginning of autumn, finally had a refreshing taste. A white MXT mecha walked through the barren military zone, past the reddish canopy across a small stream, and finally walked up to a small mountain peak. The heavy metal mecha slowly sat down, crushing the crisp rocks on the small mountain peak into pieces. Accompanied by the clear sound of electric current, the cockpit door leaned open. Sulu walked out of the cockpit, his feet stepping on the inner wall of the cockpit door. Looking at the red evening sun that seemed to be hanging not far away, he lowered his head and lit a cigarette. Just before Shang Qiu arrived, he first received an order from the military. Without any warning, he was arranged to enter the heart of the Empire star system and head to the X3 system to take over a certain position at the level of a division commander. This assignment was very strange. Although it was a promotion of his rank, and although a soldier's duty was to obey orders, there seemed to be no reason for him to refuse a transfer order. However, Sulu had very directly expressed his attitude over the phone that he definitely would not go. He did not know what the hidden meaning of this military assignment that clearly bypassed the Department of Defense was, but the new 17th Division was in S1, and the bunch of people in Group 7 were in S1. He was a soldier of the 17th Division in Group 7, so screw the division commander rank. Shang Qiu, who had just finished the MXT self-inspection program, also walked out of the cockpit. She held the metal frame above her head, looked at Su Li's back under the red sun and said loudly, "If you don't obey the assignment, the other side can pin many crimes on you." Su Li shook his thighs, the cigarette in his mouth, trying to imitate a hooligan, but he couldn't. He still said righteously, "I plead not guilty." "Looks like you're in a good mood," Shang Qiu said with a smile as she tucked the wind-messed-up strands of hair behind her ear. Su Li took down the cigarette, squinted his eyes in the wind and said, "What did they say on the phone?" Due to the tense situation at the front lines, the 1st Division was forced to make a very difficult decision. Yes, they want to separate me and my unit further and further apart, so of course my situation will become more and more difficult. The most difficult thing is that I keep feeling that the air around me is becoming more and more sticky, as if something very scary is happening. He turned his head, looked at Shang Qiu quietly and said, "So I can't go, at least not to the front lines now. I have to stay here and watch those people, or rather wait for those people." Chapter 7:14. It was early autumn and the sun was red in the evening. The white MXT mecha was squatting quietly like a statue thinking about some philosophical problem. The hatch was still open. Sulu sat on the edge of the alloy cabin wall, his feet hanging 5 meters in the air, like a naughty student sitting by the window on the 3rd floor of a school. His body was very relaxed, and it was hard to notice that he was holding a data cable without the rubber covering. Of course, there was also no way to see that there was chi flowing quickly in his body and gushing out from his right arm. Shang Qiu looked at his back under the setting sun, and her pupils could not help but shrink in shock. As an engineer, she could not understand the scene in front of her eyes. The thin leaves on the ground were swept up by the early autumn wind, and they whistled and flew in circles in the valley. However, when they reached the top of the MXT, they could not touch Su Li's body. About half a meter away they twisted and fell and did not rise again. Su Li's body was constantly emitting some kind of heat. No, because he couldn't feel any heat, it should be some kind of energy. This kind of energy caused the rays of light from the red sun to appear abnormally distorted. Shang Qiu felt a little headache. She rubbed her forehead, lowered her head, and looked at the curve on the data display screen again. After a while, she shook her head and said, "There is a reaction. The unit cross-section charge anomaly is very clear, but it has no meaning for the transmission of information. It's just some clutter." Sulu sighed softly, loosened his grip on the data cable, and raised his left arm to wipe the sweat on his forehead. What's going on? For a genius engineer, everything that she saw just now made Shang Qiu have a strong desire to research. She stared into Su Li's eyes and asked directly, "I will slowly explain it to you in the future. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities. I will do this kind of experiment many times, and I will not let other technicians monitor for me." Sulu smiled and said, "As for this experiment, it was the old man who asked me to do it when he was in Philadelphia." As long as there was a chance to continue research, Shang Qiu was very satisfied. Thus, she did not say anything else and began to organize today's experiment data, preparing to first design a mathematical model. Sulu plugged the data cable back into the recessed socket, and listened to the familiar sound of the self-test. A happy and comfortable expression appeared on his face, and he patted the flat alloy plate beside him twice. The white flowers on the mountain peak responded with a crisp metallic sound. Due to certain matters, he had been feeling rather down recently. Only when he was with a mecha would he feel much more comfortable. This was probably because the MXT mecha he was sitting on could provide him with an almost invincible boost of confidence. Back in the day, the old man had been able to kill the Emperor of the Empire with just an MXT. Although I'm not that talented, with this MXT I'm sitting on, it shouldn't be too difficult for me to go to the capital special region and kill that Federation vice president if I go all out with this body of muscles. In fact, if it wasn't for the old man's last words, if it wasn't for the political pressure Mr. President was facing, if it wasn't for Minister Zhou's reminder, Sulu would have been in S1, continuing to investigate the case of the ancient bell. He would not have cared about where he was banished to or how much dirty water was splashed on him. No, it was not just the case of the ancient bell. There was also the murder in the underground parking lot of the Linhai State Gymnasium and the gunman in Wood Valley Manor. All the things he had experienced these past few years all pointed towards the dark and gloomy cloud hanging over the Federation. If that dark cloud had corroded all the machines of the Federation, then Sulu could only control the little white flower MXT under him to do some things. More than 10 MXT mechas were undergoing routine training in the southwest depression of the military zone. They belonged to the 4th Independent Team of the West Woods Military Special Mecha Brigade. During the break between training, these outstanding Federation soldiers looked at the eye-catching white MXT mecha on the mountain peak in the distance and fell into a heated debate. As pilots of the Federation military, they knew very well that the MXT mecha used the genius concept of the twin-engine turbocharger technology. Unfortunately, due to the large load, this type of powerful mecha could not be used to its full potential in the hands of a normal pilot. There were only 2 people in the military who could truly control the MXT mecha. These Westwoods pilots were now arguing about which of these 2 people was better in terms of mecha combat. This question could also be understood as who was the strongest pilot in the Federation. Nowadays, no one mentioned the captain from a long time ago, Colonel Lake, who liked to wear sunglasses. However, some people mentioned the former captain Hua Xiaoxi. Colonel Sulu was Captain Hua's instructor. You can imagine how high his level is. A Westwoods pilot with a cigarette in his mouth said vaguely, "Of course Madman Lee is strong. After being a soldier here for so many years, he really is invincible in the military. However, that's in terms of individual combat. Speaking of mecha combat level, Su Lu and Madman Li once fought a match at the old moon base. Didn't you see the WikiLeaks video online? The person beside him said unconvinced, "That's because the Federal Academy of Sciences Purple Sea is too fucking useless. It's not as good as the little white flower made of fruit shells." But don't forget, before the Purple Sea self-destructed, Colonel Su Li's little white flower was beaten into a pitiful little cabbage by Madman Li. Madman Li, that's the grandson of the war god. Speaking of tongue twisters? According to this, Colonel Su Lu was personally chosen by the war god to be his successor. If Madman Li is stronger, why didn't the war god choose his own grandson to be his successor? Why did he choose an outsider instead? That's not interesting. Colonel Su Li's traitorous teacher is the war god's younger brother. This relationship can't be that big. Su Lu, who was sitting at the edge of the White Flower MXT's cockpit door and smoking, did not know that many soldiers were excitedly discussing him in the distant depression. He only thought of the time when he was on the glacier battlefield in 5460 that was ravaged by a blizzard and electromagnetic storm a few years ago. He seemed to have also sat like this on the cockpit door. Lao Bai was beside him on a white MXT, while Shi Qinghai and a group of soldiers were standing on the snowy ground. Everyone took out cigarettes and held them in their mouths as they looked at him, waiting for him to extend the hot barrel of the MXT's mechanical arm to light their cigarettes. Such an interesting, warm, and manly military life. It had been a long time since he had relived it. Looking at the current situation, he didn't even know if he had the chance to return to the division. He waited and waited. If it didn't happen while he was waiting, then it could only happen while he was waiting. Did he really have to wait until the election was over, the president had won, and General Li Jiedu had complete control of the military situation before those cases could continue to be investigated? Sula didn't know if he could wait that long. The most important thing was that those people didn't seem to be prepared to wait any longer. Recently he had already felt some strange and cold omens. His communication with the presidential palace and the Ministry of National Defense had suddenly become extremely difficult. It was as if some kind of invisible force was gradually exerting its power. In the spring of the 72nd year of the standard constitutional calendar, he was in the Westwood Sunset State. It was a very cold autumn. At that time, Colonel Sula definitely wasn't being pretentious. He was subconsciously using the Mech Darlin's thick pipe to light a cigarette. What does this mean? It means that his microcontrol has reached an extremely terrifying level. It means that he is subconsciously extremely confident in his control of the mech. A few dozen tons of steel, and he is controlling it as if he is controlling his own body. Once again, this isn't being pretentious. This is truly awesome. Everyone at the scene was violently shocked. Among the Westwood's pilots who were training in the low-lying areas, there was a person who admired Sulu very much. He waved his arms and exclaimed in admiration. There were at least 700 to 800 soldiers on the snowy slopes. All of them had cigarettes in their mouths, waiting for that white MXT to use the Darlin's thick pipe to light their cigarettes. You guys didn't see that scene. It was very impressive. Don't fucking brag. How did you see the cleanup operation between the 17th Division and the Special Forces Federation? Someone mocked. That pilot angrily explained, at that time it was a frontline rotation. We were doing frontline practice. Our entire battalion was scattered and thrown onto the 5460. I saw it with my own eyes. This I can prove. We are from the same battalion. At that time I was also in the north. The first pilot stamped out his cigarette and said, speaking of which, besides Madman Li and Colonel Sulu at that time in the glacier, we also met an awesome person. That person just now remembered something. He slapped his thigh and said, you mean that liaison officer from Green Dragon Mountain? That's him. Green Dragon Mountain liaison officer Shi Qinghai. The pilot was very emotional. He said, this person is a Green Dragon Mountain bumpkin and a civilian at that. In the end, he took away half of the 17th Division's face. That's an exaggeration, right? That's the 17th Division, someone said with a laugh. It's not an exaggeration. You guys should know about the 7th Division. Awesome, right? Awesome indeed. The pilot said loudly. At that time, there was a saying from the 7th Division. That Shi Qinghai is better with a gun than Xiong Lin Quan, fiercer than Magnolia in close combat, no worse than Gu Shifeng in electronic control, better than Ho Xiandong in battlefield first aid, faster than Lu Jiao in driving, and better than Lan Xiaolong in military school. Hearing this, the dozen or so Westwood soldiers by the stream were all stunned. Because of that documentary, The names and powerful combat abilities of the members of the 7th Division had long been recognized by the people and soldiers of the Federation. If the 7th Division really had such a high opinion of that man, is he even human? From a certain point of view, Shi Qinghai was undoubtedly the most perfect man in the universe. He had received the most elite education in the Federation, and his excellent grades had allowed him to enter the Trinity Association. He had also been trained as a spy by Green Dragon Mountain's anti-government forces. His IQ was extremely high and so was his EQ. He was also very handsome with a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes. He was gentle and courteous. If he wanted to, he could charm all the girls between the ages of 16 and 60. Except for a rich young lady who liked to wear red. According to the people of the 7th Division, Shi Qinghai seemed to be omnipotent. In fact, this feeling was very real and even a little narrow-minded. Except for everything on the battlefield, there seemed to be nothing in life that this poor young master was not good at. Except for having children. In the past few days, Shi Qinghai felt a kind of joy that was very similar to the joy of having children. Because the investigation of the past few years was about to bear fruit, the kind that was heavy and heavy. This was going to be a beautiful autumn. Chapter 7:15. Killing people, cooking, torturing people, washing dishes, tasting fine wine after a battle, playing the piano after a trial, planting flowers, carving and painting. He could repair wood or steel into a flower, and he could also take a few glass test tubes and buy some common chemicals from ordinary stores. He could tinker with extremely high-purity drugs. This kind of person would not starve to death. As a spy, he would definitely be the best spy. With ACW, he would definitely be the best sniper on the battlefield. If he retired from the army and entered the literary circle, he would definitely be the most popular star. If he wrote books, his works would definitely be the most popular. Even if he became a prostitute, he would definitely be the most expensive and best prostitute in the Federation. This was Shi Qinghai, Mr. Shi, a guy who came from a poor family but was exceptionally noble. According to conventional thinking, a person like young Master Shi should be living a happy life that ordinary people couldn't imagine. However, in reality, ever since he was a student, his life had been forced into darkness. That kind of loneliness, where he had no one to accompany him, was actually not very comfortable. Why did he choose this path? In the long letter to Sulu, he had mentioned it a little. It was because of his parents who died, because of the failed lawsuit, and some other reasons. The most handsome men in the literary circle were always found to be gay in the end. It was because it was too easy for them to find beautiful women. It was so easy that they were bored. Life always needed some challenges. Therefore, finding someone of the same sex to love, which was still a challenge to many people's views, naturally became a point that they subconsciously yearned for. That was it. Similarly, people who could easily live a happy and free life and easily obtain material security, usually did not care much about material things. Instead, they focused more on spiritual pursuits. It should be noted that there were always two kinds of people in the Revolutionary Army, those who had nothing and those who had too much. The handsome revolutionary Shi Qinghai had been secretly investigating, especially after Sulu was exiled from the capital ring. He silently raised the issue. Although he had no feelings for the Zhong family in the West Woods, he was very interested in the people behind the scenes. Ever since the chubby teacher jumped out of the HTD bureau window and committed suicide, this interest had been strong and had not faded. Unless he caught or killed all of those people. After Du Shaoqing and his Iron 7th Division returned to the capital ring, he began to carefully collect intelligence in the periphery. He did not know when it started, but when he walked among the people in the streets and alleys in a hooded trench coat, he always felt as if someone was staring at him from behind. Shi Qinghai understood that this was an occupational hazard. As an intelligence officer, as he grasped more and more secrets and got closer to the truth, he felt that he could be killed at any time. Perhaps no one had discovered him, but this kind of nervousness could easily cause people to have illusions and even hallucinations in the end. Therefore, he increased his aerobic exercise and intake of lactic acid to reduce his anxiety. It was a pity that the sour soy milk in the apartment he rented for the past month did not taste good. Using a metal spoon to pick up the soy milk, Shi Qinghai muttered something unhappily. Wearing a tight sports vest, she looked at her reflection on the computer screen and couldn't help but be shocked. Why do I look more and more like an old woman who can't get married? In order to avoid seeing the sissy man wearing a headscarf, tight sportswear, and eating yogurt on the screen, he turned on the computer as fast as he could. Looking at the result on the screen, he put down the sour milk bottle in his hand in a daze. After a night of continuous cracking, the compatible assembly workbench finally opened the file. Shi Qinghai grabbed a few tissues and wiped the yogurt off his mouth. He quickly sat down in a chair, took out a cigarette, lit it, and put the cigarette case on the table. Looking at the eye-catching emblem at the top of the file, Shi Qinghai frowned and subconsciously looked down at the cigarette case. For many years he had been used to smoking this brand of cigarettes. The first cigarette that he had passed to Su Lu through the iron gate was also of this brand. The cigarette case had 3 clear 7 written on it. The emblem on the computer screen was 3 clear 1. Trinity Association. For the more than 10 billion citizens of the Federation, the best high school in the Federation was the Capital University Affiliated High School. The most difficult high school in the Federation was the First Military Academy. Countless geniuses and top elites gathered in these 2 famous schools. If a student could graduate first from the Capital University Affiliated High School, enter the First Military Academy as the top student, and graduate first from the First Military Academy several years later, he would be able to enter the legendary Trinity Association. Compared to the clubs and the famous schools in Linhai, the Trinity Association didn't have a long history. However, its strict and even somewhat frightening entrance requirements gave it a mysterious cloak. Today there were only a dozen or so members of the Trinity Association in the Federation. Most of them were quite old and held important positions. Many people in the military knew that the current famous General Du Shaoqing was a member of the Trinity Association. However, very few people knew that the Vice President of the Federation, Li Jiedu, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the Federation, was an old member of the Trinity Association. Shi Qinghai wasn't unfamiliar with the Trinity Association because he was one of the few people who had the qualifications to enter the Trinity Association. However, because he had gone to Green Dragon Mountain to receive special training, he had passed by that mysterious invitation letter. Later on, too many things had happened in his life, so he hadn't come into contact with this organization. If someone wanted to check the membership list of the Trinity Association, it wouldn't be difficult. In fact, if Su Le hadn't given the exact times of those meetings, Shi Qinghai wouldn't have been able to link the dark forces in the Federation to this association. Looking at the list of words that quickly flashed by on the screen, Shi Qinghai frowned. He smoked a cigarette and didn't say a word. From the files, it could be seen that the Trinity Association's members had very few gatherings over the years. Moreover, the gatherings just happened to coincide with the times and places of the 3 so-called class reunions provided by Su Le. What did this mean? Back then, you wanted to recruit this young master into the organization. Why is it so difficult for this young master to investigate a case now? Shi Qinghai muttered with a cigarette in his mouth. He complained bitterly about the Trinity Association on the screen. His fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard, shifting the focus of his attention from the stolen meeting itinerary to the related miscellaneous documents. When he was in his 2nd year of high school, he had already become a certified public accountant jointly issued by the 3 districts. He only needed to show proof of his academic qualifications to legally falsify accounts. In the end, he didn't embark on the criminal path of using numbers to deceive the rich of the Federation because he hated the shameful rules of being an apprentice for 1 year. However, with his solid knowledge, it was very easy to find clues in the Trinity Association's uncomplicated financial records. Shi Qinghai began to dig deeper from an account attached to an office. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, sat in front of another complex calculation workbench, and began to hack into the electronic system of the bank where he had an account. Because the account storage service was not a first-class protected object in the electronic system security system, Shi Qinghai, who had been collectively trained by the 3 computer experts of the Military Academy, the Federation Investigation Bureau, and the anti-government army of Green Dragon Mountain, didn't need to spend much time to find the answer he needed. Starting from the 61st year of the constitutional era, someone had rented 2 rooms in the apartment building across from the capital's special district building for a long time. Shi Qinghai had once heard this address from the middle-aged man who liked to wear gray sweaters under Macklin. He was stunned. He whistled softly and put out the cigarette. He pulled out the password disk from the armrest of the chair and inserted it into the workbench. He then connected to the Federation Investigation Bureau's secondary surveillance network database. He had left the Federation Investigation Bureau for many years, but in reality he had never really left. The Federal Central Computer under the Bureau of Proclamation was required to protect the privacy of citizens. However, the Federation Investigation Bureau had never seemed to care about this, so he was able to find a lot of things. The apartment building was indeed right across from the building of the Ministry of National Defense, and the training center could be seen across the street. After the Linhai State Gymnasium incident, more than a dozen young officers of the 2nd Military Region committed suicide in this training center one after another. Shi Qinghai narrowed his eyes and stared at the video on the hologram like an eagle. He was calm, but he looked like he could pounce at any time. The secondary surveillance camera on the street quietly played the image of the entrance of the apartment building. A girl in red passing by in the spring, rolling leaves falling in the autumn, a handsome officer of the Ministry of National Defense with his cheating secretary, and an old citizen falling in the snow with crutches. The assassination in Linhai State happened during the New Year's concert in the 68th year of the constitutional era, so Shi Qinghai set the time to be before the 67th year of the constitutional era. He also chose to skip to random at 12x speed. Even so, it still played for a long time before he saw the middle-aged man in the gray sweater. "We meet again. Your kid is doing well." Shi Qinghai pressed the pause button and looked at the guy who was killed by his own bloody means. He rubbed his sore eyes and continued to search. He sat in front of the hologram of the computer for the whole night, watching the video. He didn't get bored, he didn't get irritated, he was calm and meticulous, and he didn't miss anything. When the sky gradually brightened outside the window, he finally saw the officer on the hologram. He walked out of the apartment building with his collar up and his shoulders shrunk. Through the corner of his military cap, he could faintly see the reddish-brown hair of the officer. Shi Qinghai's pupils shrank slightly. He lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth and took 2 deep puffs. Following the footsteps of the officer, Shi Qinghai quickly selected an area in the video database. It was as if he had returned to a few years ago when he used the cameras all over the streets. He followed the steps of the officer again. Very fortunately, he did not get lost. He followed the officer all the way to the car, got off the subway, climbed up the hill, and then returned to an inconspicuous house. For the entire afternoon, no one came out of the house. Only in the evening did a black-haired officer silently walk out from the back door. Zooming in and sharpening the image, Shi Qinghai patted his face that was numb from lack of rest. He squinted at the face and greeted with a smile, "Hello, Shimin-jin." Chapter 7:16. A battered van was parked on the side of the grass. Shi Qinghai, who was wearing a gray hat, looked at the house across the street and subconsciously licked his dry lips. After lighting a 37 brand cigarette, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Who is it?" The other end of the phone was busy like a market or something. "It's me." Shi Qinghai leaned against the car window, holding the cigarette with 3 fingers and swinging it gently. "Oh, what's up?" "I'm going in." "Go ahead." The other end of the phone paused and added, "Be careful." Shi Qinghai hung up the phone and crushed the cigarette. He carried the professional cleaning company's standard box, whistled, and walked to the house across the street with his head down. He glanced at the barbecue stall hundreds of meters away and couldn't help but smile. It might not seem too difficult to find the house that Shimin-jin used as a transit station, but in fact it was quite difficult. Shi Qinghai used his skills as a certified public accountant, a computer expert, and a burglar to find this place in one night. As the old saying went, Mr. Shi was omnipotent, except for having children. He had been secretly investigating this case for many years, so all he needed to do was find the relevant evidence and hand it to the president's residence through Sulu. He didn't have to worry about the follow-up issues. As for what the Ministry of Justice or the district prosecutor's office would do, it was none of his business. The house in the grass was getting closer and closer. Shi Qinghai glanced at the thickness of the dust on the window lattice and confirmed that the stronghold had not been abandoned. He raised his eyebrows in the shadows and glanced at the barbecue stall hundreds of meters away. He was used to working alone, but because he was facing a senior officer of the Iron 7th Division today, he threw a wind chime outside the block for extra security. The wind chime was his subordinate in Green Dragon Mountain. The two had worked together for many years, and it was probably the only person in the world that he trusted besides Sulu. He quietly pushed the door open and quickly found what he needed. He also found the dust scattered in the crevices of the bed and the reddish-brown hair in the dust. It was very old hair. Even though the house had been swept many times, it was still stubbornly left behind. The decoration of this house was very simple, but the materials used were very expensive. As Shi Qinghai put on his gloves, He frowned as he sized up the environment of the room. He couldn't help but shake his head. He thought to himself that if a field officer could get so much allowance, the Federation would no longer need to send out money to recruit soldiers. After the matter was settled, Shi Qinghai didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, he whistled and really began to clean the room for Shimin-jin. He cleaned very seriously. He didn't miss a single corner. He clearly told the owner of the room that someone had been here. However, he completely cleaned up all traces. This kind of behavior was actually a bit arrogant, but the investigation of the past few years had finally come to an end, and he didn't need to do anything anymore. Shi Qinghai was in a very good mood, especially after seeing Shimin-jin's wine cabinet. More than a dozen of the most expensive wines of the Federation were displayed in the dark wine cabinet. Among them there was his favorite brandy Campanile No. 3, Oak Pearl Red, and even a bottle of his favorite Qingshou hard liquor. Shi Qinghai took out the Qingshou hard liquor from the innermost part of the wine cabinet, poured it into a cup and said with emotion, "I was wrong. If the officers of the Federation could get such a high allowance, we would have to worry about too many young people rushing to join the army." To my amazing self, to the tasteful Shimin-jin. After drinking the light blue wine in the cup, he sighed contentedly. After getting rid of the wine cup, he calmly turned around and left, just like a real cleaner. Shi Qinghai, who had more than 30 professional certificates, naturally had the judicial certificate of the Federation. Based on his legal knowledge and in-depth research of dozens of cases of the Federation, he confirmed that the evidence he had collected so far was enough for His Excellency the President and Su Lu to send Mr. Byron and those angry middle-aged men to prison, and they would never be able to come out again. So he happily found a small wine glass, ordered a glass of wine and began to relax and drink. He began to think about whether he should find a girl when he flew back to the South Coast tomorrow, or continue to try to persuade Zhou to take the child on a secret vacation together. Thinking about that minister's daughter, he frowned and shrugged his shoulders in self-mockery. After confirming that no one in the bar was paying attention to him, he took out his phone and dialed Su Li's number. Because the Westwoods region was too far away, there was no way to guarantee instant communication like the 3 administrative planets in Shanglin. Shi Qinghai habitually laughed at Su Lu a few times, and then when he was about to get to the point, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his voice came to an abrupt stop. He thoughtfully stared at the transparent wine glass in front of him, gently licked his upper lip, and his left eyebrow arched like a mountain peak. His thin lips slightly raised and he said, "The taste of this wine is really bad." He could clearly feel that the coating on his tongue was getting thicker and thicker, and he could faintly feel that there was a slightly salty taste between his teeth. It seemed like he was suffering from excessive heat, but in fact, it was not excessive heat. If this situation continued to develop, the bleeding symptoms at the root of his teeth would become more and more severe, and his taste buds would completely lose their function after 6 hours. Shi Qinghai stared at the transparent glass expressionlessly, confirming that the poison was not applied to the glass, but hidden in the green wine that he drank in that private house. The poison was called heterogeneous fairy. It was colorless and tasteless, and once it entered the human body, it would cause great damage to the nervous system and circulatory system. Moreover, because of the wonderful difference between the absorption speed and the onset time, it was very difficult to detect and reverse the effects. This kind of drug also had a very significant characteristic, and that was that it was unimaginably expensive. Just like his ACW. This was the knowledge that Shi Qinghai had learned in the first hospital, the Federation Investigation Bureau and Green Dragon Mountain. However, he had never thought that someone would actually use such an expensive poison to kill him. "I was careless." He gently put down the wine glass, shrugged self-mockingly and said, "And it was too wasteful." He took out the money and put it on the table. He seemed to be calm, but in fact he quickly left the bar's front hall and walked into the kitchen, where there were not many people. He opened the refrigerator and took out a bucket of milk, grabbed a piece of ginger and then went to the toilet. When he walked into the toilet he could feel that his leg muscles had a tendency to relax, and the most troublesome thing was that his vision was obviously a little blurred. He picked up the milk bucket and gulped it down, then turned on the faucet and gulped down the clear water. He then ran to the cubicle, opened the door with force, and politely asked the waiter who did not have time to pull up his pants to leave. He looked down at the feces in the toilet and stuck his finger into his throat. With a wah sound, a mixture of clear water and milk was vomited out. Shi Qinghai did not straighten his body until he had vomited all the contents of his stomach and vomited out the disgusting yellowish-green gastric acid. He immediately stuffed the ginger into his mouth and chewed hard, letting the spicy ginger juice go through his severely injured throat and into his empty stomach. The pain instantly spread throughout his body. Shi Qinghai staggered out of the bar's back door. He raised his right arm, wiped the sweat on his forehead with the delicate sleeve of his suit, and staggered out of the alley, sticking close to the wall. In front of him, there seemed to be two drunkards tearing at something, and then they wrapped Shi Qinghai's body in a corner. Not long after, he heard two muffled thuds. The Federation agent who pretended to be drunk fell to the ground, blood gushing out of his body. He was holding a cold H pistol in his hand. Shi Qinghai combed his wet hair with his left hand and held the wet pistol with his right hand. He squinted his eyes at the tall building on the other side of the wall, knowing that the sniper was there. On a quiet street in the northern part of the capital special zone, flowers were swaying on the green field. Occasionally, a few weak petals would be blown off by the wind and roll slightly on the ground. It was a different kind of scenery when you came to a cafe on the street. In addition to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Li Jiedu officially took over the position of commander of the 1st Military Region from General Miles at the end of last month. Today he was still used to drinking afternoon tea in this cafe at the back door of a courtyard, as he had done many years ago, to let his busy brain rest for a while. However, his status was different after all. Fierce armed guards were watching from the side, so there were not many ordinary diners around the parasol. We just received the news that the target has already entered the rhythm. The director of the Special Forces of the Federation's 1st Military Region sat across from Commander Li cautiously and reported in a low voice. In order to avoid loopholes in the charter, we used a special fund to choose to use this drug. No antidote for this drug has been produced yet. General Li Jiedu, who was wearing glasses, slowly raised his head, calmly looked at this loyal subordinate and said in a low voice, "Do you need to report these details to me?" "Sorry, Commander." The director of the Special Forces stood at attention in fear, saluted, and left immediately. Most people in the association don't take Shi Qinghai seriously. They think that he is just a small figure and they can't even remember his name. The acting director of the Bureau of Proclamation, Cui Zhedong, gently stirred his coffee and said in a low voice, "But I never thought so. This is a very dangerous person. Knowing that he is going to die soon, I feel very relaxed." General Li Jiedu didn't raise his head, and continued to read the newspaper quietly. "But I can't be completely relaxed. Even thinking about what may happen after Shi Qinghai's death, my heart suddenly became very heavy. How will Colonel Su Lu react? He directly refused the appointment to go to the Empire, which means that he has already felt something. He is in the West Woods and it will only take him a few days to return to S1. Cui Zhedong quietly looked at the brown liquid swirling in the cup and said, "Yes, Mr. Byron is right. We are the Federation and we shouldn't pay attention to a natural person. But Colonel Su Lu is not an ordinary colonel. Don't forget, he has the first order authority of the Bureau of Proclamation." Cui Zhedong raised his head, stared at General Li Jiedu and said, "As someone who has worked in the Bureau of Proclamation all my life, I have the responsibility to remind you and other people. According to the calculations in the past few years, I am sure that Colonel Su Li's authority is even higher than Mr. President's. This is very scary. I don't want Colonel Su Lu to be too arrogant because of this authority, and thus walk on the wrong path. So I suggest that Director Cui should work from the inside, find out why the central computer gave him such a high authority, and find a way to remove his first order authority at any time." "It will be very difficult." Cui Zhedong's answer was very direct. General Li Jiedu raised his head, looked away from the newspaper and calmly looked at Cui Zhedong and said, "Well, if that day really comes and if my speculation is not wrong, I will take charge of this matter." Chapter 717. Zhang Xiaoming walked down the stone steps of Parliament Hill. She was still not used to wearing high heels, so her footsteps were quick and quick. Outside of her black-rimmed glasses, there was a hint of worry between her eyebrows. As an important staff member of Green Dragon Mountain's anti-government forces stationed in S1, she had been working on Parliament Hill for a few years. Although the Federation's news media often interviewed her and called her the Leaf of Green Dragon Mountain, it was no longer as exaggerated as it used to be. No one knew that she had secretly taken over the work of the legendary intelligence leader for the past few years. "I don't care how dangerous it is. We have to find the two of them in the shortest time possible." Zhang Xiaoming's expression was filled with worry and determination. She said into the phone, "This is an order. Just today, there were some puzzling waves in the deep sea of Green Dragon Mountain within the Federation. She was now the guardian of the deep sea, but she knew very well that there were some big fish in the deep sea that she could not control. For example, Shi Qinghai, who had always had a problem with her. But the problem was that the feedback from all the intelligence channels seemed to indicate that the waves were headed for that big fish. Sitting in the professional chair, Zhang Xiaoming narrowed her eyes and stared at the street outside the window. In fact, she was staring at the transparent glass lens. The efficiency of the 4 departments of Green Dragon Mountain was indeed outstanding. In less than 10 minutes, the latest information was sent back. A row of characters quietly appeared in the middle of the black-rimmed glasses. Where is Shi Qinghai? Zhang Xiaoming, wearing a gray windbreaker, took off the long gloves on her forearms. Her face was expressionless. She didn't even look at the person standing in the corner of the room. She said, "I don't have much time. I hope you can hurry." 4 ordinary-looking men with pistols each controlled the passageways of the room. The middle-aged man who was forced to stand in the corner of the room was nothing special. There were some traces of barbecue sauce on his clothes and the smell of chopped green onions. "I don't know what you're talking about." Zhang Xiaoming calmly put the gloves into her bag and said, "Is he dead or not?" Since she had already said so much, there was no point in insisting. The man who smelled like barbecue shrugged and said, "He should be dead. There are no loopholes in the enemy's arrangement." "What?" Zhang Xiaoming looked at him and shrugged. She didn't understand and asked, "Why are you doing this?" "What?" The man who had just returned from the barbecue stall laughed nervously and said, "We are all colleagues. He can go around picking up girls, but I can only make barbecue every day. He can do big things, but I can only do small things." The middle-aged man looked at Zhang Xiaoming and said mockingly, "Do you know that I was the one who found his ACW? I was also the one who found his information. Why is he so arrogant while I can only be a good grandson and help him?" "If I remember correctly, Shi Qinghai is used to working alone. The only person he trusts is you." Feng Ling. Zhang Xiaoming frowned, looked at the man in front of her and said, "Is this how you treat his trust?" The man indifferently raised his head and did not speak. It was not until he saw the black muzzle that his breathing suddenly became rapid. The veins on his neck bulged as he shouted, "You can't kill me. I'm the person in charge of the 4th section. Why can't I kill you?" Zhang Xiaoming asked expressionlessly as she held the small pistol in her hand. "Bah, we risked our lives for the boss. Why should he give you such an important position?" The man said in a hoarse voice, "As for killing me, I didn't do anything. Why should you kill me?" Zhang Xiaoming shrugged. "You betrayed your comrades and cooperated with the Federation government's agents. Do you need more reasons?" The man looked at the black muzzle and his breathing became faster and faster. He finally gave up and said loudly, Okay. I didn't expect your reaction to be so big and so fast. This matter is very simple. Shi Qinghai is a traitor. He has left the organization, so the committee has decided to cooperate with the government to eliminate him. The specific mission instructions are in my electronic pen. You can check them. I have direct authorization from the committee. If it wasn't for the confidentiality, I would have said it to scare you. Fuck. After saying this, the man angrily pushed away the pistol in front of him. He walked to the refrigerator and took out a water bottle. He drank in big gulps to relieve his previous nervousness and embarrassment. In the room, the 4 members of the Green Dragon Mountain's 4th section frowned and looked at each other. They did not expect that the old people in the committee would cooperate with the Federation government to deal with the strongest and most secretive big fish in the organization. You can leave first. Zhang Xiaoming put down her arm and waved to the 4 subordinates. The man beside the refrigerator wiped the water droplets on his chin and looked at her with a cold smile. He said, "Don't be too impulsive in the future. Working people like us are like roasting eggplants. You can't rush things." "Okay, I understand." Zhang Xiaoming raised the gun and pulled the trigger. The delicate little handgun made a crisp popping sound. The middle-aged man fell down with an expression of disbelief. There was a delicate bloody hole between his eyebrows. The water bottle in his hand splashed everywhere. Clang, 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 clang. It finally fell on the remaining roasted eggplants and washed away the congealed green onions. Zhang Xiaoming walked out of the door and dialed a number. The expressions of her subordinates did not change. It was as if they did not hear the gunshot in the room. They vigilantly walked around her and escorted her to the entrance of the alley. Sulu, something happened to Shi Qinghai. At night in the Army General Hospital, there was a faint and comfortable white light between each building. The past presidents and the recently deceased military god Li Pifu all left this world peacefully under the watchful eyes of the Army General Hospital's medical team. Bai Yulan's family, who had been in a coma for many years, was also in the intensive care unit of this hospital. In July, during the wildfire, Zhou gave birth to a son for Shi Qinghai in this hospital, although the father's name was Su Lu. Shi Qinghai did not know this detail, but he knew that this was the best hospital in the Federation, and that some of the military drugs he needed could only be found here. After killing the 6 Federation agents, he left the area. On the way, he changed into a new set of clothes and threw everything that could be implanted with a GPS chip into the underground sewer. Then he quietly walked into the back door of the Army General Hospital. A faint blue light emitted from the magical little device and refracted in his jacket pocket. It did not penetrate the fabric, but it successfully escaped the strict GPS chip scanning and grading. According to the index of the hospital's inpatient department, Shi Qinghai struggled to move his legs and walked into a nurse's lounge. He leaned against the wall and breathed heavily. He knew that his opponent was from the Federation government, so he naturally could not use his real identity to register for treatment. And those black market hospitals with chaotic management did not have the ability to treat him, no, even if it was just to ease the invasion of the poison. The Army General Hospital treated the nurses very well. The night shift nurses all had their own private lounge. Shi Qinghai naturally did not know who the owner of this lounge was, but from the neat decorations and delicate decorations, he could tell that this was a girl who loved life very much. Shi Qinghai's face was pale, and the waxy yellow color on his lips looked very strange. He took a deep breath and tore open his new pants that were soaked in blood. Looking at the bloody bullet wound, he could not help but frown. Judging from the way the Federation agents acted, they should belong to the military, not the Federation Investigation Bureau or the Special Task Force. Most importantly, they were not afraid of death and had amazing combat strength. After Shi Qinghai was poisoned, he killed several people in succession, but in the end he was hit by a bullet. At this time, the door of the lounge was pushed open, and a young nurse walked in humming a song. She was about to take off her pink nurse uniform when she suddenly found a strange man on her bed. Her delicate face suddenly changed color, and a few fine freckles seemed to fly along with her scream. However, there was no sound in the lounge, only silence. 1 minute later. "Don't be afraid, I'm a good person." Shi Qinghai slowly withdrew his index finger from the girl's lips and gently explained, "I know it's a bit abrupt, please forgive me, but there are some reasons I have to do." Maybe it was because Shi Qinghai was sitting so steadily that he appeared to be calm and open, or because his smile was so charming, like peach blossoms in the spring breeze, that no one would have the slightest suspicion of him. Maybe it was because his tone of voice was so gentle, like a willow tree gently brushing the surface of a lake. Maybe it was because Mr. Shi was so handsome that no one would believe that he was a bad person, and no one would believe that with his looks he would need to rape someone. Therefore, the young nurse with a few cute freckles and a delicate face, although she was so scared that tears welled up in her eyes at that moment, miraculously, the scream that was about to escape from her mouth was sealed by a weak index finger, and her expression gradually became calm. "Hello, this is my ID." Shi Qinghai struggled to take out the ID from his jacket pocket, handed it to the young nurse and said with a smile, "I belong to the 2nd Department of the Special Forces Combat Room of the 1st Military Region. I was injured in the course of a mission, so I came here." The young nurse confirmed that there was no problem with the ID, looked at him vigilantly and uneasily and said, "Then I'll call the doctor for you." After all, she didn't dare to stay in a narrow and private space with a stranger, even if he was very handsome. The young nurse wanted to leave immediately because she didn't scream. But Shi Qinghai wouldn't give her a chance to leave. He covered his chest, pursed his thin lips and said in a hoarse voice, "I can't register, I can't let anyone know, because I'm on a secret mission." The young nurse frowned, looked nervously at him and the clearly visible pistol behind him and slowly stepped back. Shi Qinghai didn't seem to see her move at all and continued in a low voice, "You have checked my ID, but my ID can't be used for registration, because that will expose my true identity. At the same time, the person I'm investigating has a considerable amount of power in the government." Doesn't this sound too ridiculous? He suddenly raised his head, looked at her in confusion and said, "Because it sounds too much like a line from a movie." The young nurse was startled by his raising his head, but after hearing this she couldn't help but laugh. Then she became alert again and her right hand, which was hidden behind her back, had already touched the doorknob. "It does sound ridiculous," Shi Qinghai said with a bitter smile. "Now no one in the news media is reporting about this. People have long forgotten about it. What is it? Asked the young nurse curiously. In fact, she was just trying to cover up her action of holding the doorknob. She was a girl who was a bit infatuated but smart enough. This doesn't need to be kept a secret. Shi Qinghai coughed painfully and put the pistol under the blanket in front of the young nurse, and said in a low voice, "I'm investigating a case in the West Woods about the antique bell." After a moment of silence, the young nurse said, "Colonel Su Lu once investigated it." "Yes, so he was expelled from the capital ring," said Shi Qinghai in a heavy voice, cursing his small-eyed boyfriend in his heart. "But I can't help you," the young nurse said firmly. "Your wound is bleeding. I insist that you call the doctor to bandage it for you." "Young nurse, I chose you because I'm gambling with my life. You're the only one who knows about what happened to me in the general hospital. If anyone else knows that I lost the bet, I'll lose my life." Shi Qinghai looked at her seriously and said word by word, "If you insist on calling the doctor, then can you let me go?" The young nurse gently turned the doorknob. Looking at the handsome and charming officer of the Federation in front of her, she was a bit nervous and uneasy, not knowing what to do. Shi Qinghai's lies were indeed the key, but he had just said that he wouldn't give her a chance to leave, so he fainted. The young nurse looked at the unconscious man on the bed in shock. Seeing that his beautiful eyes were quickly dimming, she couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. She even forgot to turn around and leave point 10 minutes later. "Major, when I looked at the ID just now, there was only a citizen's number and no name. We're in the special warfare room. We often need to disguise our identity, so we change our names often." The young nurse's freckles on the bridge of her nose raised cutely. She looked at the door anxiously, then lowered her head and continued to stop the bleeding on Shi Qinghai's leg. She asked carefully, "May I know your name?" "The real one." Shi Qinghai leaned comfortably on the young nurse's bed and answered with a smile, "My name is Gongzi Shi." "Gongzi? What a complicated name." The young nurse raised her head and looked at him with a smile. "Can I call you Old Gong?" Shi Qinghai narrowed his charming peach blossom eyes and answered very slowly with a smile, "Okay." The young nurse realized that there was something wrong with this name. She lowered her head shyly and didn't speak for a long time. When she finished bandaging the wound, she wiped the sweat on her forehead and stood up straight. She said, "It's just temporarily stopping the bleeding. We have to take out the shrapnel as soon as possible. Otherwise there will be big trouble." "Major Gong Zizi, if you can trust me, why can't you trust the doctors? As long as you tell them about the mission, they'll definitely be willing to help you. Doctors are very particular about rules. How can they allow me to not register? Besides, if I stay in the ward, I'll be discovered in the end." Shi Qinghai looked at her and said with a smile, "Miss, can you allow me to stay in your room?" The young nurse answered uneasily, "But what about your wound? Can I trouble you to get some surgical instruments at night? Are you going to operate on yourself?" "Yes. Can you?" Chapter 7:18. The pretty nurse had a very homely name, Huang Li. Probably because her name sounded like a bird, her voice was crisp and pleasant. There were a few playful freckles scattered around the tip of her nose. She didn't make any sound when she walked, making her feel particularly light and agile. She carried the lunchbox to the lounge and gently turned the doorknob. She cautiously glanced at the empty corridor behind her and quietly walked in. However, she didn't immediately go behind the curtain. Looking at the back of the man who was receiving an intravenous drip, she subconsciously covered her forehead. She didn't know what had happened to her. She actually took in this patient who came out of nowhere. Yes, there was no problem with Gong Zixi's military ID, but why did she make such a risky decision? Was it because of the impulsive desire for adventure in every girl's subconscious? Or was it just because this officer was too charming? Huang Li laughed self-deprecatingly. She lifted the curtain and walked in. She put the warm lunchbox on the table and checked the data on the electronic infusion pump. She somewhat cautiously sat down and asked, "Do you want me to bring an anesthetic pump?" "No, thank you." Shi Qinghai looked at her with a smile and pointed at the bullet wound on his calf. He said, "It didn't hit the bone, so there's no need for periosteal reduction. It won't hurt that much. By the way, here's the serum albumin and anticoagulant you asked for. There are also 3 heavy-dose tin tablets." Huang Li took out the medicine bottle from her bag and looked at Shi Qinghai in confusion. She asked, "Why do you want these things?" "I have a DVT." Shi Qinghai opened the bottle and began to take the medicine. He didn't say thank you, But he knew in his heart that it was very difficult to get these military drugs even in the Army General Hospital. The cute nurse in front of him could be said to be naive and gullible, but this was also a kind of pure and clean kindness. Deep vein thrombosis? Huang Li tried to recall the contents of the pharmacy elective course in the nursing department. Yes. You see, I can't wash the blood in my current condition, so I can only use medicine. Shi Qinghai frowned and resisted the burning sensation caused by the medicine in his stomach. After a moment of silence, he rolled up his sleeves and looked at her sincerely. He said, Huang Li, can you help me test my blood? No problem. The electronic spectrometer is just next door. Huang Li smiled sweetly. She quickly took out a blood needle and a restraining belt and put them on Shi Qinghai's arm. Her slender fingers quickly rubbed his smooth elbow. We may need to use a centrifugal pump. Shi Qinghai watched as the bright red blood slowly flowed into the small transparent bottle in her hand. He said somewhat embarrassedly, I may need a whole set of protein decompression procedures, so I have to do a blood test. I don't understand the protein decompression procedure. Huang Li took off the blood sample and looked at him. What instruments and drugs do you need? I'll give you a list later, Shi Qinghai replied. Huang Li subconsciously covered her forehead again. Her light pink nurse cap was about to fall over her black hair. She widened her eyes and said with a silly tone, How do you know everything? Could it be that the military academy also taught clinical medicine? From what I can see, you are qualified to be an attending physician in our hospital. Shi Qinghai was used to the little girl looking at him with admiration and shock. He leaned against the headboard and said with a smile, You're exaggerating, aren't you? I've told you many times I don't know how to give birth. It was already late at night. There was a suppressed cough in the lounge. He wiped off the soybean-sized beads of sweat on his forehead and fell asleep with the help of the nurse. After being woken up by Zhang Xiaoming's phone call, Sula couldn't sleep anymore. He stood by the window in his pajamas with his hands on his hips. He looked at the rising sun in the westwood sunset state. His thick eyebrows were furrowed. He was so worried that it didn't seem like him at all. Suppressing the strong uneasiness in his heart, he held his back and waited like a rock for 40 minutes. Finally, there was a reply from the capital. Gu Shifeng reported in a video message that the Federation Investigation Bureau hadn't raised the security level since 10 in the morning yesterday. However, it was obvious that there were unusual movements in the buildings in 3 states. However, the people who appeared in the areas that weren't planned were special intelligence personnel from a military region's special forces. As for Shi Qinghai's whereabouts, Gu Shifeng didn't have a clue. Or rather, the entire Federation government didn't have an answer. This was because the departments he was monitoring also seemed to be looking for someone, trying to determine if that person was alive or dead. Because it concerned Shi Qinghai's safety, Sula didn't care about the rules of the military. He directly contacted the members of Team 7 who had already returned to S1 and asked them to find that guy as soon as possible. However, what was unsettling was that Gu Shifeng and Xiong Linquan couldn't find any clues. Naturally, they couldn't help Shi Qinghai in any way. What was even more frightening was that Gu Shifeng had already confirmed that the party that attacked Shi Qinghai wasn't the Federation Investigation Bureau, but the Special Forces of the Federal Military. This Special Forces was very similar to Team 7. They were best at special missions such as assassination and sniping, so Sulu was very worried about that guy's safety. He hugged his head and sat back on the sofa. The blazing autumn sun shone in through the window, drawing a dark shadow on Su Li's half-naked upper body. He asked in a low voice, You still haven't found him? After asking, the Federal Central Computer immediately showed a line of white light symbols in his left eye. I can't find him. Sulu sat up straight. His eyes were fixed on the still-burning 37 brand cigarette on the ashtray that he had forgotten to smoke. He asked in a slightly hoarse voice, How can you not find him? I just can't find him. Citizen Shi Qinghai's chip signal has been interrupted. I can't locate him. The corners of Su Li's eyes twitched a few times. He swallowed his saliva and asked with difficulty, Is he dead? The Federal Central Computer paused for a relatively long time before replying, I don't think so. It's just that I can't locate him. In the past tens of thousands of years, this kind of situation isn't uncommon. It's usually due to the shielding of heavy metal or layers, or the interference of electromagnetic storms and signal relay stations. But it's been almost an hour. It's not common to be unable to locate him for such a long time. Sula lay on the sofa. There was no expression in his eyes. He said, Back then when you wanted uncle he used a chip to replace his chip. That's why you couldn't track him. What's the point of being unable to locate him for such a long time? Anomalies 1 to 71. A miniature signal jammer was developed. To be more precise, it's a curtain wave disguise device. This device can play a certain role. You're saying that Shi Qinghai isn't dead yet, but activated that device? Yes. Sulu was more familiar with the device that glowed with a faint blue light than anyone else. However, he had never imagined that Shi Qinghai would also have one. He frowned and fell into a long silence. Suddenly he said, "If the staff of the Bureau of Proclamation performs manual positioning, will they determine that Shi Qinghai is dead?" "No, because I'll provide technical support and point out the illogical doubts of the sudden disappearance of the triple Y overlap." "If you keep silent, will the Bureau of Proclamation think that he's dead?" "Yes." "If you need me to keep silent, I need authorization." "I authorize you to keep silent." Under the autumn sun, Sulu rubbed the painful spot between his eyebrows and issued authorization to the Federal Central Computer. Thus, in the distant spring breeze of S1, the Bureau of Proclamation confirmed Shi Qinghai's death to various key departments of the Federation. In the inpatient building of the Army General Hospital, the female nurses' lounge wasn't big. There was a small window on the south side facing the grass and green trees downstairs, exuding fresh spring air. His jacket was neatly folded at the head of the bed. A fully loaded pistol was on the left side of the pillow. Below the pillow on the right side was the magical gadget that could emit a blue light and block the radiance of Xianmen. After Shi Qinghai withdrew his gaze from the window, it naturally fell on this gadget. Years ago, in the dishwashing room behind the Lufeng Slope clubhouse, the legendary intelligence leader who betrayed the Chao family and joined the revolution told the truth that he was dying of cancer while smoking a cigarette. At the same time, he left the most important legacy of his life to two people. He gave the 4 departments of Green Dragon Mountain to Zhang Xiaoming and gave the faint blue light to Shi Qinghai. The door was pushed open. Huang Li, who was panting, came in with an umbrella and a lunchbox. Probably because she walked too fast, the young nurse's face was red like an apple. She explained while wiping the tableware, "The second cafeteria is cooking stewed pork ribs with wax melon today. I heard that it's very delicious. I couldn't taste the synthetic flavor at all, so I went to the surgery building to get it. That's why I'm late." Shi Qinghai looked at the kind and cute young nurse with a smile. He didn't say anything. He had been hiding in this small nurse's lounge for 2 days. It was obvious that the young nurse didn't have many friends in the hospital. It seemed that she didn't have any family in the special administrative region of the capital, so she had a lot of time to take care of him. Huang Li used a metal spoon to carefully press the rice into the pork rib soup. She added some olives, stirred the soup evenly and brought it to Shi Qinghai. She glanced at the infusion tube on his left hand and smiled. "Do you want me to feed you? You can do it yourself." Shi Qinghai retracted his knee and put the lunchbox on top of it. He ate slowly, occasionally coughing in a low voice. Huang Li quietly looked at the handsome face of this mysterious military officer. She didn't know why, but she felt that her cheeks were a little hot. She subconsciously put her cold hands on her cheeks and said in a low voice, "For the past 2 days, the people in the cafeteria have been laughing at me for eating too much. Someone actually guessed that I'm pregnant. It's all your fault." Shi Qinghai raised his head and looked at her innocently until her face turned from a red apple to a morning sun. "No, that's not what I meant," Huang Li hurriedly explained while wringing her fingers. She didn't dare to look into his eyes. "Do you have a boyfriend?" Shi Qinghai suddenly asked. "No." Huang Li probably thought of something in the past. Her thin eyebrows furrowed as if she was hiding some deep sadness. "It seems that there are a lot of blind men." Shi Qinghai smiled. He was still charming, but his lips were a little purple. It was a little difficult to smile. Chapter 719. Shi Qinghai told the freckled nurse that he was suffering from DVT, a disease called deep vein blood test that was not fatal. The most obvious sign was that the lips would turn purple, so she was fooled. She didn't know that the purple color meant that the poison was slowly but surely invading someone's circulatory system. Purple was a very strange color. Scientists had already found out that the color of food that was the most unacceptable to human beings was purple. However, experts on gender had also found out that the most acceptable color for a man's lipstick was purple. This meant that women were very willing to taste the purple lipstick on a man's lips, but they were not willing to eat purple food. What was the difference? Was it because the purple color on a man's lips represented flirtatiousness and beauty that transcended gender? Excellent and proud men, especially those who dared to wear purple lipstick, usually didn't care about the things that most people cared about. They cared more about how they looked when they were alive, and they chose to show off in an arrogant way. Just like Shi Qinghai today, his handsome face became more and more charming because of his weight loss. His eyes were as deep as the stars when contrasted with his purple lips. In the middle of the night in the hospital room, listening to the sound of the dialysis machine and the centrifugal pump, he held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at the two moons outside the window with disdain in his eyes. He cursed with arrogance. Die? Die. Die. Although telling people to die was a very cool way to express their feelings, life and death were still the most difficult problems in the world. It was very difficult for people to face death without fear. It was not difficult to sacrifice for justice. No matter how stupid an old man was, when he was young he could scream and throw his head away. However, it was very difficult to face death calmly. Only the most determined believers or revolutionaries could do it. Therefore when Xiao Qiudao died he was very calm. He had calmly arranged his funeral in the dirty water bubbles of the dishwashing basin a long time ago. Then he died quietly and only a few people knew where his grave was. Although Shi Qinghai was unorganized, undisciplined, and heartless to the opposite sex, which made him seem like a bastard, his revolutionary will was unquestionable. Especially this kind of will was a conscious will that he had never wavered after many years of careful and calm consideration. He would try everything to survive. He would never surrender to life in advance. Only when he was sure that he couldn't survive, then he would consider how to die and how to make his death worthwhile. During this process he was very calm, really calm, so he was very elegant. A personal computer with a small screen with a pink bear pendant, whether in terms of appearance or performance, could not be used as a workbench for an excellent agent. Shi Qinghai didn't have any objections. He held Huang Li's laptop and watched the latest episode of The Biggest Party in Politics, with great interest. Then he endured the slow data flow and waited for the commercial satellite map to open. He carefully marked the operation details on the electronic map with a resolution of about half a meter. He drew up a plan very seriously, just like the infusion equipment and dialysis equipment in this small room were performing the protein decompression procedure very seriously. This treatment would take at least 3 days. Early in the morning, a beautiful ray of light shone through the branches of the spring trees. It then blissfully penetrated the small window and fell on Shi Qinghai's face, waking him up from his contemplation. After a busy night, his face was a little pale, and the purple on his lips was a little deeper, which made his eyes and brows look especially charming and beautiful. Shi Qinghai took out the communication chip from his belt buckle and skillfully inserted it into the clumsy Shang Xinli phone that he bought with 180 yuan. He dialed a private number. He rarely called this number, so even Su Le didn't know it. Hello, this is the VIP department of the Sanlin United Bank. Dear VIP annual membership, it is a great honor to receive your call. Because your number is not registered, please report your card number and 18-digit spiral password. A female staff member's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Shi Qinghai reported his card number and password. After the account was approved, he continued, inform the legal department to come online. I need a lawyer to be an online witness. Okay, please wait a moment. After about a minute, the voice on the other end of the phone said that everything was ready. Shi Qinghai took out a cigarette from the bedside and lit it. He squinted his eyes and said, "What's the status of the assets under the account now?" Mr. Gong, according to the investment plan you made 7 years ago, the funds in the confidential account were divided into 3 parts. They were used to buy the S2 Huanshan 4 Prefecture's peace and reconstruction bonds, the shares of the Shell Motor Company's military mecha branch, and the shares of the Federation's crystal mining consortium. The lawyer and financial analyst on the other end of the phone had seen many strange requests, but when they saw the investment record of the confidential account for 7 years, their voice couldn't help but tremble. During the 7 years, many major events happened in the Federation. The Green Dragon Mountain anti-government army and the Federation government reconciled, the Shell Motor Company successfully developed the MX Mecha, and the Federal forces successfully entered the Empire's hinterland and occupied the X3 galaxy, which was rich in crystal mines. The problem was that 7 years ago the anti-government army and the government army were in a bloody battle. The Shell Motor Company Engineering Department's new mecha plan was on the shelf. Especially the crystal mining consortium. Because of the lack of crystal mines in the Federation, it was almost unable to support the salaries of 6 million employees and was on the verge of bankruptcy. Who could have predicted the occurrence of these three major events 7 years ago and bought the bonds and stocks of the stakeholders without hesitation? This was no longer a problem of investment vision, but more like a miraculous prediction of fate. The owner of this secret account magically grasped the general trend of the political and economic situation in the Federation, and obtained an incredible return on investment. Based on the calculation of the account data, this account was without a doubt the strongest investor in the Federation in the past 7 years. So much so that the financial analyst of the Sanlin United Bank on the other end of the phone was shocked and couldn't help but break the professional rules and sincerely invite him to the headquarters of the Sanlin United Bank for a chat. He expressed his strong desire to invite him to the headquarters of the Sanlin United Bank. On the other end of the phone, Shi Qinghai didn't have any emotional changes. He knew that he could become the best fund manager, the best doctor, or the best lawyer in the Federation, but what was the point? Those things couldn't change anything. Liquidate all the assets, he said to the phone. Then use all of them to buy the benchmark stocks of your bank, and help me make a trust plan. Yes, Mr. Gong. The lawyer on the other end of the phone asked, who is the beneficiary of the trust plan? His name is Zhou Liuhua and his citizen number is. Shi Qinghai lit another cigarette and slowly reported the number. Then, according to the requirements of the bank, he went through the troublesome data verification. After hanging up the phone, Shi Qinghai began to stare blankly. The liquid medicine slowly and silently dripped into his veins, and the light of dawn slowly and silently moistened his purple lips. He was recalling his life and increasingly felt that he owed a lot of people and women. So he picked up the phone and began to dial phone numbers one by one. The owners of these phone numbers were scattered all over the Federation, and there was even one who was far away in the Sunset State in the West Woods. Without exception, they were all women with different styles, and they had all had a one-night stand with him. The amazing thing was that after so many years he had never forgotten these phone numbers. His memory was really amazing. On the other end of the phone, some were busy, some were empty, and some were forcefully hung up when Shi Qinghai introduced himself and gently talked about a snowy night in a hotel. He tried to help the woman recall the beautiful memories, as if the woman was running away from a demon in a panic. However, most of the women on the other end of the phone were pleasantly surprised by Shi Qinghai's call. The young girls screamed, and the mature women asked when they would meet again in a low and seductive voice. They could not hide their excitement, and 2 women even fainted in their bedrooms due to excitement. Shi Qinghai didn't call Zhou Yu, but the last call of this round was to the beautiful girl who had accompanied him to explore the beautiful beaches of the island. Meow, this is Gongzi Shi. Are you okay now? The other end of the phone was silent for a long time, and then the girl's hesitant voice sounded. Are you Lao Gong? Mr. Shi, who had a wicked sense of shame, held the phone tightly. Some time ago he had told Su Lu that he had been accompanied by so many women in his life, but now that he thought about it carefully, he couldn't forget her on the beach in Nank. Why was that? It was probably because at that time he thought that he could really relax and even live a normal life. And that beach was really too beautiful. The so-called right person was the one he met at the right place at the right time. It's me. Shi Qinghai gently rubbed his lips with the pad of his index finger, but he couldn't make the purple color fade. I haven't seen you in a long time, so I'm calling to ask how you're doing. Are you still a teacher? The girl on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, and then answered in a low voice like a well-behaved kitten. Yes. I'm still a teacher at Wangdu No. 17 Primary School. How about you? Are you okay? What are you doing now? You're in Wangdu? Shi Qinghai's brows furrowed slightly. Thinking about that place that was not far away, he subconsciously looked out the window. He didn't ask this girl called Meow Meow why she still kept her old phone number after so long, because he was afraid of hearing an overly sentimental answer. I'm fine. I'm just calling to see how you're doing and then, thank you for bringing me that beautiful time in my life. Goodbye. After saying this, which he repeated seriously to every girl, Shi Qinghai hung up the phone without hesitation. His light purple lips were tightly pressed together. Chapter 720. Huang Li finished her night shift, but she didn't go back to her cold home. Instead, she went back to her resting room as usual. Although there was one more man in the room, it was much warmer. The nurse was chatting with Shi Qinghai. She wrinkled her cute nose to express her strong dissatisfaction with the smoke, but she didn't stop the needle in her hand. She felt that this kind of life was very stressful and exciting, but she didn't want to stop. Is there anything you want to do but don't dare to do? Shi Qinghai was lying on his back at the head of the bed with a cigarette in his mouth. He squinted his eyes and looked at the pretty nurse like a pervert. The problem was that his lips were too purple, and his eyebrows were too straight, so the pervert became a charming existence in some kind of religious fresco. Why are you so bad? Huang Li shyly buried her head and didn't dare to look at his eyes. She only dared to stare at the needle in the knitted sweater. You're still an officer of the Federation. Shi Qinghai was choked and coughed again and again. He quickly explained, I'm serious. Huang Li frowned and looked up. Her freckles were shining in the morning sun. She suddenly said seriously, I was dumped by my boyfriend. Can you help me vent my anger? Okay. Shi Qinghai's answer was very simple and direct. Aren't you going to ask about the situation? Huang Li opened her eyes wide in surprise and asked while covering her mouth. Please, I'm a spy. I don't have time to study these things. I promise you I'll do it. Shi Qinghai waved the cigarette in his hand. You don't look like a member of the Special Forces. Huang Li put down the sweater angrily and made a cup of high-concentration protein powder for him. After a moment of silence, she explained, My boyfriend found a daughter of a big family. I know this kind of thing is normal. I don't like him now, but I don't want him to be too complacent, so I want to find a very good man to anger him. I like your character, although it's a bit old-fashioned and there's nothing new. Shi Qinghai gave her a thumbs up and said, And if you want to find a good man to anger other men, I'm definitely the best choice in the entire Federation. Virtue. Huang Li ridiculed, Hurry up and get your illness treated. Otherwise, when people see your purple lipstick, they will think that you're from the special industry. Shi Qinghai smiled, but he wasn't angry. He asked, What's your boyfriend's name? Wu Zheng. Huang Li lowered her head slightly and said, He's the most promising doctor in the pathology department. In the narrow lounge there was an even narrower washroom. Huang Li stared at herself in the mirror in a daze. She did not understand why she trusted that mysterious Federation officer so much and why she would tell him all the painful stories of her past. All of a sudden she felt a little regretful. Looking at her cheeks that alternated between red and pale in the mirror, she bit her lower lip and lowered her head. This guy looks like a bad guy, but he's really good looking. I hope he won't misunderstand. Why didn't you say you were poisoned? I've already checked. The military drugs you want me to steal are used to treat neurotoxins. The nurse looked at Shi Qinghai nervously and said in a trembling voice, Even the doctors don't know how to use these drugs. In the end, we only found the articles in the research system of Area 1. The problem is that this treatment method is still in the experimental stage. Are you going to experiment with your own body? What else can I do? Shi Qinghai did not expect that this silly and cute nurse with freckles would discover the problem in his body through drugs. He smiled gently and said, You were kind enough to hide me here and sleep beside my feet at night. Although I didn't say it out loud, I'm really grateful. I don't want to cause too much trouble for you. There's no difference between looking for a doctor and treating myself. Although I don't know what kind of poison you were poisoned with, it seems that dialysis and blood filtration can't solve the problem. We should go find a doctor and do a clinical blood transfusion. There might be a chance. Huang Li stared at him nervously. Her eyes were wet as if she was about to cry. It's not that serious. My body is much better now. Shi Qinghai laughed and patted the nurse's shoulder to comfort her. However, he knew that a clinical blood transfusion was useless. The poison used by the Federation Special Forces was too powerful. Shi Qinghai believed that this dark force had never used such expensive and rare drugs before. His reaction and treatment methods were timely and accurate, but he still could not stop the invasion of the poison. You haven't gotten better. I've been looking at you every day. How can I not know? Huang Li said nervously. Yes, Shi Qinghai's body had not gotten better. If it wasn't for the fact that he had continuously ingested tiny amounts of poison for 3 years during his special agent training to improve his immune system, he might have already fainted on the hospital bed. There's no hope of survival unless you do a bone marrow transplant after a blood transfusion. Looking at the nurse who was about to cry, Shi Qinghai did not understand why the girl trusted him so much. After a moment of silence, he decided to tell the truth. He smiled and said, But I don't want to do it. At least, I don't want to do it now. What? Huang Li wiped away the tears on her face and asked in confusion with her eyes wide open. There's a big possibility that you'll be paralyzed. Shi Qinghai wrinkled his nose and stretched out 2 fingers to show the distance. It's very big. So it's not interesting. It's interesting to be alive. The nurse clenched her small fists and retorted. If you could be reincarnated in the next life but could only be an animal, would you rather be an eagle than a tortoise? Shi Qinghai lowered his head and smoked his cigarette. His light purple lips were very eye-catching. So for life, living freely is always more important than dying slowly. The nurse opened her slightly red eyes and said stubbornly, "Why not be a rabbit?" Shi Qinghai smiled and lowered his head to play with the carbon filter between his fingers. He said, "I've drunk the best wine, driven the fastest car, flown a plane or spaceship, played with the most powerful gun, and slept with the most beautiful woman. I have no regrets in this life." Why do these words sound so familiar? Because these are the common lines of the playboy in Schiller's early scripts. Slept with the most beautiful woman? Huang Li laughed at him clumsily and tried to persuade him. Playboy, don't always try to brag about your achievements. You haven't slept with Jian Shuier. Shi Qinghai raised his charming face and laughed happily. Of course I can't bully my friend's wife. But even Jian Shuier's man has to admit that my woman is not inferior to his woman. But, you should still do the surgery. The nurse was speechless and said with a red face. Shi Qinghai looked at her and gently lifted her chin. His fingertips gently rubbed the soft flesh under her chin and said in a low voice, "I'm not trying to be pretentious. Death is not scary. The scariest thing is to die in bed and in your sleep. Isn't this the happiest way to leave the world? When we're born, we don't know how we came to this world. We don't have the authority to approve or review. We don't even have any memory." Shi Qinghai said, "In this life there are only 2 words, life and death. You can't remember when you were born. If you don't even know how you died, then your life is too muddled. How can there be any happiness in it? I've always wanted to know or control how I died. If I had enough time, of course I would design my death beautifully. If I had more time, I even wanted to arrange a funeral in advance and let all my friends and family come to give their tearful speeches while I sit in the coffin and watch the drama with a smile." Shi Qinghai's eyes were very calm because he was speaking the truth. "You have a mental illness, you need to be treated." The nurse stared at him in a daze. She bit her lower lip and said stubbornly, "So you can't leave." The electronic pump made a soft beeping sound. The protein decompression process was completed. Shi Qinghai looked at the empty medicine bottle and suddenly smiled. He pulled out the needle from the back of his hand, stood on the ground and put on his clothes. He then put the heavy pistol behind his waist. He gently hugged the nurse to express his sincere gratitude. Shi Qinghai's light purple lips moved slightly. He whispered in her ear, "I can't stay here forever. If I keep asking you to steal medicine for me, it will be exposed. I promise you after this mission, I'll come back immediately for the operation." "You're lying to me." Huang Li tightly pursed her lips and said, "I'm not lying to you. I have to do missions. Otherwise, how can I earn the allowance, treat the patients and support so many women?" Shi Qinghai smiled and patted her cheek. He walked out of the room without stopping. Huang Li stared at the slightly swaying door in a daze. Her fingertips were a little numb and painful. In fact, maybe she had already guessed that this man was lying, but she didn't know why she didn't want to expose him. Women were all captives of romanticism. But for this kind little nurse with cute freckles, that man in this encounter had nothing to do with romanticism. She just looked at the beautiful man with purple lipstick and felt happy. Her heart beat faster. This was not romance, this was love. For the little nurse, these few short days were probably the most unforgettable time in her life. If she wanted to tell her granddaughter the story of the past when she was old, she would definitely not leave out this part. "I'll support you." She suddenly rushed out of the room and shouted loudly towards the end of the corridor. Perhaps because she shouted too loudly, there was even a trace of crying in her voice. No one appeared at the end of the corridor. Only the startled patients and nurses curiously poked their heads out. They looked at the girl who was squatting on the floor and crying bitterly. They didn't know what had happened. Shi Qinghai, who left the Army General Hospital from the back door, didn't know what had happened upstairs. He smiled and stole a car, then entered the capital special district. He took the necessary tools from a place that only he knew. Then he walked into an old wig shop in a remote area and bought a reddish-brown wig. He looked in the mirror and tried to put it on his head. He felt that the reddish-brown wig and light purple lips were very ugly. He couldn't help but shake his head. Chapter 721. Because of the military god's funeral, many of the Federation government's affairs had to be delayed. Especially some activities that contradicted the solemn atmosphere of the funeral, such as awards, celebrations and the like, were delayed for a longer time. The first batch of troops to attack the Empire had already rotated for more than a month. Because of this reason, the award ceremony was only held today. The soldiers on the front line were brave and had obtained outstanding military achievements. Because of this, the number of people who were awarded was particularly large. The entire award ceremony was held over 2 days. Yesterday, Mr. President Pabre had already held a ceremony for the 17th Division of the 1st Military Region. Today, the main character of the ceremony was the 3rd Military Region represented by the Iron 7th Division. And the most important person present today was Vice President Byron. It had to be admitted that Du Shaoqing and his Iron 7th Division had made the biggest contribution in this attack on the Empire. Therefore, even if Mr. President couldn't personally come because of important matters, the entire award ceremony felt a little higher than yesterday. At the corner of the Charter Square, the Parliament Hill had already gathered countless dignitaries. And in addition to the reporters entering the hall, the Federation's major TV stations arranged even more cameras under the long stone steps. They were responsible for transmitting the heroic image of the Iron 7th Division and the other troops to every family's TV screen. Shimin-Jin knew that he would be awarded the second-class Purple Letter Medal today. This was a very rare honor. But this was not the main point he was concerned about. He was worried about his relationship with his teacher. It seemed that he could never return to the past. Although he was still incomparably loyal to his teacher, but it was very clear that after discovering that he directly accepted the mission, his teacher's trust in him was no longer the same as before. Standing in front of the urinal, Shimin-Jin expressionlessly lowered his head to look at the reflection of his figure on the white porcelain. He couldn't help but frown. Many years ago, he knew that the price of the superfine white porcelain urinal in the washroom of the Parliament Hill was exactly the same as the relief money received by the unemployed miners of the Donglin mine. At that time, the young people caused a ruckus on the internet for a long time, but in the end, it didn't arouse any response. If he didn't have the opportunity to come to the washroom of the Parliament Hill today, Shimin-Jin himself might have already forgotten about this matter. Thinking about the naive and impulsive hot-bloodedness of those years, and associating it with today's calmness and prospects, he faintly smiled. He felt that the heat between his legs was very comfortable. At this moment, a sharp whistle came from behind him. Someone walked in. The whistling sound was not loud, but it was particularly sharp. The tune was lively and jumping without stop. Moreover, it was somewhat familiar. Shimin-Jin wrinkled her eyes and nose at the same time. She wanted to distinguish what tune this was. It was obviously familiar, but she didn't remember such a lively tune. Her teacher also shouldn't have played it before. The person behind Shimin-Jin stepped on the wet floor and walked back and forth. He heavily put down the bucket and mop, then closed the door and started whistling again. After that, he walked towards Shimin-Jin. As a matter of fact, when the whistle sounded for the first time, the muscles of Shimin-Jin's genitals had already begun to tighten vigilantly. Some kind of indescribable extreme sense of danger made him quickly stop the action of excreting and prepare to welcome the attack. That person didn't launch an attack. Instead, he stood silently behind him. Along with 2 clear, pa-pa sounds, 2 long cleaning gloves were thrown beside Shimin-Jin's feet. Water splashed on the shiny military boots of this officer, immediately destroying the kind of solemn ceremony beauty. Hearing the sharp whistle sound gradually becoming hoarse, Shimin-Jin's pupils shrunk. Staring at his own figure and that fuzzy shadow behind him, he took a deep breath and tightly pursed his lips. Then with a schwa sound he pulled up the zipper of his military pants, then silently turned around. Wearing brand new military uniform, the senior officer of Iron 7th Division, Colonel Shimin-Jin, had his hands behind his back. With indifferent expression he looked at that cleaning worker wearing hat in front of him. Looking at the clear and cold eyes of this person, he asked, "Shi Qinghai?" The cleaning worker slowly took off his mask, raised his light purple lips and asked with a smile, "Colonel Shimin-Jin? You should be dead." After being silent for a moment, Shimin-Jin suddenly said. Shi Qinghai put on that big white cotton mask again, and said from under the mask, "My luck is good." Shimin-Jin's sharp eyes fell on his mask and said, "We have studied you, you are overconfident, so you are not too difficult to deal with." Of course there is a reason to be confident. Shi Qinghai used his slightly wet left hand to rub his nose and said, "That is why I can stand in front of you now." "Is the wine delicious?" I rarely drink such expensive wine, but I heard you like it, so I specially prepared some for you. Shimin-jin suddenly laughed and calmly said, you should know that the seasonings inside the wine are much more expensive than those 10 bottles of wine added together. The taste is not bad, but it's a pity. I thought you were also a wine lover, so at that time I also praised your taste. Shi Qinghai said, now that I think about it, I made a mistake. A real wine lover, it is impossible to live as trivial and cowardly as you. Shimin-jin put his hands behind his back, looked at him sympathetically and said, since you have already drunk wine, then you will die sooner or later, unless you immediately go for a bone marrow transplant, but then you may become a vegetable. As the most outstanding student of the Green Dragon Mountain Hospital, you should be very clear about the consequences. Since that is the case, I suggest you go to the hospital immediately instead of standing here and chatting with me. Verbal humiliation has no meaning to people like us. You are wrong. I am not chatting with you, I am humiliating you, intimidating you and making you feel fear because I like to do such things. Shi Qinghai lightly held the pistol, smiled and aimed at Shimin-jin's forehead and said, and you have to know that we are never the same kind of people, especially now. I have a gun in my hand and you don't, so you can only accept my humiliation. Relying on the 3 layers of chip scanning and the whole body scanning, no one had ever been able to bring a weapon into the Parliament Mountain Hall, but today Shi Qinghai clearly broke this rule, because sometimes he could emit a blue light because of his purple lips. Shimin-jin, who was being aimed at by the black muzzle, couldn't help but slightly twitch his eyebrows, frowned and said in a low voice, you can pull the trigger directly. Why would I do that? Shi Qinghai suddenly frowned and asked. For the Federation for Fairness, you people don't know how great of a cause we are engaged in. Shimin-jin slightly raised his head, and his tilted chin revealed a very strong pride and faint mockery. How can you people stop the tide of history? Shi Qinghai shrugged. I investigated the case of the Linhai State Gymnasium for 5 years, and now I finally caught you. You have to admit this fact. What am I? Shimin-jin suddenly laughed nervously, and looked at the big mask on Shi Qinghai's face as if he was looking at something ridiculous and asked, do you and Sulu know who your enemy is? Do you know who we are? Shi Qinghai raised the pistol, aimed at his forehead and calmly asked, yes, I really want to know who the councilman behind you is. At first, I thought it was Byron, but I found that I miscalculated the timeline by 2 months, so the councilman you serve is someone else. Also, I want to know how deeply involved Du Shaoqing is in this matter. Shimin-jin seemed to be able to guess that the bullet would enter his brain in the next moment, and his breathing became rapid. After a while, he frowned and said coldly, shoot, maybe in the future I can convince you why our path is right, why we have to make a move on those families, this federation. Without waiting for him to finish his impassioned speech, a muffled crisp sound echoed in the bathroom. The sound of a pistol with a silencer was not loud, but the crisp sound of a spring firing was so pleasing to the ear. Shimin-jin covered his bleeding abdomen, staggered against the wall, and looked at the light smoke coming out of the barrel in Shi Qinghai's hand in disbelief. It seemed that he did not expect the other party to shoot so suddenly, and the electronic military knife that he held tightly behind his back also fell to the ground miserably. You feel that you are going to die, so you want to make a speech to strengthen your fear of death? Or are you trying to convince me with these words? Shi Qinghai looked down at Shimin-jin as if he was looking at a clown. He used the barrel of the gun to rub the skin under the mask that was itching because of the nosebleed and said mockingly, can't you see that I am just teasing you? Really fucking, I hate politics classes the most. Shimin-jin's face was pale, and he covered his bleeding abdomen. He was in so much pain that beads of sweat were dripping from his forehead. He weakly slid down from the wall and sat in the fine porcelain urinal. He spread his legs weakly, breathed rapidly and said with a sad smile, how can you people understand? I don't need to understand your greatness, glory and rightness. Shi Qinghai expressionlessly dealt with the silencer. He did not even look at him and said, everyone has their own greatness, glory and rightness. For me what you did was murder, shameless and despicable. He raised his right foot and stepped on Shimin-jin's lower abdomen. He pressed the wound with his other hand, took out a small ball made of metal wire from his backpack, and began to pull it out continuously. Shimin-jin was in so much pain that his face turned pale. He asked, what do you want to do? In the politics class of Green Dragon Mountain, there was a saying that not only must justice be done, in order to make people believe it, it must also be seen by people. Shi Qinghai lowered his head and put the metal wire through the officer's throat. He then wrapped it around the officer's back and tied a few very complicated knots. He also installed a few compound pulleys. He then explained, The signature is Beachcammer. Later, I checked again and again, but I couldn't find out who this Beachcammer was, so I suspect that this is a famous saying forged by the 4 departments of Green Dragon Mountain. But I'm going to do this today. After tying the end of the extremely tough metal wire to the metal switch of the urinal, Shi Qinghai checked it with satisfaction. After that, he turned his head and looked at Shimanjin, who was breathing more and more rapidly, and said, "This matter is related to justice, because this matter is related to the deceased in Linhai Prefecture's gymnasium, the deceased in the concert, as well as my cute fat teacher, these innocent people." Shimanjin smiled sadly and said, "Jian Shuer's concert has nothing to do with me. Oh, sorry, I have wronged you." Shi Qinghai apologized slightly exaggeratedly, and then said in a deep voice, "Isn't this what you are best at?" "I want your punishment to be seen by people, and I have to deal with a lot of things later, such as that teacher of yours, that Mr. who is about as fat as my teacher, so you can't die too quickly, otherwise the people in the Bureau of Proclamation will react." Shi Qinghai continued his work of twisting the metal wire. Sweat gradually seeped out of his back. He gasped for breath and said, "Ralph Snow Mountain knot, isn't it very professional?" Shimanjin was in so much pain that he couldn't speak, but he still nodded valiantly. Shi Qinghai picked up the military knife from the wet ground, and made 2 cuts on Shimanjin's abdomen, then slowly stabbed it in. The friction between the sharp metal and the tight muscles made a strange sound, and blood slowly seeped out from the edge of the knife. That gun pierced through the small intestine, and destroyed your columnar nerve bundle. The stab just happened to enter the spleen 0.3 centimeters. According to the speed of bleeding, you will immediately lose consciousness, and then after half an hour you will die, and then the Bureau of Proclamation will receive the message that your chip is no longer working. Shi Qinghai frowned and slowly pulled out the military knife, and gave the last technical explanation to Shimanjin, who was about to faint from the pain. "Don't you think I am very professional?" After throwing the military knife into the side compartment, Shi Qinghai took off the mask, and wiped the blood clot that was flowing out of his nose. He gasped for breath, and then Shimanjin, who was leaning against the urinal, lit a cigarette, and took 2 deep breaths. "There is another important reason for this matter, and it has nothing to do with justice." He looked at the row of porcelain urinals opposite the room and said with the cigarette in his mouth, "You are a very professional guy, and I am also a professional. Since we have been doing this for so many years, in the end, we have to be very professional and fight for victory and defeat. As a man, isn't this what we fight for our whole life?" Shi Qinghai took out the cigarette in his mouth, and stuffed it into Shimanjin's mouth, and then patted his face. Shimanjin's dry lips quickly trembled and greedily took 2 deep breaths. "Actually, if you really believe in those things that you insist on just before you die, you don't need to say it to convince yourself." Shi Qinghai took out that reddish-brown wig from his clothes, and with some difficulty put it on Shimanjin's head, then took out his mobile phone and aimed it at him and seriously said, "Smile." The cigarette fell on the clothes and then fell into the pool of blood and was instantly extinguished. Shimanjin finally fainted and was tied up by the metal wire. The 2 wounds on his abdomen were slowly bleeding, and his dry lips were spitting out blood bubbles. he was paralyzed and humiliated as he sat on the urinal, sitting on his own urine. This is what I promised that guy in the past. Shi Qinghai looked at the unconscious enemy, and somewhat regretfully shrugged his shoulders. After thinking for a while, he squatted next to the urinal, and put his face next to Shimanjin's face. He raised his cheap mobile phone high and took a selfie, and then sent a text message to Su Lu, who was far away in the West Woods. In the photo, Shimanjin's lips were white, and he was spitting out blood bubbles in his unconscious state. Coupled with the poor quality reddish-brown wig, he looked like an evil clown. Mr. Shi's face next to him was smiling very happily. Although he had a pair of light purple lips, he was so beautiful, but there was a kind of cruel and innocent beauty. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.